week, if they just stopped, loving us for just a few days, we would die. We would perish. And so happy Mother's Day to everybody. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And motherhood means a lot to me just because my mother chose to be a mother. We're in a society that, a lot of times tells women, why would you want to be a mother? The kids are a pain in the butt and they're no fun. And all that's true. Kids are a pain in the butt. I know I was. And my mother chose to give birth to me. She gave birth to me even though she did not have much money. My mother was dead broke and poor. And let me just tell you what, the reason I respect the Black church is because the reason I'm standing here in front of you today is because what my 16-year-old mother did, she was 16 when she got pregnant, 17 when I was born, is she went to church and she was just, the pastor started preaching. She's sitting there crying. Nobody knows why she's crying, but she's crying because she's secretly pregnant. She's pregnant and couldn't tell anybody because y'all know how mean we can be to young mothers sometimes. You call them names and all this other stuff without realizing that they're carrying a gift from God. And so she went up to the altar and she's just praying. She's on her knees, just praying and praying and praying. And even when everybody gets up and walks back to their seat, my mother's still on her knees praying because she's scared. She's got this baby coming. And that was when she said she just gave me to God. She said, God, I'm going to give you this baby because I don't know what to do. I have faith in you and that I'm giving him to you right now. And so my whole life, maybe, who knows, maybe it creates like a heightened sense of importance in terms of my purpose, feeling like my purpose was given to me in a special way. But I really feel like I really feel like I'm on this mission from God. Like I feel like I was given to the world from God through my mother. And so Mother's Day, when I talk about Mother's Day, I'm talking about it from the core of my gut. And I will fight any man to the ends of the earth who feels that Black mothers should be disrespected because that's why we all exist, and I think that that's one of the most sacred things in the universe. And I want to say happy Mother's Day to every mother that gave life to their children, because again, you didn't have to do this. My mother easily could have went to Planned Parenthood and ended the whole nightmare right then. White folks always want to give us these simple solutions to our problems, and no disrespect for anybody that's made a different choice. I'm not here to make it political, but I will say that I do have a little bit of a bias because if she had not had what we talk about here, if she did not have financial consciousness, and what I mean is, but it wasn't really just financial, it was a level of consciousness where you can see beyond the here and now. When we talk about financial consciousness, we're talking about it in terms of investing. But remember, I've told you all that most of the time, investments don't have anything to do with money. Your greatest investments typically have nothing to do with money. Let me know if you get this. Give me a yes if you're following this. Most of your investments are investments of love. Most of they're investments in people. They're investments in those little nappy head babies you got. Where you think that they're a pain in the butt, but guess what? Guess who's going to be changing your diaper when you're 85 years old, 90 years old? It's those little kids that you're either neglecting or you're pouring into. Do you understand? That's an investment. Do you understand? So what I need you to understand is that my mother's ability to have the consciousness that we discuss every week in this class. Pay attention. I want y'all to really, really follow this. I'm not just doing this just to talk about my mama or just because it's Mother's Day. I told you that's what financial consciousness is. It drives me these streams of consciousness. Process this. If all my mother was able to see, if she was only conscious of what was going on in her life in 1971, then I would not be here today. My mother maybe she wouldn't have any kids. Maybe, I definitely wouldn't be here. And I've been a massive blessing to my mother. I paid off my mama's house. She wanted to pay the house off. I said, let me write the damn check right now because I owe you. Do you understand? So what I'm saying to you is that it's that consciousness that allowed her to do that. Maybe it's God consciousness. Maybe, again, this is why I think consciousness is very metaphysical. It connects you and wires you into the universe. When you're wired to the universe, you are wired to God. And my mother's God consciousness, and they say that actually, specifically speaking, God lives in the sixth dimension. I won't go into the mathematics of that, but I thought about that because we talked about dimensions a lot when I was teaching math at the University of Kentucky, and I really believe God lives in about the sixth dimension. The sixth dimension is when you see all of everything that does exist, could exist, might have existed, all that. So that God consciousness, that connection to God my mother had, that allowed her to at least understand that, look, the rest of your life is not going to be 1971. You're not going to be a 17, 16-year-old kid for the rest of your life. These difficult times you're experiencing, that is your reality in the here and now. And I want you to really process this. I want you to think about how many people miss opportunities when it comes to wealth or anything, relationships or anything, because they can't see past the moment. Do you understand what I'm saying? I really want you to make the connection. I want you to connect the dots here. People that tend to do well financially and otherwise are simply people that can see further down the road. And what these people have is they have a higher level of consciousness. Just like I was explaining to you, if I'm in a car and I'm on the freeway and I'm in bumper to bumper traffic, my vision is very limited. All I can see, I can't see past the cars in front of me. And also I can't see what's off of this road. All I see is the highway and the car in front of me. Like all those thousands of times I drove from Louisville to Lexington, Kentucky to go to college, all I could see was one highway, and that was all I knew. And then one day with my flight instructor, we took a flight to from Louisville to Lexington, the same route I traveled thousands of times. And literally, I saw stuff I had never seen before. 99% of what I saw that morning is stuff I'd never seen before. And it opened my eyes to say, oh my God, there's so much more here that I'd never knew. But I didn't know there was a big canyon in the middle that was this beautiful with the big fog coming out of the canyon. Like it looked like smoke was coming out. It was because it's early in the morning. The most beautiful thing I'd ever, the sun's rising over it. I said, oh my God, this is amazing. So what I'm saying to you is that even when I think about Mother's Day and my mother and her decision to hand me to God and her ability to at least understand that her life wasn't always going to be, you know, what it was at that moment, that's literally financial. That's a version of financial consciousness. She knew that her financial situation wasn't always going to be what it is, and so the idea of getting rid of the life inside your body because you're having temporary financial problems was not necessarily the right move for her. In fact, they even when they talk about people taking their own lives, I remember I heard somebody say this, in some ad. They said that they use the S word. I don't like to use it because I don't want to make anybody sad today. But when someone takes their own life, they said that is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. And a lot of people make permanent solutions to temporary problems, and they pick solutions that don't work. For example, in the 2007 2008 financial crash, which was literally a gift from God. It was an opportunity to buy stock for $30 that was going to be worth $200 just a couple of years later. A lot of people took a permanent solution to a temporary problem. They saw the crash that was right in front of them, what was happening right now. And what did they do? They sold their stock. Millions of black people sold their stock. They said, I got to get out of this market because if I stay here, I'm going to keep on losing money. It's going to be bad. The people who had consciousness, financial consciousness, said this too shall pass. They said that this day, what's happening right now, Tuesday, January 8th or whatever, 2007, it's not always going to be 2007. We're going to get past this. It's going to be fine. The market's going to recover. Back during that time when I was trying to go on the radio and talk about economic intelligence to the black community, which at that time it wasn't very popular. Now everybody's talking about it. I'm very happy about that. At that time, nobody was doing it. I remember saying that there's no time in history where the stock market has crashed and never recovered. There's no time in history where the market has went down and did not come back up. So what are you afraid of? What are you worried about? Why are you allowing your fear to make you so irrational that you are trapped in the moment and you're going to throw away a massive economic opportunity because you're scared right now? So if you want to translate that to a Mother's Day message involving specifically the mother of Boyce Watkins, I applaud my mother. And my mother and I have had this conversation. When I was sitting in the hospital with her um, in downtown Louisville, when we'd gotten that horrible cancer diagnosis, which she beat the cancer, thank God, right? And we were in our darkest moment, and she just gotten out of the surgery, and we didn't know if she was going to make it, and we were just doing a prayer together. And I told my mother, I said, I'm gonna be here with you, just like the day I was born. Me and you, we were in downtown Louisville, and it was me and you and the nurse, the white nurse. Nobody else was there. My father was not there. My relatives were not there. I had nobody there and you were there for me at that time. I said, I'm gonna be right here with you, no matter what happens. So make those investments and be conscious of the bigger picture. Always remember there's something else coming after this. When something bad happens, this too shall pass. When something good happens, this too shall pass. So when the good times are coming, you prepare for the bad times. When the bad times are happening, you prepare for the good. Do you get what I'm saying? I think this is a great way to connect Mother's Day. And again, my sincere affection and love and appreciation for every mother out here doing their job, because I know that there are people out there that don't make it easy. I want to apologize on behalf of the men that are just mean, that just say mean things, because they've been hurt and they've gone through their experience, and they just don't have good things to say about black women and black mothers, and they don't I don't think they have a full understanding of what we've all gone through and how it's affected us. And so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing your job and investing in people like us. If my mother had protected me, do you understand what would have happened to me in that school system if my mother had not stood up for me? When those white ladies wanted to put me on medication, put me in special ed, all kinds, hold me back, kick me out, all these other things. It was my mother who was that first line of defense. My father was very important too. Don't get me wrong. We're going to hit that on Father's Day for sure. For sure. My father's a hero to me because he didn't have to take care of me. I wasn't his biological son. But my mother, shoot, my mother was in there fighting with them teachers, so for all those mothers that are doing it, I want to encourage you, because here's the thing, it wasn't easy. It was really hard. My mother, I did not make it easy for her. I was a rough child to keep up with. I can't be controlled by white folks. I've never been able to be controlled by anybody. So my mama couldn't control me either. So some of y'all got those little warriors in your house, those very strong young men that are strong-headed, know what they want out of life, and that's a wild Bronco that has to be managed. But if you love that Bronco, he's going to be loyal to you forever. And if you raise these kids properly, if we invest in them the way we should, you teach them wealth. We follow the Black Wealth Master Plan with these children. Learn to start a business by the age of 12, own stock by the age of 5. Be in a position to buy their first property by the age of 21 because you've done the $5 a day plan for several years for them. Guess what? That wealthy little outrageous kid with the big mouth and all the energy that was very hard for you to manage and control is going to go out here and kick the world in its ass, and he's going to go conquer. He's going to be like this ferocious lion that's going to go out and he's going to go and hunt and kill, and everything he kills and hunts, he's going to bring it back to his mama. He's going to bring it back to the people that he loves, the people that looked out for him when he was a little cub. And that's what I do. I go through the world. I am not a scared man. I was raised by a soldier. You will never punk me. I'm not scared of nothing. And so what I've done my whole life is I've gone out and I've hunted and I have killed, and I bring it all back to my mama and say, Mama, what do you want? What do you need from me right now? So invest in people. Your investments in people are far more significant than any investment you'll ever make in money. And I know some people may not get it. Some people think I'm being hoity-toity about it, or I'm talking about stuff that's aloof and disconnected from money. No, this is more important than money, because what you got to understand is that even during slavery, people were a source of wealth. Black people were a massive economic base for white America. We built this country. We were the ones. They you could get a did you know you could get a mortgage on slaves? If you had a bunch of healthy slaves, you could literally take that as collateral and go to the bank and say, I got all this wealth. And they say, well, what is your wealth? Well, I own these people. I have these people that will do what I tell them to do. And they say, oh, well, you're a very rich man because you got people. Do you understand? So a lot of y'all are rich and you don't even know it. A lot of you are very wealthy and you don't even know it. Now, by the way, Virginia says there's no sound. Can y'all hear me? Give me a yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. I want to make sure my audio's coming through okay. Give me a yes if the audio's coming through all right. Okay, so let's get back to that point. Thank you. I'm sorry, Virginia. I don't know what's happening on your end. Maybe you got a reboot or something like that. But literally, a lot of you are millionaires and don't even know it. If you got 4 or 5 kids, and those little minds can be molded to be what you want them to be, that's a source of wealth. But just like any other asset, it has to be managed properly. Assets have to be managed. In fact, let me go into another stream of consciousness on this. And I decided today I was going to answer a few of your questions. And also, by the way, I'm going to give you guys a list of stocks that you can buy for under $10. I'm going to put this list in the chat. And also, if you don't see it or you don't get it, if you text the word stock to 87948, I'm going to send it out on that list later on today. Just some of you have seen this list before. but some of you are new and maybe you've never gotten it. But if you want to get started investing, here's a list of stocks you can buy for under $10 because I know some of us feel a little bit safer buying cheaper, less expensive stocks. So let me put this in here. So let me go into another aspect of my stream of consciousness. All right. So yesterday, my wife and I went to see this play in downtown Chicago at this theater called the Steppenwolf, and it was directed by Felicia Rashad, and it was a play that was written by a guy named Brandon Gordon Jenkins, is that right, babe? Yeah, so Brandon Jordan Jenkins or something like that. A brilliant young playwright who was a finalist for Pulitzer stuff like that. And I see Antoinette's already saw the play. Yeah, it's called Purpose, and it was really good. And it didn't take me long to realize that the play was a reflection of on the family of Reverend Jesse Jackson. I picked up on that pretty quickly that it was sort of reflecting on this family and I guess what challenges they had. I mean, there were so many similarities you could easily tell. Like the patriarch was an old school civil rights leader, the who had some babies out of wedlock. The son was bipolar and he'd just gone to prison. His wife was going to go to prison. That happened to Reverend Jesse Jackson's family. His son and his son's wife, Sandy, both went to prison for some political stuff. And anyway, so I was watching this play and it was really, really good, right? It was really great. The acting was superb. The directing was amazing. The writing was extraordinarily good. But for me, it affected me a little bit because I do know the Jackson family and I know the sister Santita really, really well. And I remember Santita telling me stories about how tough it was to be the child of Jesse Jackson, right? She talked about just thinking, literally expecting that her father would get killed, just like her daddy's best friend, Martin Luther King. She just said, I just knew my daddy was going to get killed. And I just assumed that that was supposed to happen to all kids, that their daddies die, when they're young. And so there was a lot of trauma, a lot of tragedy, a lot of hardship that came, I think, with being part of that family. But then again, though, there were some mistakes for sure. And also, I think, though, at the same time, I wasn't sure how I felt about someone sort of writing a speculatory piece about someone else's family in a way that probably didn't make them very happy. I'm sure the family wasn't happy to be portrayed that way because I don't know if we're always able to be balanced in terms of sort of knowing what where we can give a little bit of grace while at the same time being honest but still kind of saying okay, this family sort of went through some things and also playing politics at the highest level is kind of a dirty game. It's kind of a dirty game in the sense that a lot of the things that I believe that the things that Jesse Jackson Jr. went to prison for, I believe that there are a lot of politicians in Chicago that do the same thing. Chicago's a very corrupt place. It's very corrupt. It's so corrupt that it's almost like you have to be corrupt to fit into this corrupt system. Like if you look at the history of Chicago, it's just been horrifically corrupt. I think we've had about three governors in Illinois that have gone to prison. That's how crazy Illinois is. It's ridiculous. And so anyway, but enough of that, right? I'm not here to speculate on the Jackson family and how they feel about this film or what they did or did not do. I can say for sure, though, I will say this. I like the play. I recommend it. It was well done, and I think it's a story worth seeing. But I don't think that we can assume we're seeing everything from an honest perspective. I'd like to hear the Jacksons family side, and I did hear it a little bit. Again, like I said, I knew some of the Jacksons and stuff like that. But I'm not here to pretend like anybody's perfect. But here's what I wanted to get to. So, in the play, and I looked up when I was watching the play, one of the things I always process is whenever I see the name of the play is called Purpose, Purpose. And whenever I watch a movie or a play, I don't really just look at the story or the characters. I want to also study the person who created all this. I want to understand the mind of the individual from which all this came. Because what happens, I find, is that a lot of playwrights and filmmakers and whatever, they speak through their characters, if you know what I mean, right? Like they will express their own issues or their own beliefs or their own political sensitivities through their characters, right? So of course, with Brandon Jacob Jenkins, I think that's his name. I read his background. He grew up in D.C. He had two parents, and what his dad was a dentist, and he studied. I think he went to Juilliard and NYU, got his master's there, and I forgot what he did for undergrad. Princeton. He went to Princeton. So of course I'm watching this, right, and the play is very much in tune with a lot of the more traditional, old school family values. The pastors or the patriarch's wife is very loyal and committed to keeping the family together. The family has a lot of fallout because they've got this big shadow of a man as the main patriarch, and the sons are trying to keep up with the big image that their father created. I promise this is getting back to the economics, so just bear with me on this as I tell the story. So the father has this big shadow because he's basically he was Jesse Jackson, but he was something else. He was this famous black pastor in Chicago, who was part of the civil rights movement, whose son was bipolar and went to prison. That kind of narrows it down. And the sons, as a result of sort of living under their father's shadow, one of the sons was on the spectrum for autism because of all the hoopla around his family. He couldn't take it. The other son was just bipolar, right? So he was spending time trying to earn the approval of his dad and really kind of struggling to be the man that his father was in the eyes of other people, right? Kind of like maybe Bronny James, LeBron James' son. He's not a great basketball player like his daddy was, so he's trying. There's the pressure of keeping up with that. Michael Jordan's sons had the same problem, I suspect. So, long story short, so this was kind of the whole story and the whole narrative. But one thing that was interesting was that based on the what I read in the bio about the director, I was like, okay, I'm waiting for the white liberal ideologies to kind of come in as well, right? So I'm like, where's the gay character? Where is the character? Where's the non-traditional stuff that's going to come in that he learned in Princeton? Because a lot of people don't understand this, but universities can be, if you want it to be critical, and I taught at universities for many, many years, they can be considered to be indoctrination factories for various ideas, particularly very leftist ideas, right? And I'm not against those ideas. I think some of those ideas are okay, but what does happen is sometimes they clash with traditional black family values, right? That's the reason why Dr. Claude Anderson, one of the greatest economic thinkers since Marcus Garvey, arguably the greatest since Marcus Garvey, right up there with Garvey, has never been invited to speak at Howard University, even though he lives right down the street. I mean, I just processed that Dr. Claude Anderson, the author of Powernomics, which was considered to be the economic Bible for the black community, in 40, 50 years has never once been invited to speak at Howard University, which is supposed to be an HBCU, right? So this kind of to me exposes, because think about it, and they've had many mediocre white people speak. They paid them tens of thousands of dollars, some of them with fees as much as $100,000. They paid that with no problem. But Dr. Anderson, they wouldn't even bring him in for free, right? And so what this really says to me, and this is a reminder that sometimes the value system of white liberals is not consistent with traditional black family values. And one problem too is that when you talk about things like integration and the civil rights movement, Dr. King began to realize before he died that we were integrating into a burning house. How many of y'all remember that? Give me a guess if you remember Dr. King speaking about how we're integrating into a burning house, that there's really nothing magical about going through life as a black person saying, I want to imitate white people as much as possible. I want to be as close to white people as I can be. I want to be just like them. I want our community to be like their community, our families to be like their families. Whatever they're doing is right and whatever we're doing is wrong. I think that was the wrong way to approach integration altogether. So here's what I saw in this play that's really interesting, and I'm stretching a little bit. I admit this, but this is what I really believe. So I saw this, and here's what was going on, right? So what happened was you had the playwright. He was expressing himself, by the way. He probably, the play really could have been called issues we have with the patriarchy, right? Like basically, why we can't stand these old school black men who had strong families because they don't believe in all the things that we believe in, like the gayness and the trans stuff, and the single mamahood, being sort of all the rage and all this other stuff, or abortion, whatever. They're not in alignment with those ideas. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be. I'm not saying those things are bad. I'm not saying. I want to make it clear. Give me a yes if you understand. I'm not telling you what to believe on any of these. I'm not telling you to be pro-life or pro-choice. I'm not telling you there's anything. There's definitely, I'm definitely not going to speak negative about single mothers, right? Because we know that that's complicated, right? I want to make sure we're clear on this so that you don't think I'm telling you which side to pick. But what I'm saying is that it became pretty apparent to me that there was this sort of idea being shared in the play through the playwright, which I think I would be curious to know what his experience was with his father. I'd be curious to know what his. I looked him up and I said, I bet you. I told my wife, I said, I bet you he does not have a black wife. In fact, I wonder if the playwright has a boyfriend or whatever. No disrespect to that, right? But you're in that space. You're in that whole Juilliard playwright performing art space, and you know what it comes with, right? It's kind of a liberal space. Nothing bad about it though. We got a daughter that's all into that, so nothing bad. But they're different from, say, traditional Southern family values, like like my daddy had, right? So here's what I want to get to. Here's the point I want to get to, and this comes down to investing. When it comes to investing in people, I told my wife, I said, here's what's happening in this play. And I think it makes sense based on the situation. So you're Jesse Jackson, and that's basically who they were portraying in this play. And you're from the South, and you have certain beliefs about family, about faith. You get married, you take care of your wife, you stay married, you raise your kids, you whatever you go out and you fight for them and you build a great life. So you've done these things, right? So now you become pretty famous. You're like Hollywood now, right? So now you got a lot of money, a lot of access, and you spent your whole life. Pay attention now. You've been fighting for this thing called integration. You've been fighting for the rights of Black people to live with white people, to go to the same schools as other people, to shop at the same businesses, to mingle with these captains of industry, right? To rub elbows with the CEO of Exxon or whatever. And then your children now, they're going to these private schools. They're living in these fancy white neighborhoods. They can go to Princeton, Yale, and Harvard, right? And what is interesting to me is what then happens though is that you are putting your children, you're trying to defend your legacy, right? Which the father could not defend. The father's biggest challenge was, my children are not continuing the legacy I started. My children are not a shadow of the man that I am. My children don't have the same values. My children are not in alignment with who I am, who my daddy was, and who my granddaddy was. I don't know who these guys are. But then if you think about this, though, process this. You spent your whole life fighting for this magical thing called integration. You want to be next to rich white people. Well, rich white people don't have the same values as hardworking traditional families from the South. They don't. They're different. They say things different. They wine and cheese parties, and everybody's sexually open, and there's 85 different genders, and like and the patriarchy's bad, and all these other things. Or yeah, you don't like somebody, you just divorce them, and you should choose to be a single mom. That's easier that way. Just whatever, right? Just these interesting ideas that are just very, very different. And that to me is one of the consequences of deep alignment with white liberalism that some of us fall into as Black people. I told my wife Alicia, I said, my belief is that if this father really wanted to defend his legacy, if him and the mother really wanted their children to be similar to them and have similar values, they should have probably educated those children themselves. They should have probably kept the children close to them, right? You got to understand. See, if you want your kids to be like you can't always just keep dropping them off at the babysitters. Because if your child's spending more time with the babysitter than they are with you, well, they're going to pick up values from the babysitter. They're gonna, if the babysitter likes basketball, your kid's gonna come home saying, I want to play basketball. Right? There's nothing wrong with playing basketball. But if you don't want, if you want them playing football, then you got to take them with you to the football field. You got to keep them close to you. Right. And I think that we've lost some of this in the sense that I think we don't understand cultural contagion well enough to realize that one of the most important investments that we need to make, going back to that investment in people and children and all that, one of the biggest investments we make with children is you got to spend time with them. If you want your kid to learn how to run the family business, you got to involve them. You got to give them opportunities to be a part of the family business. You got to talk to them about stuff. I told my wife, I said, if I had kids again right now, you know what I would do? I don't think I would do my best to never send my child to school ever with anyone. You know what I would do? I would hire a couple good tutors to travel with me and my boy, and we go do what we gonna do. I'm gonna do the Dr. Boyce Watkins thing. He gonna be right there, right next to me every day because he's getting on the job training on what it means to continue this legacy, and he's gonna love it. He's gonna be like The Rock. You know, The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, he went into WWE, and there's video of The Rock when he's 13 at his daddy's WWE events. His daddy was a WWE wrestler too. I don't know what he called himself. Maybe he called himself the Pebble or something. I have no idea. But anyway, but The Rock's father was this big, bulky wrestler, and you can see his 13-year-old son at the wrestling matches with his dad, like looking up in this admiration, like, I want to be like him. You understand? So I really thought about this, and I said, Rocky Johnson, thank you. So he was Rock, so the Rocky and then the Rock. Okay, that makes more sense. He probably wasn't the Pebble. The Pebble sounds kind of wimpy, right? But still, though, I personally think that if you want your children to continue the legacy, you've got to stop worshiping other people. You've got to stop sort of believing, and this is not a criticism to the Jackson family at all, because I told you I know some of them. I liked them. They were always nice to me. I know it's complicated. I get it, but still, they were very sweet to me. So I'm never ever going to say anything negative about those folks. You know, Reverend Jackson, he was always very kind. He gave me one of the best compliments. He literally told me on the phone in 2009. He said, if Dr. King were around, he'd be quoting you every day, Dr. Watkins. He'd be quoting you. And I don't know if he was just being flattering, but that was kind of like, whoa, Jesse Jackson just said that. That's cool, right? But anyway, but with that being said, though, I kind of think that we'd have to sort of, if you really want the children to connect to what you're doing and who you are and to take what you're doing to the next level, I think you have to work really hard to help them see how important the work is that you're doing. Like I mean, really, like it's like if I really believe that my family business is really important, then why would I be like, oh yeah, I want to send my kid off to, to Princeton and to go work for IBM or whatever. No, working with me is important too. I'm your dad. I'm your mother. Whatever. Like this is important also because this is our family legacy. Pouring into what we have is just as important as pouring into what they have. I'm gonna support you no matter what. I'm not gonna force you to do anything, but I want you to really see why this matters and where the benefits are. Because do you know when I was in Baltimore, I remember they were showing me around Baltimore and they showed me this abandoned strip mall that looked like it was just kind of dilapidated and everything else. There was not a single operating business in this strip mall. And he said, this area used to be full of booming black businesses. And I've heard this story many, many times. 18th Street in Louisville, Kentucky, where I'm from, same thing. 18th Street, I mean, it doesn't even look like a place where you would ever expect to see any significant black business being done. But in the 1940s and 1950s, booming nightclubs, restaurants, everything else, right? And same thing was true here, right? And he said, and what he said was that there was, he said the problem was that a lot of the kids didn't want to run their parents' businesses because their parents, what they thought they were working hard for was integration. They thought that they said, I'm working hard in this business so I can send you to college and I can send you to all these places where you can get invited to what I consider to be the tables of power. And I think that that's incorrect. I think really to the core of my soul that the dominant educator of black children should really be black people. And I believe that in 2024, we have the best opportunity in history to take the mantle of educating black children. I really do. I really believe that a parent who simply sits with their child for 3 or 4 hours a day, doesn't even have to be the whole day, 3 or 4 hours a day on the internet, and has them go through lessons and learning things and understanding how the world works, I believe that child will have a better education than a kid who goes to a place like Chicago Public Schools where 70-80% of the black children are coming out and they can't even read or do math at grade level. I just believe that. And I also believe it's not just important in terms of the quality of the education and skill, but it's really about the value system that gets injected into the child. You see, if my values are wrong, it doesn't matter how smart I am. If my values are corrupted, it doesn't matter how well trained I am. It doesn't matter how skilled I am. It doesn't matter how good I am at anything. If my values are incorrect, then that means that the bigger the weapon you give me, the bigger the gun you give me, the more I'm going to use that gun to kill people I love. I'm going to take that gun, I'm going to point it and shoot it in my mother's face because you didn't understand that it's not how powerful my gun is, it's where I decide to aim the damn thing. It's not what I have, it's what I do with it. And I want you to process this, right? I saw a great woman at Spelman who gave a speech where she talked about the fact that black faces in high places will never save us. And I want you to really think about how many high-powered black people we have who have risen to the heights of power, sit at the halls of power, tables of power, but literally would never in a million years ever think to use that power to actually do anything for the community from which they came. I know someone who works at a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund or something, and he said we just hired a black woman that's going to head this department, and she's in charge of a budget in the billions, in the billions. And I said, well, what kind of black person is she? Is she black or is she really black? And he said, oh, she's just black. She's not really black. And I looked up, I Google searched her, looked at her bio, and everything was just about as racially ambiguous as you would ever find. There was nothing that I saw in her history that said, okay, she's really like down for the cause. But then again, you have to think about America, right? Would she, if she was that kind of a black person, right? Would she even be in the position that she's in? The answer is probably no. It's probably no. I mean, really, if you're a happy white guy and you're running this company and you want to hire black people, why in the hell would you hire a Boyce Watkins? I wouldn't hire me if I were white. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't, because I'm gonna come up in there and I'm gonna redirect the whole ship. I'm gonna be like, we're gonna turn this sucker around. We're gonna do some reparations right now. We got some stuff, we got some important business to handle, and that's not super popular, right? Because we don't necessarily have the numbers to be able to justify a major corporation really inserting that much energy into the black community. I get that. I understand that. But what we have to do is I think that we can learn something from the Jewish community, though. I think we can learn something from the Jewish community because the Jewish community, again, as much as I'm gonna tell you the honest God truth, I'm not a big fan of what's happening in the Middle East. I'm also not a big fan of this. I kind of think it's funny that anytime you criticize anything they do, they always call it anti-Semitism. But I think that's like the ultimate hustle. That shows the power. The power is like, no, we're so powerful financially that we're going to just change laws so that anytime you say something that we don't like, we're just going to label you as anti-Semitic, and that's going to get you in trouble, right? And I think they're going to legislate that at some point because 93 out of 100 senators all get money from AIPAC, which is the lobby for Israel and all that, right? Which is fine. That's another conversation for another day. Not complaining about that. I'd rather focus on us. But what I think we can learn though from this is the following. That particular group of people is only about maybe 2.3% of the population. We're like 13%. They're like 2.3%. And to see a group that's that small accumulate that much independent economic power is absolutely mind-boggling. It is fascinating. It's like, you know what? I don't agree with you. Some of the stuff you do gets on my nerves. I kind of respect that. How did you do that? Seriously, I really think there has to be a moment where you stop getting mad about it and kind of say, man, let's reverse engineer this. Let's understand this. And let me just tell you, I've spent some time thinking about this. I really have. And one of the things I think that's really critical that's happened here is they've done a great job of integrating, but they're integrating from a position of power. See, they always wanted to integrate. They even wanted to assimilate. They wanted to assimilate. They're like, we want people to like us and to let us become part of whatever. So they did a lot of what we did. I think the difference was though that they came in with a type of intentionality that maybe we can learn from. Now, again, though, our situation's different, right? We were kind of the hated group. We were hated more than anybody, but there were a lot of people who didn't like Jewish people either. If you go back, you'll see where they have signs that say, no dogs and no Jews, stuff like that, right? So this was a real reality for them too, right? But again, I don't compare. I don't want to get into the oppression Olympics, like who went through the worst or whatever. I think that what we went through dominates anybody and everybody else. I really do. It was longer. It was more dramatic. It was a bigger theft. It killed culture, killed a lot of things, right? Let's start there. But here's the thing I want you to kind of think about though, is that when we're integrating, like if you think about the Great Black Migration, where we all went from the South up to the North and to California, what were we looking for? What were we looking to do? Why did answer me in the chat? It's one word. It starts with the letter J. Why did millions of black people migrate from the South to South Central California or Compton to New York to the North to Detroit, Chicago? Why were they moving north? Jobs. It was all about getting jobs. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And I wonder what would have happened if we integrated from just a different with a different kind of mindset that says, yeah, I might start with a job, but my ultimate goal is to get a capital base. My ultimate goal is to own something. My ultimate goal is to have wealth and property and assets. Like what if I had a time machine and I went back to 100 years ago to 1924 and I was speaking on the radio every single day. I'm a time traveler. This guy Boyce Watkins that came out of nowhere, but I really traveled from the year 2024 and every single day I speak to them the same way I speak to you. And this time, instead of my contemporaries being who they are, they're W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey and a lot of other people. And I'm just sort of doing this every single day. And let's say that there were a million people who understood the things that I'm talking to you guys about right now, which is the importance of having a capital base and how a capital base, if you have those assets to manage, that gives you freedom, that gives you mobility, that gives you the ability to get things done. And then also we worked on relationships so we could do things in a collaborative fashion and truly practice powernomics because we have the ability to work as a group. And then also at that time, we had more stable families. People got married, they stayed married. The children were more influenced by the parents. You also remember you didn't have integration at that time. So black people had to work with other black people. Black people had to they have these communities where you had the doctor, the lawyer, the dentist, the garbage man, and the maid all living in the same neighborhood. So it created a different kind of community. So you had communities, you had families, you had churches, you had people that really wanted to be on the same page because they kind of had a common adversary, which was the oppression that they were dealing with. I really think that when the 1960s came along and somebody said, we're going to desegregate, there could have been a greater conversation about the fact that desegregation is different from integration. That desegregation means that we don't have to be separate. We can mix if we want to, but we don't have to do that. We still want to have a little something of our own. We still want to own some assets that belong to us. We want to do what the Italians did when they went and they created Bank of America and turned that into a massive Italian power play. Y'all don't even know that the Bank of America was connected to the Bank of Italy, that ultimately it was an Italian family that came together and sort of made things happen. Or if you just looked all throughout the country and just what different mafia families did, Donald Trump, that's one of his histories of corruption is he did a lot of business with the mob because to be realistic in the 1970s to do $400 million construction projects you had to talk to the mafia. They controlled the labor unions and the construction workers and all this other stuff. If you didn't talk to them, then they would shut your whole operation down. So effectively, you've had these families and these groups, a lot of immigrant groups that have been able to integrate, but still separate just enough to make sure that they had some sort of a capital base, some sort of a base of operational power that solely belonged to them. I feel that with us, we kind of went deep into the whole like integrate with jobs sort of thing. And that really diluted a lot of our power because in America, if you integrate as an employee, you're not going to have a lot of power in this country. And that's really if you're white, black, Asian, or anything. America is not a country where employees have a lot of the power. America is not a country where consumers have a lot of the power. America is not a country where renters have a lot of the power. The power belongs to the people that own capital, right? So effectively, what I thought about with this play purpose was I said, if number one, if the patriarch really wanted his children to follow his legacy, I think that maybe a deeper investment in the children, keeping them close to you and next to you, would have done a little bit more to make sure that they understand why the work that you're doing is very important. We tend to think things are important if we're exposed to them. Like for example, my father was a cop. And I respect good cops because I saw what my father went through. I saw, it's hard to have your father in a profession where he could die any day. My father's had to kill people to stay alive to protect others, right? So he was a cop, but here's the thing: he kept me away from what he did as a cop. He never took me out in the streets with him. He never took me on a beat. He didn't take me to the office. I didn't even know where his office was located, and that was because he did not want me to do what he was doing. He did not feel that being a police officer was as noble of an outcome for his son as, say, becoming a finance professor or a lawyer or a doctor. So what did I do? Well, I did what Daddy said. I went off to college and became a college boy, and I became somewhat different from my father. I come home and I got a big stack of books on econometrics and mathematics, and he's laughing because I can't fix the sink. I don't know how to. My father built a whole extension to the house. He has all these skills in home building that I never learned because he was so busy pushing me in the direction he wanted me to go. It was almost like I'm nobody. I want you to be better than me. And I think that that's kind of what we believe. We want our kids to be better than us. But then again, it kind of makes me think like, well, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I mean, you're a good person. Most of you are, I assume, right? Because you're here. I like you. You're hardworking. You're focused. You're a learner. You're clearly a learner because you're sitting and you're coming to see me every morning, and you don't have to do this. You could be doing anything. It's a Sunday morning. What's wrong with you? And who really taught you that those white people in fancy offices are better than you? What? Because they got more money than you? Who cares? Is that your only metric? If having more money automatically makes a person better than you, then you should probably just become a white supremacist. You should probably just sign up for the Klan right now because white people have all the money. They have all the money. You can dress anything up with money. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. You can put lipstick and perfume on the pig, but that does not make that pig into Miss America. Money dresses things up. Money covers things up. Money makes something beautiful that's actually ugly and nasty. It makes something seem healthy that's actually toxic. It makes things look good that are actually evil to the core. And they'd say, "Oh, well, people are simple-minded. Their consciousness isn't very high, so we're just going to dress it up with money. We're going to take debaucherous, horrific, self-destructive behavior coming out of some ignorant drug addict who maybe worships the devil, and we're just going to put a lot of money around it, and that's going to make people admire that person and say, oh my God, you're so successful, you should come and talk to the kids at our elementary school." And nobody really stops to say, wait a minute, that doesn't know. See, so the point is to say that you can't just assume that because somebody's got more money than you that they're better than you. And I just ask you, like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your kids looking at you and saying, I want to be like my dad. I want to be like or I want to be a better version of my dad. I want to be a better version of my mom. Do you understand? Maybe I don't want to be exactly like them, but I want to be a better version. Now, mind you, I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of glad my father didn't guide me to being a cop because that was a dangerous job. But maybe he could have guided me to something. He could have at least taught me how to fix stuff around the house. I would have loved to hang out with him and learn how to, do the plumbing and put up the walls and everything. I don't know how to do any of that, right? So really, what I would just say to you is that when we bought into the integration myth, where we're shipping our children away, so they can so they can go digest values and culture from others that we admire more than ourselves, that often backfires because then when the person comes back and you say, I built this legacy, I've been working my butt off to build this family business, the business that put you through college, I need somebody to help me now. Well, your kid's not going to be interested. They're going to be like, no, I'm going to go work with the white people because they got nicer stuff and that's just more fun for me. And so again, if I could do it over again and I have kids, I would have about 6 kids, and all 6 of those kids will be kicking it with me every single day, every chance I got. Now, because I'm a busy man and I don't want to spend the whole day just teaching kids, I would hire like a couple of tutors and make sure those kids were learning at the highest levels. And then every time I took a trip, I would take them with me and we would educate ourselves through the world. Because remember, everything that's in a book is nothing more than a printing of things that are happening in the world. So the book is a replica of the world. It's a digest. It's like when I make a pill and it comes from a certain type of herb that comes out of a tree, right? The pill is just a reflection of what's already in nature. Do you understand? So the book, what you read in a textbook in school, is just sort of an artificial, almost virtual reality version of what you see in the world. So why not educate your children by taking them around the country with you as you are building your business or doing whatever it is that you're doing, or taking them with you every day to the shop, or taking them with you every day when you're doing negotiating contracts and all this other stuff. And then what you'll find is not just that they're going to learn a hell of a lot more, but you're going to be a whole lot more closer, and they're going to align with your values. So when I saw that show Purpose, or that really great play Purpose, I said, um, don't get me wrong. I don't think anybody's perfect, and I'm not going to say that they were off point in terms of the challenge of living under the shadow of a great black man like Jesse Jackson. But I said, I really think if I was him and I wanted my sons to really carry on my legacy, I would understand the importance of training them on just what is required to be a Jesse Jackson. You can't just tell them, you got to show them. You got to put them through the fire. They got to go through, you have to simulate enough pressure that it will match the amount of pressure that you had to go through to become the great man that you are. A lot of y'all are great. A lot of you, seriously, raise your hand, brag about yourself as you. A lot of y'all have overcome a lot. A lot of you started from the bottom, now you're here. You started from with poverty and trauma and chaos around you, and you've built a better life for yourself. You should be very proud of that. I think that's amazing. And I want you to reflect on, again, consciousness exercise. I want you to reflect on just how hard that was. Right? How many times you had to damn near hit rock bottom, go through the pits of hell, go through extraordinary pain in order to get to where you are. And the problem with your kids is your kids are not going to go through any of that pain. So they're not getting the high level training that you're getting. You got put through God's training camp, and somehow somebody told you that that was bad. And I don't think it's bad. I look at my life and I look at all the horrible things that happened, and I'm not saying I want everybody to go through that, but shit, I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did, because I learned that if you have the right attitude and you fight through whatever you're dealing with, it's only going to make you stronger. It's only going to make you better. So even your pain is a blessing. Your pain, your challenges, your struggles are opportunities, opportunities for growth. But we live in a wimpy ass world. I'm sorry, I think we live in a world that's soft. We live in a world where they all the kids play, all the kids compete, and everybody gets a trophy like they all won first place. They don't all shouldn't get first place. Maybe you get a participation sticker or something, right? For getting eighth place, that's fine. We love you too. But the kid that put in the extra work, I think, should get an extra reward. So really, I just personally think that some of what we're seeing, everything that's progressive isn't always good. And I would encourage you to, as you invest in yourself and invest in your family and invest in the people around you, pick your own standards and be comfortable with that. Be honest with that. But also remember that a lot of these things that they do address, like the things they address in the movie Purpose, are things that you might address in therapy that involve healing. Like, for example, the patriarch was very dismissive of what his sons were going through. He didn't believe it. He didn't care. He wasn't empathetic. Well, those are skills that I do think that someone from that old school, traditional, heavily traumatized background can learn that will make his family better. So I think you could be a great leader, but still be a good person at the same time. But I think it requires a commitment to all these things, the commitment to really even knowing what a great leader is. A lot of people don't even know what a great leader is. They think that for men, being a great leader means being the alpha male, like I'm going to just dominate and dismiss everybody and crush everybody and oppress everybody. That's not how you lead a group. That's not how you run a family. That's not how you get true loyalty from the people that are supposed to follow you. It's supposed to be a give and a take. It's supposed to be an ecosystem, just like economics. I talk to you all the time about recursive economics and how economics is an ecosystem. I give to you, you give to me. I pour into you, you pour into me, right? And not understanding that and thinking it's all about me and I get to be the family narcissist and everyone else must just circle around me and bow. That's not appropriate. That's not going to work. You're going to hurt a lot of people in that process, and they're not going to be loyal to you. They're going to secretly hate your guts because you're not even listening to how they feel. And I think that all these things can be incorporated into the black family. So not every progressive idea is bad. My daughter, my adopted daughter, she's very progressive, and I learned a lot from her. But also, I come in as an old school Southern black man that doesn't tolerate a lot of BS, and she learns from me too. I taught her a lot about manhood. And I'm like, look, sometimes somebody got to pay the bills. Sometimes somebody's got to put their feelings to the side and go make it happen. This is what I think a man needs to show up and do. And this is how I'm going to show up. And she respects that because when she's going through it, she knows she can count on Boyce. She knows I'm not going to ball up in the corner and cry in the fetal position because things got hard. So sometimes you need that. You need all of that, right? And I think that forming your own relationship with all these things is how you're going to be successful. Don't listen to the world, listen to yourself. Because again, the fact that you've been coming in here every day means you're probably smarter than 70, 80% of your friends. So you're going to have to turn to higher sources in order to understand how you want to navigate the world. All right. So anyway, I hope that this conversation was beneficial. I'm going to answer a few questions before we go. And in case you don't know, in case you want me to connect the dots, in terms of what we do in financial consciousness training, as I like to talk about all the things that connect to our economics, that connect to investing. And when I talk about investing, I'm not usually talking about money. I'm talking about any scarce resource that you allocate with the goal of acquiring more in the future. So just spending time in this room is an investment. Right? And I want you to do, and I always have to go back to that because I don't want people to think that I'm just talking about any and everything. No, I'm really talking about investing. No bigger investments you're ever going to make than the investments in your family. That's going to be bigger than any financial investment you make. And it's important for you to know, especially if you don't have a lot of money. If you don't have a lot of money, you're still an investor. You're still wealthy. You still got power. You still got stuff around you. All that stuff just has to be recognized and shaped in a way that fits the image that you want to see in the world. Manifest, manifest, manifest. That's my belief. That's my message for today. All right. So what I'm going to do is answer a few of your questions. If you have any questions about anything economically related, and also here's that list again of the stocks you can buy for under $10. So we can so for some people that really want like the direct financial stuff, here's something that can help you. And also I'm going to text this out a little bit later on today. So if you don't see the link, just text the word stock to 87948. I'm going to send this out a little bit later on. Let's see. Do I think hip hop is good or bad for the black community? I think it's mixed. Hip hop is like the black church. I think churches are good and churches are bad. It depends on which church you're talking about. So I think with rappers, it's like, which rapper are you talking about? The good ones or the bad ones? How do I put my book on Amazon? I would go to Fiverr and just find somebody that can do it. That's what I did with my book. I literally wrote the book and then I found somebody to edit it on Fiverr. And then I found somebody to put it on Amazon on Fiverr. Fiverr is really good. And also Upwork is another great place to get people that you can hire. Make sure you check the reviews though. Let's see. If I was 29 with no kids, married, no ownership of a house, but 20K plus debt, but inherited 150K, what would I do? Okay, I would invest in like an S&P 500 index fund, maybe like the ticker symbol SPY or VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, there's something there, the $5 a day plan. Also, I would look to buy property as soon as I could. If you are paying rent, why not take that rent and put it toward a home? Now you got a little bit of capital to do that. Also, we in our prime class, we actually people with that amount of capital, you literally can make enough income every week where you can pay all your bills and not have to work ever again if you manage the money properly. So if that's of interest to you, just go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. Like, so for example, if I had $100,000 or whatever, and I wanted to buy, I don't know, let's say 700 shares of Facebook stock, which might cost about 140,000 plus I could use margin and get another 140. I could, off that 700 shares of Facebook stock, make approximately $7,000 a month in extra income from selling the options, and it wouldn't be a highly risky investment. I could buy puts to protect my position. So ultimately, basically, when you have that kind of inheritance, $150,000, that's enough. If you know how to manage it, that's enough for you to never have to work again. Let's see here. All right, so let's see. Put your question in the Q&A section if you're inside the Zoom. If you're not on the text list, for Money in the Morning, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you a reminder periodically when we meet in the morning. We meet every morning at 10 a.m. for financial consciousness training. Let's see. My husband wants to join today. CapitalSyndicate.com. I think it's a scam. What's your opinion on private lending and real estate as a moneymaker? You know what, Veronica? I'm not a fan of investments that don't have liquidity. I like liquid stuff. I know people will say, oh, invest in the startup and you can make all this money. And unfortunately, it ends up feeling like a lottery ticket. I've only done illiquid investments, maybe in black-owned businesses, and sometimes it's really just not worked out. And the worst part about it wasn't just when it didn't work out, but it was also the fact that it took years to find out that it wasn't going to work out. Right. So, for example, if I think about money I put into one business, I put about $50,000 into a project that was run by some black folks. and it did not work out, and I had to really work hard to get the money back. And I didn't tell anybody about it because I didn't want to embarrass them or anything. I just said, "Come on, guys, you got to do better than this." And the thing about it that I didn't like too was that it was not liquid. So I'm not telling you what to do per se, but what I will say is, if you've got say 30,000 and you go to the stock market, you can sell that asset the next day if you want to and get all your money back, right? But if you put that in some website and it's like, and definitely I wouldn't put more than like say 3 or 4% of my portfolio in any of these investments, but you put it into a website for some 5 year project, you're going to wait a long time and you may not even get a higher ROI than you would have gotten otherwise. Do we still do crypto training? You know what? If you go to drboycrypto.com, I believe there's something there, or if you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, that's support at theblackbusinessschool.com, they can guide you to our crypto resources. But we have to get another crypto expert team. So that is not something I'm going to really recommend 100% until we make that next move. But we do have some other things. The Prime program is very, very active. If you go to drboyceprime.com, we sell options and make money that way. Also, we have the Black Stock Market program and things like that. Let's see here. Should you put your children on your credit card? Will this help them build credit in the future? You know what? It depends on the situation. I have to double check that, but I think that it does kind of help them build credit. But I think maybe helping them get their own card might be a good way to go. So I would maybe look into that. Um, as far as like putting them on the card, you mean like getting a card and putting their name on the card? I do believe that that does actually reflect on the credit score. That I cannot say for sure, but I do believe that it does. But you may want to double check that. What kind of entity should you create in order for a family to invest together? I think an LLC could get the job done. Just something that's structured. Okay, let's see here. Is Elon Musk programming AI worth investing in? Eh, I don't know. Elon used to be so easy to invest in, but now he's not going to dominate the EV market because the Chinese are going to do that. They kind of got him scrambling a little bit. And I guess the SpaceX stuff looks pretty good and the AI stuff is interesting. But he's also super political. So I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, so Freddie says it does reflect in the credit score. Okay, so there we go. Happy Mother's Day to Dr. Alicia. Thank you. I will tell her that. Tonila says Prime Class is so amazing and life changing. Yeah, I love it too. Because I mean, I'm in there with you. I mean, when y'all make money, I make money. When y'all lose money, I lose money. But what I focus on is the income aspect. That's literally all I think about with my options portfolio is generating the income because everybody has to pay bills. Antoinette says, "Good morning, Dr. Boyce. Is there a way to hear a replay of yesterday's introduction to stock options for beginners?" Yeah, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can get that for you. Give me a second. It's my wife. Hey, babe. Okay. Are they are they gonna call me or what? Okay. Well, tell them to call me and they can put me on the phone and I can verify that because I'm in. By the way, my class is listening to this family drama. So 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 who do I need to talk to? Yeah, they can call. Yeah, 1127. Okay. Yeah, tell them to call the hotel phone. I'll answer. All right. It's okay. Tell him to not throw away his key. All right. I'll talk to you in a little bit. All right, love you. Bye. Okay. Sorry. Thank you for giving me the space to deal with family stuff. They're gonna call me in a minute because our oldest lost his hotel room key and because they don't be keeping up with stuff. And so I gotta like verify his room because we're all on the family trip for Mother's Day weekend. That's not that anybody cares about any of this, but this is what's going on. So thank you for your patience. All right. So let's see. Good morning, Dr. Boyce. Is a way the replay. Oh, the introduction to stock options for beginners. Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you get access to that, Antoinette. I was in the airport and unable to attend. Oh, you're part of the Prime program. Yeah, and also in the Prime program, if you log in at drboyceprime.com, that recording will be in there, drboyceprime.com. So that recording of the introduction to selling stock options that we did yesterday is there. I'm gonna try to do another one again really soon. Let's see here. Michael says, "What are the stocks I need to start buying, and how may I need to accumulate before joining the Prime program?" In the Prime program, we have a list of what we call Dr. Boyce money makers. These are stocks that I like the most in terms of assets that can generate income, where you can sell options and generate, an amount of money that actually works and feels good. And so if you log in at drboyceprime.com, the moneymaker should be in there. And like one of the stocks I really like is Marathon Platforms right now, but I'm going to redo the grid tomorrow morning when the market's open. And so I don't know if Marathon's going to be on the list tomorrow, but I have liked that company. Sharon says, "Good morning, Doc. Have you heard of the Charles Schwab Starter Kit? If you're a first-time investor, you can open the account and they'll give you let's see, $101 of five S&P stock splices. Oh, that's great. I like that. Nice. Schwab is a good platform. I like Schwab a lot. Are money market accounts beneficial for kids accounts? Yeah, I think money markets are okay. I think because the interest rates are higher, so they pay more right now. So a lot of people are putting their money in money markets and CDs and T-bills because the rates are higher. I need to get in the Prime program with 5,000 be okay. Yeah, Agnes, you can get started with 5,000 and and then also the use of margin can expand the amount of money that you're able to make. It would probably generate, I'm guessing, like a few $100s per month in extra income. So there is a way to do that. I'd like to think of it just like starting a little business. You start a little business, you put a little money into it, and it does generate income. Like literally, you could do this on Monday, and your business would be making money on Monday. And I think that that's a more secure way to generate the cash flow from a business than what we normally do, which is throw a bunch of money out and hope for the best and have to learn 10,000 things and take classes on how to set up a landing page and websites and sales funnels and sell your product and go to seminars and all this other. I mean, you think about how much energy and money people spend just learning how to even run their business while they're losing money for the first 3 years. This is so much better because think about it, the first 2 or 3 years, you're going to put tens of thousands of dollars into this freaking thing and you may not get anything back. But I could show you where literally right now you could take if you had $20,000 or something. Um, Let me see, like right now, a person could go into I talked about marathon platforms earlier, right? So a person could literally go look at, say, a marathon platform stock and you could go and you could use margin and turn that 20,000 into say 30,000 and you could buy like let's say 2,000, let's do 2,000 shares or well let's say 1,500 shares of marathon, right? So because you also have to buy your puts to protect your position. So with 1,500 shares of marathon, if I sold my options and that expired say June 14th, I would per month be able to make about $2,600 a month by selling those options. Now, again, you have to manage the risk though, because it's a volatile stock. And like right now, it just had a bad week, but last week it had a great week. The week before it might have had a bad week. So these stocks go crazy and throw temper tantrums, but it's literally the easiest way to make money ever, right? So it's like starting a little business with, with your money and the business instantly starts generating cash. It requires no work from you whatsoever. It also is liquid. It's a liquid business. If you go out and you start a business right now as an entrepreneur, you're not going to be able to get your money back. If you decide 6 months in, I want to sell my business, who's going to buy it? Who's going to give you all the money that you put into that business? Nobody, right? Because there's no market for it, right? But for stocks, it's a massive market with thousands of participants ready to buy your business back from you at any moment. And so not only do I like this better than starting a business, I actually like it much better than real estate because think about it. The example I just gave you with Marathon, I was able to take about a $20,000 investment, maybe slightly more, whatever, and literally buy a property that can generate me almost about approximately $2,500 a month in income. What kind of house would I have to buy in real estate to generate 2,500 a month? I'd have to buy maybe a $400,000 property to do that, right? And then also it comes with a lot of work, a lot of expenses, and a lot of headaches, and a lot of administrative bureaucracy stuff. It's also not very liquid. Real estate takes a long time to sell. I don't hate real estate, don't get me wrong, but my wife and I are divesting away from real estate and moving toward stock options because it's just an easier, better way to generate cash flow. And we're at a point where we don't want a whole lot of headaches. We don't want a whole lot of extra work. We like chilling. We want to we want to get we want to move out of the house. We want to get these kids out the house, get us a nice place where it's just me and her and live our lives. We're not trying to just work all day long unless it's something that we really enjoy. Okay, so let's see. A couple more questions. What do you think about Fiverr stock? I didn't even know Fiverr was publicly traded. Fiverr's publicly traded? Really? Let me see. Fiverr International. Look at that. I did not know Fiverr was publicly traded. Um, I mean, the stock hasn't done very well. It's kind of gone down. Last year, it's gone down 23%. That's not good. Um, so if you believe that the dip is good, worth buying into, you could. I know the third quarter of last year they lost a lot of money. Sorry, the third quarter of 2022. I don't know why they had such a big loss. And they've been losing money pretty consistently. So you got to be really careful about companies that are losing money because if the banks ever freeze up and stop loaning them money, then they're going to be in big trouble. But, I don't know. I mean, if you believe that the company is one that is going to eventually find its way to profitability, then it could be worth buying. But remember, you don't want to put too much energy into one company. You want to just, if you like it, add it to your portfolio and move on. Would I add it? I mean, it doesn't stand out to me in any special way, but if I bought it, I wouldn't feel like I was stupid, especially given that the stock's taken a little bit of a dip recently. It looks like the last 3 months it's dropped by 20% in the last week. So, or the last week has actually gone up a lot, 11%. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really excited about it, but I don't hate it. Let's see. What are the benefits of money market accounts for kids? Just getting them in the habit of seeing compound interest, getting them in the habit of saving, putting money aside for their future. I think that's really important. My grandmother used to buy me savings bonds back when interest rates were much higher, and that's just a great habit to get kids into, so they can understand compound interest when they're young. Just remember that teaching economics to kids does not have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be a full class. It doesn't have to be crazy long lectures. It can literally just be simple stuff like, here, I bought you this savings bond or this CD, and it's only worth, $100 now, but it'll be worth $200 in 5 years or whatever, or 8 years. I'm going to sign up for Dr. Boyce Prime because you took time to answer my question and you didn't have to do that. So thank you. Looking forward to a good effort daily. Okay, well, good. And by the way, if I don't answer everybody's question, please don't take offense to it. It's not me trying to be rude. It's just that there's a lot of questions. Sometimes I can't answer them all. But the Prime program is really good. I wouldn't mention if it wasn't great. And also, there are students that are in the chat right now that are in the program. So ask them and to give you an honest assessment of their experience, so that you'll know where the value is. And it's really literally the stuff that I do. It's the way I make money for my wife and my kids. Okay. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you'd like to join us for our next class. And also remember, in the Black Business School, everything we do has a 30-day 100% money back guarantee. So if you're not happy for any reason, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will give you a full refund, no questions asked. They'll always take care of you. Their goal is to make you happy. So don't think that this is something that we're just pushing or anything like that. And also, I like the price point. We were told that the price point could be much higher because people are out here charging $10,000, $20,000 for similar programs, and I don't believe in that. I think that that's I don't like that because and they're less qualified. They like when you have a PhD in finance, you kind of see who knows what they're talking about and who doesn't. And there's a lot of people who are financial influencers and they don't know finance. They've never studied it. Like, but they're good at running their YouTube channel, and so people somehow believe that. But no, I really studied this stuff. All right, so let's see here. Audra, okay, I see your question about options and rolling calls and stuff like that. That's a better question for Prime. If you log into drboyceprime.com, there's a link, Audra, where you can leave a question like that. That's a detailed question. I don't want to answer that too much in a broad space where a lot of us don't know the details of that question. So log in at drboyceprime.com. There's a link where you can leave a question, and I'm going to do a Q&A in the next day or so, and I promise you I'll answer that question in extreme detail, and we can talk about that in class. What's your view on fixed index annuities? I think they're fine. They're definitely better than nothing. Um, I don't have a problem with that. Index universal life annuity, stuff like that. I think all that's fine. I think it's better to invest in something that is stable, even if the ROI isn't great. It's better to do that than to do what a lot of people do, which is to not invest at all. So yeah, I think it's fine for sure. Let's see here. All of the classes I have are great. I started myself off with the Millionaires of Tomorrow and went up from there. Good for you, Sharon. I'm proud of you. Yeah, blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's our HBCU for children, but we have a lot of adults that go through the program because the children literally have a financial literacy level that exceeds the average college educated adult, not the average adult, the average college educated adult. So our kids that go through the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program literally are better at finance and economics than most grown-ups are. So if you want to take a look at that, it might be good for your kids this summer because they're going to be home sitting around doing nothing. They might as well learn some economics. So feel free to go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com, and we cover real estate and crypto and everything else. They can get certifications in each area, right? So when they get the certifications, they can put them on their wall, almost the same way you did with your bachelor's degree, and that builds a lot of pride and self-esteem and lets them know they accomplished something. So the good way to get them to go through the program I've seen parents do is give their kid like a little bit of money, give them like a financial reward, just like a job. When you every certification you get, I'm going to give you $100 or $50 or whatever you can afford, and that'll motivate the kid, and that's going to actually put them in a position that's going to make a difference for the rest of their life. I wish I'd been exposed to these ideas when I was young. I didn't see some of these concepts until I was like 27 years old. So imagine if I'd seen them when I was seven. So anyway, I just encourage you to feel free to take a look at that. Let's see here. Rhonda says, stay away from IULs, do a properly structured whole life policy where your money's safe. I don't hate index universal life, Rhonda, but I do think that if it's not for you, not everything's for everybody. But I think IULs are better than nothing. But you are right in the sense that one thing about whole life policies that I didn't like was, and IULs too, is that some of them take so long to build up cash value. It's like I don't want to hear like I hate, what I hate it is when people that are selling like IULs and whole life policies, when they show me those charts and they'll be like, this is how much money you'll have at 100 when you're 102. I'm like, I don't want to talk about how much money I'm gonna have when I'm 102. That does not interest me right now. Like, I don't even know if I'm gonna even know what money is when I'm 102. So that's weird. They take the charts and they go way, way out. And what they're really kind of doing in the charts, they're showing you the power of compounding. And I respect that. But Lord, don't talk about how much money I'm gonna have when I'm 100. Talk about how much money I'm gonna have in 5 or 10 years. So let's start there, and then let's talk about 20 years and then 30 years. And that makes more sense. 50 years from now, I don't really know if I want to. I don't know. That doesn't interest me. I don't know. Anyway, and the same thing is true when you're talking about young people. When you're talking to kids about retirement, don't just talk about what they're going to have when they're 65. I think they should also know that as you're pouring money into this retirement account, that builds your capital base. You now have assets that can be collateral that you can borrow against. You can use those assets to quit your job. So when you get tired of your boss and you want to quit and you want to walk out that day, if you have 200 grand in your retirement account, you can use that 200 grand as collateral to get access to capital that will allow you to do things like sell stock options and generate income from that or whatever, right? Like literally a person that owns 1,000 shares of Facebook stock could make more money than a doctor just from selling the options on the stock and doing it very conservatively, very safely, no hustle, no chaos, no penitentiary chances. A person literally in that situation could make more money than most of the people out here doing multifamily property and all this stuff easily, right? So I'm not saying don't do those things. Those things are fine. I'm saying just know that the more you learn, the more options you have, the more ways you know to skin that economic cat. Let's see here. All right, so let me hop in. Let's see. Taquana says, "Do you know who I can contact to have the land company audited? I believe my mom is done paying for her land, and the company wants to send the receipts." You know what, Taquana, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. I think we have some attorneys attached to the Black Business School. I know that we do, that will probably know other attorneys that can help you with this. So one attorney that we had in the Black Business School, attorney Tanya Nebo, I know either she could do it or she knows people that can do it, but I guess it would depend on what state, and stuff like that. But there's a lot of attorneys that we have associated with the school. So email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. What do you think about Acorn? I love Acorn. I think Acorn's a great place for beginners. Let's see, what apps to allow teenagers to sell options on. Um, okay, let's see here. I don't know if there are a lot of apps that let teenagers do that. So you may have to have the account in your name. And I kind of believe when you give assets to kids, I kind of think that everything should be in your name until they're ready to receive it. I'm not a big fan of giving money to kids, just letting them have it and do whatever they want because their brain's not even fully developed till they're 25. So they're not going to make typically great decisions when it comes to money. So I think that if it's in your name and you just give them access to your account, I think that might be a better approach than just giving them a whole bunch of money. Because then if they lose it, you'd have to kill them and then you go to prison. And I can't talk to you. We can't do this conversation from jail. So I want you to be free and I don't want you to go to jail for killing nobody. So keep the money in your own name. All right, so let's see. What do you think about the BNGE ETF? Okay, Kamisha. All right. I know that name, Kamisha. I've heard it many times. BNGE. All right, BNGE. That's the First Trust S networking, streaming, and gaming ETF. I already don't like it, to be honest with you. It already sounds like too gimmicky. It hasn't been around that long. But let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, Tencent Holdings. That's a good company. Spotify, EA. Okay, not bad. Not bad. I mean, it's got a nice little selection of assets here. If you do some dollar cost averaging, maybe it can work. So I stand corrected. It's not so terrible. So yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see here. Kamana, is AMC a good company? No, it's not. What is ROI? ROI is return on investment. It's a ticker symbol for marathon platforms. Mara, asked Lisa. Yes, it is. MARA. How about learn the Rockefeller way? Insurance plus trust. Yes, that's how the Rockefellers stay rich. They have the Rockefeller Family Trust. I got to double check on that just to know more details, but I did go through the life of John Rockefeller, and he started off poor. He went through trauma. His father abandoned the family, and by him going through that, he used that trauma to make himself into a great man because he wanted to come through for his mama. So that's another great Mother's Day story to know that, like, when you love, like a mother's love is the most powerful, most important thing in the universe, in my opinion. And a mother's love is not just a miracle from God, but it's something that can really just raise us to the highest heights. If we don't have a mother's love, think about what happens to kids when they don't have a mother's love, when they grow up and they have nobody to hug them and nurture them or whatever. Well, they grow up and they become like serial killers or they drug addicts, stuff like that, right? So mother's love is not only necessary, but it's very, very powerful. And John D. Rockefeller was a person who had his mother's love, despite whatever was going on with his daddy. And that pushed him. His love for his mother and his desire to protect his mother drove him to become obsessed at an early age with economics. He was like our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow children, where he literally was learning how money works, how business works at an early age. In fact, Rockefeller his game was so tight. This guy literally had that saying, I've said this in class, where he said, if you spend all your time at work, how do you have time to make any money? That was literally what he said, that because he's like, oh, this is like, so what that means to me, what that said to me is that his economic consciousness was on 10. Right? And some of you have little Rockefellers in your family. So love them, guide them, teach them the right things, give them that opportunity to be great. Put them in a position where they can be exposed to ideas that are going to level them up. Expose them to me. Bring them to class if you want to. Bring them in with you. And I guarantee you, if they listen to me for a while and they're paying attention, they're going to be light years ahead of all the other kids, right? So let's get the little kids ready. I think our kids, when they are positioned properly and get the right opportunity, they can do anything. All right, so two more questions, and we're going to go. What do you think about Peloton? Oh, Peloton has so many problems. I wouldn't. I'm not personally interested in Peloton. I just not. No, thank you. Kawana says, when will the Prime Q&A from yesterday be posted online? It should be up in the next 24 to 48 hours. Chanel's usually right on it. If you cannot find it or have any challenges finding anything in the Prime program, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Or if you're interested in our kids programs or whatever, anything we can do to help you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can take care of you. Also, if you're interested in taking a look at the Prime program, you can go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Last but not least, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. If you're not on the list, text morning to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. If you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, and that will give you access to money in the morning. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I hope this conversation was beneficial to you, and happy Mother's Day again to all the mothers out here. We wouldn't be who we are without you. So God bless you. I'll see you all soon. Have a great day. Bye-bye. What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. I hope everybody's doing well tonight. I thought on the Saturday night I would analyze this stock market crash that everyone keeps predicting. There's so many people that are predicting that the economy is going to collapse, that the stock market is going to crash, and they kind of make these predictions all the time. And I kind of wanted to sort of give you my assessment of whether or not this is real or if it's much ado about nothing. So get comfortable, buckle up seatbelt. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones too late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent and serious Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and the reason I say this platform is for serious Black people is because we're not messing around when it comes to the racial wealth gap. We're not messing around when it comes to solving our economic problems. We're not messing around when it comes to being serious about our community. We're not messing around when it comes to being serious about our people. If that is who you are, and if you agree with the mission, and if that all makes sense to you, then give me a yes in the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Let me know how you feel about that, because this is something that we work on every single day in the Black Business School, and we're not playing. We're just not here to be second fiddle. We're not here to be lazy. We're not here to be weak. We're not here to play struggle-nomics or survivor-nomics. We want to play power-nomics. That's what we believe in. And so I want to say hello to everybody. Give me a quick yes also if you can hear me. I need to know if my audio is coming through okay. Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through all right. That way I will know if you guys can hear me. I have to do audio because my wife and I are on a trip, and I can't do video because we're in a hotel room, and y'all don't want to have to look at all that. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. All right, so let me let you all know what was on my mind today. I was actually sort of looking around, and I saw these articles online, and some of these articles basically were predicting a stock market crash. They were predicting a calamity of epic proportions. They were predicting kind of the end of the economic universe. They were predicting that the United States was going to, fall into collapse, and that the dollar was going to be worthless and all these other things. And I want to ask you all, how many of y'all see these things? Give me a yes if you see some of these articles and predictions, and everyone's telling you that BRICS is coming, so the dollar is going to be worthless, or the U.S. government has too much debt, so it's going to go bankrupt at any moment, or the stock market is hanging off a cliff and it's going to just collapse like crazy. Give me a yes if you've heard some of this, and I'm going to kind of give you some context on this. Now, the first thing I want to do, as you guys tell me, and I want to say hello to Tarika. I see Tarika put the first yes in there, and Tamara and Edward Washington out of Cleveland, Ohio. I see you. I want to acknowledge you and let you all know how much I appreciate you. Kashif out of Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn. Sean out of Harlem. Actually, we're going to do another stock option summit. The last one did really great. It was completely sold out, and you guys wanted more. So we're going to do another stock option summit probably this summer. And we chose Brooklyn as our location just because we got so much love out of Brooklyn. And I want to just acknowledge that. Now, here's the thing. So all these articles are out there predicting these market collapses, things like that. Now, here's the thing. Anything can happen. First off, let's just make that clear. Anything can happen. Things have happened before that we did not expect, etc. But one of the things I want to warn you guys about is that there is a whole industry built on predicting economic collapses. There's a whole industry of what I might call a lot of little chicken littles who all they do is they're kind of like, I don't know if y'all ever heard me talk about the Negro naysayers. Like the Negro naysayers are, these people that always find a problem with every solution. Like they literally get angry when Black people, when Black people try to come up with a solution for our own problems. Whenever we try to sort of figure out how to make ourselves better, they get mad, and they don't like it when Black people invest because they think there's no point in even trying. They think that Black-owned businesses are a waste of time because we don't know what we're doing, and they're just kind of negative, right? These Negro naysayers that Black people can't build no wealth, Black people can't build no businesses, Black people can't do it. And what these little Negro naysayers do, is they kind of just sit around and they don't do anything. They don't build anything. They don't actually create anything better. They don't give any sort of hope or any solutions. All they do is they wait for other people to try, and they just wait for them to fail. They sit back. They have the easiest job in the world. The Negro naysayer has the easiest job in the world because all they do is they sit back and they wait for people to fail. And what's interesting is that that's an easy job because guess what? 80% of all Black-owned businesses do fail. 80% of Black-owned businesses. So that means if y'all start 5 businesses in this room, 4 of them are going to fail. So here's the thing, though. I'm going to ask you a question. I promise I'm going to get to the point. Get to the point on this other topic in a minute, but it relates. I'm going to relate it to us as Black people. Let me ask y'all this: yes or no? Even though 80% of all Black-owned businesses fail, does that mean that we still need to start Black-owned businesses, or should we give up? Should Black people not invest because sometimes when you invest, things go wrong? Should Black people not try to build wealth because it's harder for us to do it because we're not white? Give me a yes or no. Do you think that we should keep going, or do you think we should give up? So the reason I ask y'all this question is because investing is hard, wealth building is hard, solving problems is hard. What is easy is to sit back with your little Negro naysayer, chicken little ass, and sit and wait and watch and hope that other people fail. To sit back and just wait for other people to mess up, wait for other people to stumble, and next thing you know, you tell them, "See, I told you so. I told you so. I told you so." Right? Well, the thing is that Black people are not the only ones who have the chicken little Negro naysayers in our communities. We also have these in the broader community. We have these in the broader financial space where you've got people who basically are just kind of economic Debbie Downers. They make their money by predicting the end of the world because they know that fear always sells. They know that if I write a book saying that the economy is going to collapse, your dollar is going to be worthless, the stock market's going straight to hell, I'm going to sell more copies of that book than I will sell of a book explaining how you can intelligently take advantage of the opportunities in front of you and build wealth like everybody else. Right. So ultimately, I want to just kind of warn you, just sort of let you know my precursor bias that while I do believe that economic collapses are possible, while I have seen economic collapses take place, I don't want you to fall for every single person that tells you that the economy is going to crash or that investing is a waste of time, because there are people who make tons of money when it comes to investing. So let me read some of this article to you. Before I begin, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I see DDS in the chat. DDS, you're my guy, brother. I appreciate you 100% because he watches the chat like a hawk, and he will, if you come in here with some nonsense or some immaturity, he will take them down without a doubt. And so this guy keeps our space clean, keeps it pure, and I respect him. Also, don't forget, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern, every morning we do a free class in the Black Business School 7 days a week for anybody that wants to elevate your economic consciousness or reach your economic potential. It is called Financial Consciousness Training. If you'd like to join me in this class for free, it's not going to be free for long, but for now, the live sessions are free. You can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and make sure you respond to the text messages, because if you don't respond, we're going to assume that you, or if you don't hit the link and come in, we're going to assume that you don't want to be bothered, and we don't want to bother anybody that doesn't want to be bothered. We're not forcing this on anybody. We're not begging anybody to want to learn economics. We're offering that to the community for those that are interested. And if those who don't respond after a while, we have to take you off the list because it costs money every time we text you. But we will text you if you want to be texted. Text the word morning to 87948, and we'll send you a reminder. We will be bright-eyed, bushy-tailed in the morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So feel free to join us. If you live in another country and you can't text the word morning to 87948, just go to drboyceelevate.com and you can join there, drboyceelevate.com. So we were talking about this article. And this article I'm going to read is in Business Insider. And what they said is that there are a bunch of doomsdayers, what they call doomsdayers, who believe that the economy is going to crash. They call them economic doomers. They said economic doomers are getting louder as they say the economy is headed for collapse. There's a Reddit group, apparently, called Economic Collapse. It's a subreddit. And it's risen by 80% from the end of 2021 to the end of 2023. So it's grown dramatically. They said there's a divergence between. Now, someone says, I thought it was at 10 a.m. Yes, 10 a.m. Eastern. Did I say 9 a.m.? You know what? I might have said 9 a.m. because that's Central Time. I apologize, everybody. It's 10 a.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. I hope I said that right. So please forgive me for saying that incorrectly. I hope I didn't confuse anybody. But yeah, and drboyceelevate.com, or text the word morning to 87948. So basically they said that there's a divergence between what experts say is a healthy economy and the experience of many individuals. And this is actually something I have been noticing, though. I have been noticing that despite the fact that most experts are saying that the economy is doing great, everything's wonderful, That's not the experience of most working class people. I was explaining that to our oldest son today. I said there's a big divergence between what the people at the top are saying about the economy and the people at the bottom. The people at the top, the people who own property, the people who own stock, and the people who own businesses, they feel like this is a great economy. The people at the Federal Reserve feel like we're in a great economy. But if you go talk to someone who, say, a minimum wage employee or somebody who is working in a factory, they're not going to give the same narrative. That narrative is not the same for them as it is for everybody else. So really, you do have multiple realities. It's almost like all of us are in the same building, and one person says, "Ooh, this building has a beautiful view," and that person is in the penthouse. They're at the very top in the luxury penthouse. But then the other person says, "No, the views in this building are terrible." But you realize that they're actually working in the basement. So the people working in the basement of the economic building, which is a great way to describe the economy, they're not seeing the view the same way people at the top are seeing it. That's 100% true. So I said here, Daniel, a Reddit user based in Washington, D.C., has been browsing the subreddit economic collapse for about 4 years. He says he isn't a doomsdayer, but he sees an economic implosion coming for the U.S. that could mirror the Soviet Union's collapse at the end of the Cold War. Daniel, who asked to only use his first name to protect his privacy, has taken steps to prepare for his grim vision of the future. He refuses to hold his savings accounts in cash and has all of his money invested in a portfolio of defense stocks, gold, crypto, and other assets he thinks will maintain their value. The one thing that our economy is going to be guaranteed is a wartime economy, he said. Only time will tell how bad it will truly get. Then he says, observers may be quick to dismiss such talk as conspiratorial or alarmist, but a growing number of people in online communities on Reddit and elsewhere say their unease about the economy and material conditions in the U.S. points to a coming collapse. The sentiment has been on the rise amid the frustration and anxiety that comes with the pandemic and never seem to subside, experts say, though most economists agree that the economy is probably fine for now. Interest in ultra bearish takes on the market or the economy is on the up based on raw search data. Google searches for stock market crash have jumped 17% over the last quarter, while searches for economic crash have surged 15%, according to the search analytics firm Glimpse. Membership on the subreddit, on the economic collapse subreddit, also climbed in recent years, rising by 80% from the end of 2021 to the end of 2023. The broader doomsday message board Collapse has also seen an increase in membership, rising 26% since the end of 2021. In both communities, users are sounding the alarm on all sorts of apocalyptic scenarios for the economy, with some predicting a stock market crash, a housing market crash, or total collapse of the U.S. financial system. One Redditor, who Business Insider connected with, who holds their identity private, said they believe the stock market would plummet if the Fed didn't continue to raise interest rates, causing a hyperinflation problem to spread through the economy. Okay. All right. So let me tell you all where some of the risk is there. I'm going to start with where I think they might be right, and then I'm going to explain to you why this doesn't panic me or freak me out. Areas of concern in the economy might be the following. Number one, Donald Trump right now is having trouble with some of his properties in New York, particularly his property on Wall Street. He's a building on Wall Street that isn't where the value's been dropping, the vacancy rates have been dropping, and this is representative of a broader trend that the general office market, office building market, office space market has started to really drop. That basically people don't want office space anymore because a lot of people are working from home, people are doing hybrid work. So a lot of those property values are dropping. Now, where this could affect the broader economy is that a lot of banks have clients that borrow money from them to invest in commercial real estate. So as the commercial real estate values drop, this problem spreads to banks. There was a guy that I wrote my dissertation under by the name of Andrew Caroli, Professor Andrew Caroli. I believe he's at Cornell now. He used to write about something called financial contagion. And basically what Professor Caroli was pretty much able to unearth and explain is that the economy has contagion just like you get a cold, that there are different segments of the global economy where when one thing happens in one area, it affects the other. So commercial real estate can pass their financial virus, on to the banks. And when banks get in trouble, that could be a problem for everyone. So they're not completely incorrect. There is a risk of a banking problem, and the Fed is watching that very closely. much of the banking problem is connected to the commercial real estate market. So I want to definitely make it clear that they're not speaking from outer space, that some of what they're saying could have some truth to it. And if you want to see what Professor Caroli looks like, there's his image on the screen. Hold on, I want to pull it up here so you guys can see it. Hold on, let me fix this. Yeah, there he is. And I'm gonna tell you like this. He's one of my favorite white people on the planet. I respect this white man immensely, and I love him because he got me through my dissertation. And if you know anything about getting a real PhD, I'm not talking about these little fake weekend PhDs people get. I had to do the real thing. It's very, very hard to do. I was the only African American on the entire planet to get a PhD in finance in the year 2002. There was no male, no female anywhere African American that got that same degree. This man was responsible for signing my dissertation. He literally emailed me one of the most important emails I ever got in my life, and the email literally said, "Your proposal looks good. Let's schedule a defense date." And that day, I remember just feeling so relieved. I mean, it was just so much pressure. So this man actually got me there, and he's a very nice guy. And it's really interesting because you're so used to the racism that comes from white American males. It's just crippling. No matter what level of society you're on, you just see that. And this guy happened to be from Canada. So I think that him being Canadian made him a little more open to working with a black person and being fair to me. And I will just say, you'll never hear me say a negative thing about this guy because he got me through my PhD process, which was really traumatic. But anyway, so he's one of the leading experts on earth in financial contagion, and that's relevant to this conversation. So basically, the commercial real estate market could become contagious to the banking system, which could become contagious to the broader economy at large. Also, you do have a debt problem in the United States. The government has an unsustainable amount of debt. Now, there are some who say, "Oh, don't worry about it because we can print money." I think that that's a really cavalier, almost very what's the word? Shall we say? It's an arrogant way to look at that problem. I think that we have a lot of economic irresponsibility from our politicians. There are lots of cities across America that are just flat broke. I think the mayor of Houston, I remember him literally using the words, "We're broke." And I personally will say this can't be healthy. There's nothing good about having politicians that are financially irresponsible. So that's a problem. And then also the stock market. There is evidence to say that the stock market could right now be, at least if it's not overvalued, it could at least be at a point where it's a little bit shaky. It's a little shaky because the expectations are very high. And if anything goes wrong, that could really cause a decline in the stock market. So as you prepare for these declines, as you prepare for these things, you just engage in straightforward risk management. Don't turn into Chicken Little. Don't run around screaming that the sky's falling because you're going to miss a lot of opportunities sitting on the sideline, crying like a little punk, just distracting all the real investors and the grown folks that are in the room. Most Chicken Littles, most people that are constantly worrying that the sky is falling, if you look in their bank accounts, most of these people are broke. And any relative, give me a yes if you have relatives in your family that think investing's crazy, that they think the whole economy is going to collapse, they think the stock market's completely fraudulent, and they don't participate. Give me a yes if you have relatives like that. And then so after you put a yes in the chat to tell me about your little sorry ass relatives that keep telling you not to invest, I want you to go look at their bank account. That's what I want you to do. I want you to go look at what kind of car are they driving. I want you to look at what kind of life are they living. Are they living the life you want? Are they driving the car you want to drive? Do they have the financial security that you desire to have? Yes or no? Most people who talk about investing or the market as if it's always bad and are always sort of looking for the negative people usually have negative outcomes. Just like that person who's always telling you that your boyfriend ain't crap, but she ain't got no boyfriend. She ain't got no man. She trying to make you single like her, or your guy, your the male friends that are telling you how to deal with your wife or your girlfriend. Well, guys like that don't have love in their life. Nobody loves them. That's why they act that way. So ultimately, people who talk that way are not people to listen to. Risk is always present. There's always something that can go wrong. So if Chicken Little is looking for something to be afraid of, Chicken Little will always find something. Give me a yes if you're following this and if you understand. Do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you want to know something I invested in recently, I did invest in uranium, in a uranium company or a uranium ETF. And the reason I did that is because there's predicted to be an energy shortage related to AI, and uranium is one of the places that helps with nuclear power plants. And so the Global X Uranium ETF Let's see here. The last month it's gone about 4%, maybe 14% this year. It's not going to make you rich, but it will give you an opportunity to participate in the expected increased demand for uranium, which is related to the use of nuclear power, which is related to AI. AI is going to be a power eater. So if you're interested in taking a look, this is not investing advice, but this is what I bought. The ticker symbol is URA. Somebody type URA in the chat so other people can see it. The ticker symbol is URA. Again, not investing advice. Just my 2 cents. If you'd like to see more of the stocks I pick for my students, you can go to drboycestocks.com. That URL's on the screen, drboycestocks.com. Okay, so let me finish reading the rest of this article here, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of context on it to help you understand how I sort of see these things. So they said here in this article about all the people that are predicting that the economy is going to crash. They said irrational. Let's see, another user warned that the recent run-up in AI stocks could lead to a dot-com style crash. Quote, irrational exuberance and greedy speculation. Big money to be made in the short term, but massive hangover when the party's over. I wouldn't want to be left holding the bag when it all falls in. Now, so what they're talking about is the big rise in NVIDIA stock. Now, a lot of you may have bought NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a great company to own in terms of the revenue. But one of the concerns about NVIDIA stock and the rise in the stock price is that when a stock moves up that much, there's always like this possibility that you're going to end up regretting ownership. I mean, it literally, if you've owned NVIDIA for 5 years, my wife and I have owned it for about 4 or 5 years, you've made a 2,196% return on NVIDIA stock during that time. That's pretty unbelievable. That's pretty massive. And what a lot of people are saying is that, okay, this big run up in AI, it's built on the potential of AI. It's built on this idea that AI is going to conquer the world. And everybody knows that AI is going to conquer the world, but nobody knows exactly what that's going to look like, right? So when they see NVIDIA, there are two camps with this NVIDIA thing. There are people that say, no, this is just the beginning. It's at the stock's at 898. It can keep going. It's going to go past 1,000. It's going to go to 1,500 to 2,000, whatever. That's one camp. The second camp is the camp that says, hold on, hold your horses. We're getting a little bit too excited about AI expectations. We're setting the expectations so high that if something goes wrong, we're going to be screwed. We're all going to be done. So really with AI and NVIDIA and all that, one of the things that I did was I did trim some of my NVIDIA holdings and diversify my portfolio because I didn't want one stock to be too much in my portfolio. I think we invested 5,000 in NVIDIA. That turned into 100,000. I'm okay with that. I'm okay walking away from some of that and still holding on to some stuff. Also, you can do little things like put options and all that. So that tends to help protect you from the downside. So it says here that many doomers say they're just presenting a more realistic version of the situation. Freddie Smith, the Florida-based real estate agent, says he isn't an alarmist, but regularly posts warnings on the economy on his social media accounts. In one TikTok, he speculates that the economy is now even worse than it was during the Great Depression due to the higher cost of living. Quote, they're still kind of sucking the money, pushing people over the edge or to the edge, Smith said of the government's treatment of the middle class. He anticipates rising homelessness and more people living paycheck to paycheck if economic reforms aren't made. I agree with that too. That's actually not a bad point. Also, even in the stock market, there are people who believe that the stock market hasn't been this overvalued since the Great Depression or right before the Great Depression, which was the end of the Roaring 20s in 1929. Jonathan Rose, the CEO of the commodities firm Genesis Gold Group, says he's also noticed increased anxiety among his clients. The number of investors he works with who have bought physical gold specifically as a store value has surged around 40 to 60% since the pandemic. So the pandemic put people on edge. It made people look at things like gold a little bit differently. I think the price of gold has been rising quite a bit. Let me see. I'm going to see if I can find a chart on the price of gold. It's been kind of crazy. Let me see if I can find a chart on the price of gold. I do remember reading. Yeah. 17% increase this year. Let me see if I can show you guys this screen so you can see it. But yeah, so the price of gold has really been kind of going crazy. And by the way, this podcast is on Spotify and Apple. So if you're not, but if you're watching on Spotify and Apple, you won't see the images, but I'll just tell you what's on the screen. But if you ever want to like just listen instead of watch, you can go to Spotify and Apple, just look up my name. Okay, so here is an image of gold. So you can see here that the price of gold has gone way, way up. If you go out 5 years, you'll see gold has gone up by about 85%. That's not bad. I mean, that's really good. This year so far, 14%. Last year, 17%. I don't think that really is the best you could have done with your money, though. There's so many other places you could have put your money that would have done so much better than gold. What gold really does, in my view, is it doesn't make you rich. Gold will keep you rich. Gold tends to be a great store of value that is a hedge against skyrocketing inflation, and that's why people buy gold. So they said here, people are looking to prep with metals. Rose said there's always a steady influx of people who are always looking to protect and diversify. But I think the past couple of years there's definitely been an uptick. The economic reality doesn't quite square up with what many on these forums say they're preparing for. The U.S. has avoided a recession that's been predicted for the last 2 years. The labor market also remains relatively robust, with the unemployment rate remaining near historic lows in March. Rose speculates that pessimism over the economy has surged since the start of the pandemic. That experience of uncertainty and fear has made people more aware of risks facing the economy, he says, which includes high debt, high government debt levels, rising geopolitical tensions, and stubbornly high inflation, all of which are a problem. Quote, I think there are just more problems today than there were 10 years ago. People are concerned about these problems, and they're saying that we are due for something to happen. Many people may also be reacting to the fact that they have lived their experience. That their lived experience of the economy may not be matching to the strength of the data that's been reported. That's true. I was just talking to our son about that today. I said there are a lot of people who think the economy is doing great, but there are a lot of people who don't feel like it's doing great. I said the people that feel like the economy is great are the people that tend to own assets. If you own stock and own real estate, or you own a business, the economy's been pretty good for you most likely. If you are a worker living off regular wages and you don't own any assets, the economy probably sucks because your boss is not giving you a raise that matches the rate of inflation. So think about this. If inflation's 7 or 8%, but you only got a 1% raise, that means that extra 6% is going to eat into your quality of life, right? It's going to eat into your ability to buy food and to pay rent and all the other things that we have to do. So effectively, this is one of the reasons why, if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, I've kind of laid out like that framework for the $5 a day plan, which I think every family should do for their children. But then also I actually refined the Black Wealth Master Plan this morning by basically giving 3 rules. Every Black child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12, just in case they can't get a job. Every Black child should own stock by the age of 5, and they should have stock bought for them consistently. And third, every Black child should be in a position to put a down payment on a property by the age of 21. It doesn't mean that they should buy the property at 21. It just means they should be able to buy property at 21. And the way they do that is by giving them something that's more important than a college degree. That is a capital base. That's where the $5 a day plan comes into play, because if you've been putting $5 a day or $150 a month in the stock market since that baby was little, that baby's going to have 6 figures, at least 100,000, maybe even more, to buy property if they want to, or start a business, right? So this gives them the ability to benefit in an inflationary economy as opposed to being left behind. So if you want to take a look, that's totally free. We talk about this a lot in the Black Business School. You can go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. Okay, guys. So generally speaking, what I want to point to really quickly, if you can hit the thumbs up button, is I'm going to point to some of the biggest crashes of all time. I'm going to just sort of tell you my perspective on this. Here's some of the biggest crashes of all time. First of all, there was the Wall Street crash of 1929. That was known as Black Tuesday, and that was pretty bad. That was the start of the Great Depression. Then there was Black Monday, 1987. That was October 19th, and that was when the market crashed, dropped 22% in a single day. The dot-com bubble was pretty bad. That was triggered by the collapse of speculative dot-com companies, and the crash led to major losses, mostly in tech stocks. A fourth one was 2008. They had the financial crash of 2008, which was initiated by the bursting of the U.S. housing bubble. And that was driven by what they called mortgage-backed securities, where they were basically lying and giving bad loans out and then saying to Wall Street that these are all great loans. So investors were investing in a portfolio of what they thought were good loans, but they were actually bad loans because they just had a bad system in place. And then in 2020, you had the market crash that occurred right at the start of the pandemic. Now, what I want to tell you with 100% clarity, without a single doubt in my mind, is that every single one of these crashes was a buying opportunity. Every crash I just mentioned to you created thousands and thousands of millionaires and even a few billionaires. Every one of these crashes created wealthy people. And you know what the difference between the people that created wealth from the crashes and the people that didn't? Was how you reacted. Look, here's the reality. Here's the truth. The economic storms are probably coming. There's going to be a day where hellfire rains on the sky, and the economy is going to go berserk, or the stock market's going to just act a fool, and prices are going to drop. It's going to happen. It happens all the time. Crashes occur all the time. And what I will say to you is the difference between the people that do well during the crashes and the ones who don't is whether or not you allow fear to conquer your soul as an investor. If you allow the fear to cause you to become so financially traumatized that you walk away from investing and you don't ever come back, well, then guess what? Somebody else is going to get your money. Somebody else is going to get the benefit of waiting out the storm and taking advantage of the economic recovery. Somebody else is going to get the money that you should have gotten. You paid the price for somebody else to get rich. And honestly, that's how capitalism works. Warren Buffett actually used to say that wealth is simply a transfer from impatient people to patient people. It's a transfer of money from the people that are into instant gratification versus people that are committed to delayed gratification. Wealth is basically a transfer from people who get scared versus people who can hold it out and wait, who can stand the rain a little bit. In 2020, that was an amazing opportunity to make an insane amount of money. There were so many stocks. There are countless numbers of stocks I can name that since the crash in 2020, they've either doubled or tripled or even quadrupled. That was your money. That was your money walking right past you if you did not have the economic consciousness to see what was happening, if you did not have the financial awareness to know what was going on. Give me a guess if you understand what I'm saying. Let me know if you get what I'm saying when I talk about financial awareness. I need you to let me know that you understand. Like, this is why I teach financial consciousness every morning. And I decided to do it for free because I don't want a price point. Now, sure, it costs us money to run the Black Business School. I gotta feed people with this, with the school. The school has to take care of the people that run the school. But this was something I said, I want to do this for free because we sometimes we forget that the word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So what happens is a lot of times we stay poor because money walks right past us. And because our financial awareness is low, we don't even see the opportunity lying in front of us. We're focused on whether or not Drake is a better rapper than Kendrick Lamar. And the rest of the world, the economic world, the smart investors are making insane amounts of money at the same time. So don't let that be you. Heighten your economic consciousness so you can take advantage of the next opportunity when it arises. And there will be, if we're lucky, we will have a crash. If we're lucky, we are going to see a stock market dip. If we're lucky, we are going to see a day where prices plummet. And when that happens, those who can go in there, hold their nose, buy up some assets, and wait out the storm are the ones who are going to walk away rich. You're the ones that are going to get paid. In fact, that's why, my lovely wife, who's a therapist, helped me to create the first ever Black financial therapy department. My wife is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. I am not an internet influencer, and she is not an internet influencer. We are professors. We are PhDs. We are scientists in our field. So she's not an influencer who can get on and tell you what you want to hear about relationships. She's a person that uses science to analyze relationships and to analyze psychology. She's licensed in what she does, unlike 90% of the influencers out there. So we are not internet influencers. We are professors. We are scientists. So she helped me to create the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School because I said some of our people need the mindset required to become an investor. You need a mindset required to overcome your trauma. You need the mindset required for you to have long-term delayed gratification. You need the mindset required that's going to give you the ability to withstand the storm so you can get access to the money. So anyway, that's it. My wife's website, by the way, is coachingwithdralicia.com. If you want to go see what she does and go look at her credentials and all that, you can feel free to do that. And so also before I head out of here, guys, I want to invite you, if you want to join us for financial consciousness training, we do this every morning for free at 10 a.m. Eastern in the Black Business School. It's online, so you can do it from anywhere. So if you'd like to get a notification or get an invitation, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And another way you can get in if you live overseas and you can't text the word morning to 87948, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com and you can join there as well. And I'll send you guys an invitation from Dr. Boyce Elevate also. All right, so I'm going to get out of here, guys. I hope you guys have a good day and a good night, and I appreciate you hanging out with me. I hope that this conversation was beneficial to you. Don't panic, don't freak out. These crashes happen all the time, and the recovery is usually shortly thereafter. There's no guarantees, but that's typically what the history says. Okay. Now, just a reminder: Jay Ortiz, who is a hip hop artist out of Philadelphia, he's on tour with the rapper called Kevin Gates right now. But Jay is holding an event in Philly called the Get Money Fest. And it's going to be basically a mix of art, fashion, and hip hop. But they're doing a major financial literacy component. They're bringing together people that know how to make money. mainly for independent business people or artists or anybody that wants to figure out how to make money, how to invest, how to raise money, all that stuff. He's bringing together experts, and I really love that. So I'm going to support him at this event. So if you'd like to join for free, you can go to getmoneyfest.com, and or you can in Philadelphia. I don't have the address in front of me, but it's going to be in Philadelphia on May 18th, and I think you can get in free. So feel free to join us in Philly. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. I hope you guys have a great night. Thank you so much for listening, and I will check back in with you guys soon. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning for consciousness training. Take care. Bye bye.
Because
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm, great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
I am excited today. This is a beautiful day. It is always a wonderful day to be Black and intelligent and to build our economics. Can I get an amen? Do you agree with me? I hope you agree. Hello. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm really excited. I'm very excited. I'm gonna tell you why in a minute. Every day when we do financial consciousness training, I meditate and I wait for God to send me the message that I want to share that day. And I'm very spiritual. I'm not so much religious, but I'm very spiritual, and that spirituality guides me in the sense that my wife also is into metaphysics and the subconscious mind, and I'm a big believer that if you obsess about something, if you are committed to something, if you're repetitive and just sort of almost maniacally connected to something, you're going to eventually gain insights into it. I almost think of it like the connection between a mother and a child. Most good mothers are fanatical about their children. I don't know. Give me a yes if you agree, ladies. When it comes to your kids, you don't play with when it comes to your children, you're thinking about them all the time. You know everything about them. You're just connected to them, and it becomes almost to the point where it transcends just logic and information. It goes into this almost like magical spiritual place where your child consciousness is just on level 10. Like something happens to your kid and you feel it in your body and you don't even know why you felt it or how you just know, right? So in a way I'm kind of connected. I don't know if I'd say that I can emulate the connection between a mother and child, but I'm always thinking about like Black economics like that every single day. I'm always sort of I have kind of a grudge over this idea that people believe that Black people just can't do anything right or that we're supposed to be in second place. I hate that. It absolutely drives me crazy. I don't think that's who we're supposed to be. I don't think we're supposed to get our butts kicked. I don't think we're supposed to be oppressed. I don't think we're supposed to be sitting behind somebody. I certainly am not built for begging. I'm not built to be a beggar. I don't know if anybody else, if you agree, let me know. But I'm not built to beg. I'm not built to get on my knees. I'm not built to be your secondary. I'm not built to do any of that. I believe we have everything that we need to be great. So anyway, so one anyway, I want to start today off with some information that may be helpful on a practical level, especially those of you that either are have children that are going to college, or maybe you're thinking about going back to school, or you have grandkids that are going to go to college and you want to share this information. It was something I ran across in the media, and then what I'm going to do is circle that down to something that I think is actually a pretty profound and powerful solution that, if you apply it in the right way, I guarantee you it's going to make a magical and an amazing difference in economic outcomes for your family, for the next 100, 200 years. And actually, it's really me sort of after sitting there, my wife and I went out of town, and I was sitting there with her at breakfast, and I drank my coffee, and we were just thinking about stuff and talking about stuff, and with her being a therapist, every conversation. Imagine just two professors just going back and forth about stuff. We're always sort of exploring ideas and thinking about things, right? Because as a therapist, she's able to go deep into the psychology of why we do what we do. Why does a man beat up his wife? Why does why does a woman divorce her husband? Why does a kid get depressed? Why does a person make bad choices? And or why does a person how's a person end up homeless and on drugs and whatever. And so some of this came to me after that conversation. So anyway, I'm going to first off let me know. Can you guys hear me? Give me a yes in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to make sure everybody can hear all right. And okay, I see Agnes and Gwen, Dorothea, Kevin Nibbs. I see you in here. Who else? Let's see, Dorothy Van Buren and Gina Mills, Ali Ochia, Carolyn Thomas. Good morning, Carolyn. Good morning to Tony Scott and Josephine Rainwater. Good morning to everybody. All right, and so anyway, let's jump in. And by the way, don't forget that we do financial consciousness training every single day, 7 days a week, 10 a.m. Eastern. The live sessions are free. The live sessions are free. If you want to get all the recordings, I think we've done about 100 of these lectures now. We've done 100 of these trainings, and if you want to get them all and you want to share them with your family, if you feel like this is profound and helpful to you, then I can share a link with you guys a little bit later where you can pass it on to whoever you think can benefit from this. I can guarantee you that if you give your kids, say, $20 to watch them all, or so, or $50 or whatever, it'll be the best investment you ever made. Because that's what I believe. I believe that when it comes to educating people that may or may not know the value of what you're teaching them, sometimes you gotta put a little sugar in the vegetables. You gotta, sweeten it up a little bit. And so I believe deeply in paying kids to do things that you know are going to benefit them long term. So if I go to my 12-year-old that doesn't want to learn economics, that doesn't understand why powernomics is important, that doesn't understand why when he's 35 years old he's going to be having night sweats and worried about money, then what I do is I say, hey, I'll give you $20 if you read this book, or I'll buy you a new pair of Jordans if you finish these lessons or something like that, right? I did that with my kids when they were teenagers, and my adopted kids, so-called adopted. They weren't legally adopted, but they're mine. And I remember literally compensating them because I was like, well, in life, think about it. In life, you get compensated to do stuff, right? You don't. Most of us that go to work, yes or no? Would you go to work if you weren't getting paid? Those of you those of us that have had jobs, let's think about a time when you had either have or had what might be considered to be a job, a regular job, or a job that you wouldn't do if you were doing it for free. Give me a yes if you understand where I'm coming from. That if they didn't pay you, would you come to work? Would you do that job every day? No, most people would not be at work if they weren't being paid, right? So for kids, I believe that learning about this stuff, learning about the stuff that you and I didn't understand was important until we were like 40 years old, learning this stuff is like a job. It's like, why would I want to learn this when I can go eat candy and play basketball? I know I wouldn't. I wouldn't if I got a choice between going to football practice and having fun playing football or sitting down and reading Powernomics when I'm 12. Hell no, I'm not doing that. But you give me a little reward. Now we talking, right? You give me $20. I'm broke. I'm a broke 12-year-old. $20 is like $1 billion to me. So you give me $20 and I'll read the whole book back and forth. And then on top of that, check this out. What you're doing is you're developing a psychological connection where the reward center of their brain is attached to, say, Powernomics. Let's say you said every time you you read a chapter in the Dr. Claude Anderson book, I'll give you $20. Well, they're going to attach the reward. Let me know if you get this. They're going to attach the reward of getting the money to reading the book. So that's going to make them want to do it more. Do you understand? Things that have a reward or a pleasure reward attached to them tend to be things that we want to do more. You know what I'm talking about. If we think about when maybe the first time you went into the bedroom and, had a special experience, if you know what I mean, right? We attach those reward centers. There's something, it relates to research. Anybody remember Pavlov's dog? Give me a yes if you've heard of Pavlov's dog. Pavlov's dog, I'll tell you about it for those that don't know. Pavlov's dog was this dog that they trained to salivate whenever they rang a bell. Because what they would do is they would ring the bell and give him food. And every time the bell rang, he knew the food was coming, like any dog, right? So he'd hear the bell and he starts salivating, like, I'm about to get some now, and so the food would come, and then what they did was they stopped giving him the food, and then but they would ring the bell without the food, and what they noticed was that he would salivate when he heard the bell, even if there was no food attached. That he formed a connection between the sound of the bell and the anticipation of the reward. That's which to me is very powerful in the sense that, so if you can attach positive rewards to doing things that might not otherwise be enjoyable for the child, like again, like reading Dr. Claude Anderson books when you're 12, or learning about budgeting and finance and stock market investing, things that they have yet to understand the value of, that might hold them over until they get to the point where they understand the value directly, because they will eventually know the value. See, they will eventually understand why economics is important. They're gonna know this, right? They're gonna know it because one day they're gonna be 35, 40 years old, and they're gonna have kids, and they're gonna be trying to pay bills, and then they're gonna know how important money is. Well, what other connection will they have? Well, if they're in a bad position, they're gonna say, gosh, if I don't go to work, I won't eat today. If I don't go to work, I won't get money that I need to do what I need to do. If I don't go to work, I'm going to experience extreme pain, the extreme pain of financial insecurity, homelessness, broke acidness, if you want to call it that. I'm going to experience these things. So to avoid these things, they're going to go to work every day. And I think that there is a big difference between doing something because you desire a better experience or a better life or a better feeling versus doing something because you're trying to avoid the pain of the bad feeling. And that's what I think a lot of us do. I think that what drives a lot of us, especially when you don't prepare, especially when you don't think ahead, is when you don't have investor vision. um, what drives a lot of people is pain avoidance. Like, think about it. Do you know that some of the most disciplined guys I know are guys who spent a long time in prison? And again, incarceration affected so many of our families. It took trillions of dollars out of the black community. Um, so I'm very sensitive to incarceration. It's happened in my family way too. My father went to prison. My uncle, who was my role model, he was like my older brother. I remember when he went to prison, and it broke him psychologically so bad that he was just mentally gone. And it was very tough. It's very tough when the person, your number one person on earth, the person you look up to, the person you follow around, your mentor, is just broken down to the point where he's such a broken little boy that you have to become the man. And I'm only 9 years old, 10 years old, trying to figure out how to become the man when he's 8 years older than me, and I'm looking to him for advice, and I find out that that's not good information. That's not, I can't follow him anymore. Do you understand? So me and him transitioned from mentee. I've transitioned from mentee to being the leader of our relationship when I was about 11 or 12 years old. It was really hard to do. And so that's what prison does to black families, in case you don't know. But anyway, but some of the most disciplined guys are guys who spent a lot of time in prison. And you think about it, right? Some of them, not everybody, but some guys were knuckleheads before they went to jail. Couldn't tell them nothing, couldn't control them for nothing, and whatever, right? So how do you go from being a a wild knucklehead to being super disciplined, and in prison you're walking in line, and you don't misstep, you don't speak out of turn, you do exactly what you're supposed, you do your chores when you're supposed to. Well, a lot of that is due to pain avoidance. What happens is that because they're in that situation, they pretty much say, look, we don't care about you. I don't love you like your mama does. If you get out of line, I'm gonna put this bat upside your head, or I'm going to electrocute you, or you might get shot, or whatever. So if you don't follow instructions, there's going to be lots of pain, right? And so when that happens, a lot of people, that's when they become disciplined. They become disciplined when it gets to the point where they're avoiding pain, by they're being disciplined to avoid pain, as opposed to being disciplined to experience something that they desire, to get something good. And so, what I really want for your kids, and I'm going to get to a little bit more to the topic in a second, but what I really want for your kids is I want them to be able to not have to simply wait until it's too late, to the point where they're getting up and going to work every day and working hard just to avoid the pain of not having enough money. Do you understand? There's so many people who work hard every day because they are scared, and they are traumatized by the fear of not having enough. Right? I don't want you to experience that. I want you to work hard because you are excited about all the possibilities that come with financial freedom and possibility in your life. I want your children to get that while they're young, so they're not 45 years old trying to play catch up. Do you understand? Right? So this is one of the reasons why I think that one bridge builder might be to simply pay them to do the stuff that they're supposed to do. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with paying kids to learn. A Harvard professor, Professor Roland Fryer, who I respect, he's interesting. His story is really fascinating. Harvard really did him just so dirty, but then again, though, that's what happens when you kind of become committed to these institutions. So in that regard, I kind of think it's like a funny story. But he's a great economist, and one thing that he found in the study was that when you pay kids to learn, guess what? They want to learn more because they're connecting the reward of money with knowledge. I think that that's fine. So anyway, let me jump into what I wanted to share with you. So what I did was I saw this list of colleges that have the graduates with the highest pay, and I'm gonna read that list to you, and then I'm going to also tell you which majors pay the most money in case this is of interest to you, and then I'm going to give you a little secret. I'm going to tell you about a major that pays 10 times more than all these majors in here, and I think that and this is what's going to really be the kicker for our conversation. So let me mention to you this is the list of the schools that pay the most money. You ready? All right. So MIT pay the average make a graduate makes 91,000. Stanford $90,900. Harvard Mudd College, who knew? $85,600. Princeton 83.9. University of Pennsylvania 78.2. Harvard 81.5. Caltech 74.8. Carnegie Mellon 89. The Naval Academy 82.9. Santa Clara University 76.9. Okay. Now, um, now here are the majors that pay the most money. In case you want to know, in case you want to tell your kids, a lot of you have kids and grandkids going to college. Okay. Petroleum engineering. Let's see, electrical engineering and computer science. Applied economics and management. Operations research is number four. Operations research that specialists in this field use advanced mathematical and analytical methods to solve decision-making problems, leading to high compensation. Next, number five is public accounting. Number six is chemical engineering. Number seven is quantitative business analysis. Number eight is pharmacy. Number nine is aeronautics and astronautics. Wow, focusing on the design and development of aircraft and spacecraft. This major appeals to those interested in aviation and space exploration. Okay, all right. So, and this came from College Mind Degree Choices and Kiplinger.com. Okay, so there we go. So we have the top colleges that pay the most money and the top majors to pick if you want to make money. And this really is the nuance of my position on college. You guys have heard me talk about college before, and if you've listened to that conversation, you'll know that I'm not anti-college at all. I think college is a great experience, but I am concerned about the number of people that go to college and don't pick a major that is going to give them an adequate livelihood. A lot of people go to college and it's a 4 year party with step shows and everything else, and next thing you know, they have a big pile of debt and nothing in their resume that makes an employer want to even consider hiring them. There's nothing about going to college for 4 years that will make an employer, and I am an employer, I employ lots of people, that will make an employer want to hire you. You have to have skill. You have to have some sort of ability that helps to solve an important problem that will help the employer to achieve their goal, right? And so that piece of paper only means as much as it actually means. And so for some people, they don't know because they're first generation. That piece of paper means absolutely nothing. If I know that all you did was go to college and major in something worthless and spend 4 years going to step shows, which is why college attendance has been one of the great wealth drainers of the black community because college is very expensive. Half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. When they default on their student loans, that means they have bad credit. If you have bad credit, that means it's much harder for you to do the things that actually build wealth, like buy real estate, start businesses, invest in stocks, things like that. And so on top of that, their incomes and salaries are much lower than what they anticipated them to be, and because the economy is to some extent somewhat rigged if you don't understand how it works. Okay, but because again, as an economic scientist, I hope to share some things with you that will help you to deal with this. Now, here's what I'm going to say to you. I read that list to you, and there's a part of me that if you had talked to me at the age of 30, I would have read this list very enthusiastically. At the age of 30, I was working on a book called Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About College. The book is out there. I wanted to take everything I'd learned from teaching college students for all those years and just blast it onto a bunch of pages and say, hey, look, here's the secrets. Here's what you need to know. I sat there with one of my daughter's friends and talked to her about college. And I said, look, here's how you make straight A's. It's not hard. All you got to do is make sure you study 4 hours a day. If you go to work, you're going to work 8 or 9 hours a day. So go to a quiet, well lit location, sit there for 4 or 5 hours a day, just like it's a job, and you're going to blow away all your classmates. I said, number two, don't procrastinate. Most college students will make it easy for you to destroy them grade wise because a big chunk of them are going to wait until the last minute. They're going to try to learn a month's worth of stuff in 3 days, which never works. They're going to be drinking all this all the caffeine and taking the no dose and the Ritalin and all this other stuff. And then they're going to come in stressed out, eyes big, scared to death, sweating and everything else because they've been sleep deprived. And then they're still going to get a C on the test. So I was like, why work that hard to get a C when you can get an A by simply starting a little bit sooner than everybody else? I said preparation is the key to success. You can't learn a month's worth of stuff in 3 days. That's silly. I said number three, go see your professors once a week. If you go talk to the professor and they get to know you as a human being instead of a number on a page, then they're going to have a bias toward you. Bias is very real. Bias just exists, right? So if they know you as a human being and not just a number on a sheet, then they're more likely to say they'll look at their grades and when they're given the final grade, they'll say, "Oh, I know this person. This person shows up and and comes to see me once a week." So they're gonna if your grade is teetering between an A and a B, they're gonna give you an A lot of times because they know you. And then also when you need a letter of recommendation, they're gonna write it from a personal perspective as opposed to just somebody who made a good grade in my class. And that's relationship building, which is really a great lesson for life because anybody who knows anything about business, tell me if you know this, tell me if you agree. People that know business, that really know business at a high level, will tell you everything's about relationships. If people know you and like you and trust you and they're friends with you, they'll do stuff for you that they would never do for a stranger that's 20 times more qualified. Because people that deal with big money and stuff like that, trust is huge. They have so many people that they can't trust strangers, but if they know you, they start to trust you. And next thing you know, you got the business deal, and people are like, he only got it because he's friends with some. Yeah, that's because people, they can't trust new people. They don't know you. You're just on a piece of paper. But if I know you as a human being, that's a different kind of relationship. So relationships are everything. What else did I tell her? I said, oh, and when you come to class, sit in the front row, and then because you read all the chapters in advance, you can answer all the questions, and then the teacher will think you're smart. You could be dumb as a brick, but they're going to think you smart. You're smart. Why? Well, because nobody else did the reading. The teacher will say, everybody read chapter 5 by tomorrow. Don't nobody read chapter 5 by tomorrow. 80%, 80% of the students are not going to read chapter 5 by tomorrow because college students, unfortunately, can be very lazy. This is the first experience they've ever had where they had to discipline themselves. Some of them have zero self discipline. So the kids who did read the chapter in advance and can answer the questions, which literally I'm going to explain this to everyone. Everyone in the room is going to know this concept in 5 minutes. But because you learned it 5 minutes earlier, or you knew it 5 minutes earlier, and you answered the question when I asked it, that's going to make me say, "Oh, you must be the smart one." So when I identify you as the smart one, then I'm going to start treating you like the smart one, which means I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. So just little things like that go a long way. And so once I figured out the formula, I think the best thing that happened to me in college was that I never made good grades before. I didn't know how to be a student. I didn't know how to study. The best thing that helped me in college was that I knew how to work hard. I knew how to prepare. I knew what hard work looked like. I knew what preparation looked like. I knew what consistency looked like. So I took hard work, preparation, and consistency and just said, okay, let me try on this college thing and see if it works. Because I really learned it from sports and I learned it from working at Taco Bell and I learned it from my father. And that allowed me. And so what happened was the other black students were like, here, I was here. I had the highest grade point average of all the black students on the entire campus for the entire 4 years I was there. There was nobody who was ever even close to me. I was clearly the number. I was the Shaquille O'Neal, the Michael Jordan of all the students on the campus. And it wasn't because I was smarter than everyone. It was just because I prepared and I just did things that seemed to me to be common sense. But I'd also actually, in hindsight, I'd just grown up a little faster because I'd had some tougher experiences that let me know that life ain't playing with you. That you can't go out here acting a damn fool, throwing away your opportunities, being lazy, being ignorant, and being a day late and a dollar short, and expect that the world is not going to kick you in your whole entire ass. Excuse my French. Seriously, that's how I saw life. Was like, if I'm not ready as a black man, I'm gonna get destroyed. Nobody's gonna feel sorry for me. Nobody's gonna come save me. The white man don't care nothing about me. So I had no illusions about any of this. So so having that mindset really gave me a lot of strength, right? And which is very much in contrast to the fact that I believe that they treat black people almost like we're disabled children, and you expect you're waiting. It's like you're sitting on the sideline waiting for the bus to arrive, and the bus don't come. So you sitting out there hot, sweating, tired, waiting with your little bus ticket and all this hope in the world. You got all the hope in the world, and then the bus never arrives. Well, I'm not waiting for the damn bus. I'm gonna start walking. That's the kind of kid I was, right? So long story short, this was my college experience. And so I think anything like that can be conquered if you go back to the basics, if you go back to common sense. Anything in America for Black people, in my opinion, can be conquered if we go back to these basic ideas of understanding that don't nobody really care about you and your family except you. If you don't care about your situation, nobody else will. If you don't fix it, no one will. The hero is not coming. The saviors are not coming. I just really believe that, and I hope I don't sound too cynical. I hope I'm not hurting anybody's feelings. I'm sure some people are going to be uncomfortable with me saying this, but I really truly believe that we are the heroes that we're waiting for. If we don't show up, then nobody will. If we never show up, no one will ever show up. And then if you don't show up for your kids, you know ain't nobody showing up for your kids. Even Black people, there are even millions of Black people who don't care about other Black people's kids. So if even Black people, let's think about it. Look on the internet. Look at how many men say, "I ain't taking care of no kids that ain't mine. Those little raggedy kids. Why am I going to date a single mom with those kids ain't mine? I didn't make those." Even Black people don't care about other Black people's kids. So if Black people don't care about other Black people's kids, what makes you think white people are going to care about your kids? And I know that this, when I talk like this, it scares people and makes them sad, and they get mad. Show me where I'm wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. Prove me wrong. If I am wrong, prove me wrong. And you can't. You can't. So here's what I'm about to share with you. I mentioned to you this list of all the universities where the graduates make the most money. I mentioned all the majors where the salaries are the highest. Um, I want to let you all know a little secret about that list. As I'm reading this list, again, the 30-year-old me would have read that list to you and been very enthusiastic. The 52-year-old version of me is reading this list and saying, wow, this is really a pack of bullshit. This list is garbage. It doesn't mean a whole lot relative to what's really out here in this world and how things really work. And I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm saying that in the 20 years since I got my PhD, I have understood things that I did not understand 20 years ago. And so I'm going to tell you the major that I believe every Black child should have in college that will pay them 10 times more. If they master it, it will pay them 10 times more than any of the majors that I just listed. And that major is Black economics. Black economics. If your child, grandchild majors in Black economics, and this is not a major that's going to be given at a white university, it's not a major that's going to be given at an HBCU. It is a custom design major that you design yourself. If you major in Black economics, then you will win. Why is that important? Why do I say major in Black economics? What does that mean? It means that I'm going to understand economics from a Black perspective. I'm going to understand all the challenges, opportunities, limitations, and possibilities that exist for me specifically as a Black man or Black woman in America. I'm going to really understand that. I'm going to understand all of the cultural dynamics that shape the Black economic realities in America. I can't approach uh, this issue as if I'm white because I'm not white. White people can't say, hey, I've got 5 cousins that all went to prison. Most white people can't say, I know somebody whose mama put the light bill in their name when they were 3 and it ruined their credit. Most white people can't say, it was just me and my moms the whole time. You know, the stories the athletes give when they're about to get drafted. It was just me and my moms, and it was hard, and we couldn't eat, and it was real tough. And now I'm gonna buy my mama. But that story, that you don't hear a lot of white athletes telling that story. They'll be sitting there with their mom and their dad because they're not in a situation where 76% of their children are growing up without a father inside the house. You're not. You. What I'm saying is that Black economics means that I understand fully that in this world, and it's unfortunate, but it's true. If I get the same credentials as the white guy and I apply for the same job as him, my odds of getting that job are going to be lower than his odds of getting that job. And a lot of it obviously is connected to old school racism, but then some of it is connected to just simple human biases. Human beings relate to people that are like themselves. I've never been under the illusion that a white guy would look at me and look at another white guy with blonde hair and blue eyes like him and see us as the same. That to me is a fantasy world. That's a type of social engineering that I do not believe exists. Because I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. If I'm looking at a young Black man
who I see as a young Boyce Watkins, and he's sitting next to a guy who's a little Mexican kid, I might love them both. I might help them both, but I'm gonna connect more with the young Boyce than I am with you know little Paco. No disrespect. I know I just made that name up. I hope that didn't sound ignorant when I said that. But seriously, I'm not gonna and really, truth be told, most people believe that kids should have a place, a community, some space that it belongs to them. Like every time, when you have, think about it. Imagine if your child kept bringing their friend over for dinner every day, and their friend was eating up all the food and then sleeping on the couch and then constantly at your house. At some point, you would say, "Well, where's your family? Like, where do you live? Where's your mama at?" You stink today. Like, do you have does he have a mama at home? Like, what's going on here? Right? And maybe you can take them in if you can, but you can only take in so many kids. You can't let them all come live with you. So you assume that they have some place to go. Who are your people? Where's your family at? And to some extent, economically speaking, that's kind of, I think, what people look at when they see black people. Is they say, well, who are your people? Where's your community? Where are the people that have your back? Where are the people? We got people that have our back, and we're going to fight on our. I'm Jewish, and I know that other Jewish people are going to have my back, and I've got Israel and all this other stuff. What do you have? Where's your who backs you up? And you say, well, nobody. I'm hoping that the Israelis will back me up just like they would Jewish kids, and they're going to be like, they're going to look at you like you crazy, like something's wrong with you. So here's what I think. So let's circle back. I believe that majoring in black economics is not just the best way for a young black person to protect themselves by understanding all the subtleties that come with being black, all the ways that you have to look at economics differently if you're black. Because remember, if you're black and you start a business, you may not have the same support that you would have if you were white or if you were Asian. If you're black and you start a family, it's going to be different from being white or Asian or Jewish and starting a family. They have thousands of years of traditions and culture to lean on. We don't have all that. That's one of the reasons that our families just crumble and fall apart. So ultimately, black economics to me is understanding the integration between black culture and what we're trying to achieve economically and making sure you master that. It's almost like medication. They talk about AI. I saw something the other day where they were saying that AI is having a lot of breakthroughs in the bending of proteins and molecules or something, and looking at all the different structures to develop all these new drugs. And they're saying in the next few years, AI is going to be able to develop some really amazing drugs, they say, right, that will heal lots of stuff that was previously uncurable, which is also scary because there's gonna be a lot of illegal drugs created that will create, the worst kinds of zombies we can ever imagine, right? So just say no to that. But at the same time, though, when I thought about that, it makes me think about the fact that typically in medicine, when you're curing something or solving that health problem, the custom solutions are the best solutions. You can't solve everything with an aspirin. You can't um you can't you can't go in and treat every patient the same, right? You have to have something that's custom made. So I see black economics as being a custom approach to solving your economic challenges as a black person. But then on the flip side of that, once you get past the struggle, once you get past strugglenomics and survivornomics, then you start playing powernomics. Then you start to conquer. You start to realize, hey, being black isn't so bad, because when I master that, when I really accept who I am and accept where I'm from and understand that, I realize after a while, wait, there are some unique advantages that we have that come from being black that other people don't have. And that's important to understand too. There's always a flip side of that. It's just like with all investing, there's every situation, every yin has a yang. When the market goes down, it's scary, but it's also an opportunity. When the market goes up, it's exciting, but it's also scary. Everything has an opposite side to it. Every moon has a dark side, right? So effectively, this allows us to really understand who we are, where we're at, and what we're trying to do. So here's what I'm going to give you today, and I hope you will meditate on this, because if I'm going to say this, I believe this is probably one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. And I believe, I don't believe, I know for a fact, as an economic scientist, that if you internalize this, your economic problems will not just go away within less than a generation, but they will also lead to prosperity that can last for hundreds of years. So this is something you guys know. We have the $5 a day plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. I've mentioned that several times. Let me know if you've seen that. If you haven't seen it, just go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's there. But what I did was I challenged myself to refine the master plan just a little bit, to make the instructions a little bit more specific so that you can specifically know exactly what Black economic training looks like for Black children, so that our children are prepared to be adequate, successful adults. So here are the three rules I hope you'll consider. Okay. Number one, every Black child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12. That's just in case they can't get a job. The ability to start your own business as a Black person is incredibly important, because one of the leading causes for Black economic pain is the Black unemployment rate. Historically, in this country, Black people have not been able to get jobs at the same rate as white people. Give me a guess if you've ever seen this. They always, so you've heard these sayings. Have you ever heard this one? Whenever white folks catch a cold, Black people catch what? You don't have to spell it. It starts with a P. It's pneumonia. I know it's hard to spell pneumonia early in the morning. I get it. So why is that? Why is it that whenever white folks catch a cold, we catch pneumonia? Well, that's because we're on the same systematic boat as white people. We walk into the same system that they're in and expect to get the same treatment, when the reality is that you're all riding on the Titanic. We're all on the Titanic. America economically is the Titanic. It is sinking. It is going to sink in the next 100 years. We're on the Titanic, but they're on the top deck. We're on the bottom deck. So when the ship sinks, guess who drowns first? So what I'm saying to you is I believe that you should have a lifeboat. I'm saying that you should not go down with the damn Titanic and assume that that's all that there is. You don't have to be on the damn ship. You don't have to be on the Titanic with everybody else. So get a lifeboat. Being an entrepreneur is a lifeboat. It does not mean that you have to go and quit your job and run a business. It means that you're prepared to do what you got to do to bring money into the house and put food on the table. Because one thing I can confirm to you without a doubt in my soul is that America is full of money. You live in a country where there's money everywhere. Money is all over the place. And if it seems like money is rare, it's only because you haven't been taught to be economically conscious enough to know where it is. The money's flying right past you every day, and a lot of us are never trained to see it because we only see money and opportunity if it shows up in a job application. We only see an opportunity if it shows up in a paycheck. We only see opportunity, and I'm not talking about just uneducated folks. I'm talking about all of y'all out there with the master's degrees and the law degrees and the PhDs and the MDs and everything else. You're in this category too. Same to you. You sitting on LinkedIn, you lost your job, you're looking for an opportunity out there, and you're hoping that somebody will post something where you can go get a job with somebody. You can attach yourself to somebody else's Titanic. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that at all. I'm not job shaming at all. I'm not doing that. Let's be clear on that. Give me a yes if we can be clear and understand that this is a nuanced argument where I'm not telling you that there's anything wrong with your kid growing up and getting a job or having a career. What I'm saying is that they should always have a plan B. I'm not saying I'm not saying stay off the Titanic. The music is good. The food is delicious. The ship may not be sinking for a while. What I'm saying is just have your little lifeboat so that when these folks start acting crazy, you can get up out of here. You've got somewhere to go. So that's the first thing. This is what I would call the Black Wealth Master Plan. I'm gonna repeat this 10 million times. You all are just hearing it for the first time. Okay, you're the first ones to ever hear this. Number one, every Black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. They should spend at least a couple hundred hours being trained on entrepreneurship, what that looks like, how to start a business, all the basics, so that when they get older, they will always have an option. They can turn back to those basics when they need them. Think about it. Your kid's going to spend 5,000 hours at football practice, 5,000 hours at cheerleading camp, 5,000 hours at basketball camp. They will never be a professional basketball player. They will never be a professional football player. They will not be a professional cheerleader, but they are going to be a professional Black person who has to feed their kids, which means that I believe they should spend as much time learning Black economics as they spend learning how to dribble basketballs and throw footballs and do all these other things that we learn how to do. Number two, Here's the second rule of the Black Wealth Master Plan. Write this down. Every black child should own shares of stock by the age of 5. By the age of 5, every black child should own shares of stock and someone should be investing for them consistently. This is linked to the original Black Wealth Master Plan, the $5 a day plan. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, I explain that. It's very easy to do. It only requires discipline and it requires consistency. If there's discipline, consistency, what you're doing is you're giving your child something more important than a college degree. You're giving them a capital base. If you give them a capital base, then they don't need a job. A person with a capital base does not need to go to work if they don't want to. A person with a capital base does not need to go sell booty in order to pay the rent that month. A person with a capital base doesn't have to go get on his knees and beg for an opportunity. A person with a capital base has freedom. They have that freedom, all that Martin Luther King civil rights stuff that we talked about. That's where the freedom is in America. The freedom in America, it belongs first and foremost to people who have enough money to pay their own bills. It goes back to when you were a little kid. When I was a kid, I used to try to do what I wanted, and my mother would say, "You don't pay no bills in this house. You can't pay your own bills. You do what I say." So as soon as I turned 18, I learned how to pay my own bills. Once I learned how to pay my own bills, they didn't mess with me no more. I did whatever I wanted. I did whatever I wanted. Well, the same thing is true with life. The same thing is true with life. I really honestly, I'm gonna just sound cynical when I say this, to be honest with you. I've always kind of felt like we're trained to believe that white people are our parents. I really do. I kind of almost feel like the way I feel with the way we're supposed to view other cultures to take care of us. I really feel the same way I felt when I was 16 and I needed my mother and father to pay my bills for me. And I couldn't do anything without their permission or their approval. Their disapproval came with significant consequences. I could not move or wiggle without getting clearance from them. And I feel in society in general, that's kind of where we live. And I don't want to live like that no more. I don't like that. So if you want your child to be free, make sure they're owning stock by the age of 5. Now, here's a little thing I'm gonna have to tell you. This is another piece of truth. But again, I set high standards. Um, 5 years old is really too late too. 5 years old is late. That's like you know how people are late for retirement planning. They got to double down on their investment. Really, the $5 a day plan works best when you start at birth. It works best when you start before birth. I believe that the more extreme you feel about the pressures that come with economic stress, the more extreme you should also be when it comes to preparing to deal with those pressure. Those pressures. The more painful economic struggle is, the more energy must be put into preparation. So to me, an extreme situation, the racial wealth gap is very extreme. White folks have 10 times more wealth than black people. That's very extreme. Racism on the job that we experience and the trauma of that, the pain of that, that's very extreme. So, in my view, given that the racial wealth gap is extreme, racism on the job is extreme, and all this is very, very painful, then I believe that you have to be equally extreme when it comes to preparing for what's ahead. I don't think that there should be a limitation in how extreme you are to prepare to protect your children and grandchildren from the extreme pain, indignity, suffering, and stress they're going to feel by entering into a competitive economy where they're not prepared. Think about how horrible that feels. How terrible it feels to not have enough for you to feed your children. How terrible it feels to know that if that man pulls the plug on my job, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. Think about how painful that is to just know that you could be homeless in 3 or 4 weeks if you lost that job that you have. That's scary. So why am I considered the extremist when I say we should be investing stock and buying stock for our kids before they're born? Because if you invest consistently for those children, even at small amounts of money, just the amount of money you waste on fast food, if you put that same amount in the stock market for your kids will be financially secure. They'll be ready to do whatever they need to do. That's not crazy. That's not extreme. What's crazy to me is walking into the pits of hell and walking into the fire and thinking somehow that it's going to be okay for you. That doesn't make sense to me. So, the second rule is every black child that wants to be prepared should own stock by the age of 5. What's the third rule in the Black Wealth Master Plan? The third rule is that every black child that wants to be prepared, every B1 child should be prepared to make a down payment on real estate by the time they are 21 years old. By the time they're 21, they should have enough money somewhere, which might come from, I don't know, the $100,000 in stock that their parents have built up because they've been investing for them. They should have enough money somewhere where they can make a down payment on some real estate so they can become a property owner if they choose to. Now they don't have to buy property at 21. Maybe they'll wait till they're 25. That's okay. But they should be in a position to make that move if that's what they want to do. So those are the three rules. Really simple. And where do these three rules come from? It comes from the fact that the people that survive and thrive in this economy tend to be people who do three things: people who own businesses, people who own stock, and people who own real estate. The people who get killed in the economy are the people who work for the business owners, the employees, the consumers who buy products from the companies where the stockholders make money. When you go see Black Panther and you spend all your money going to see Black Panther, the Disney shareholders get richer. And then the third group is people who rent from the landlords. So instead of having a culture where we have nothing but employees, consumers, and renters, I prefer to see a culture where we also have just as many people who are employers, investors, and landlords. If you are the employer and the investor and the landlord more than 60, 70% of the time that you enter into the economic system, you're going to win. You're going to be wealthy. You're going to be ahead of everybody else. So ultimately, this is it. This is the master plan. It's very simple. Write down those three rules. Learn how to start a business by the age of 12. Own stock by the age of 5 with consistent investments in more stock. Don't just do it one time. You do it consistently every week. Just like when you buy fast food, just like going to the bathroom, just like eating lunch every day, consistently, 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 consistently. Number three, down payment money by the time they're 21 years old, with the understanding of how to go buy real estate, with the understanding of how to go and buy a piece of property, because that property will increase in value as inflation arrives, as the economy moves forward, as time moves forward. Real estate values tend to go up. You can rarely find any decent community anywhere in America where the cost of property now is cheaper than it was 20 years ago. Those communities rarely exist. So ultimately, this is the master plan. This to me is 100 times better than anything you'll ever get going to college. The flaw of of traditional thinking when it comes to economics is that there are a lot of people who don't start doing anything economically to prepare their children. They don't start at all until the kid is 18 years old. So that means you've wasted 18 years doing nothing financially to put the child ahead. Do you understand how much you can do in 18 years? I mean, do you really understand that if I was to invest, say, let's say I took the same amount of money that I put toward a car note. Let's say my car note's $600 a month, and I put that money in the S&P 500, and let's say I'm just randomly picking stocks. Let's say I don't even know, I don't even know which stock to pick. But I'm just picking in the S&P 500. So I randomly pick an S&P 500 stock every week, and I do that with $600 every month. Do you know that in 20 years, in that 20 years that you wasted doing nothing for your kid economically, in those 20 years, I could literally have, what's the number, about three to $400,000 in assets. I mean, why would you throw away three or $400,000 and then throw the kid out there with nothing, struggling, economically naked? It did capitalism is very it's a tough system. It provides a lot of opportunities, but it's very much survival of the fittest. It's very predatory. And typically in America, what you find is that the people that have capital take advantage of the people that don't. The people that have options take advantage of the people that don't have options. That's just the reality. So put your child in a good position. We're not doing that with our kids no more. So this is the Black Wealth Master Plan. I'm going to repeat this 1,000 times, so just get ready, because I believe repetition is the way to sink something into the culture and make it real. Some people aren't going to listen. I don't care about that. I want to talk to those who do, because it's a matter of getting ahead of the problem. You don't solve a problem when you're in it. You don't solve a problem after it's become a problem. You solve problems by preventing the problem. And that's what economic consciousness is all about. That's what manifest. I like that word manifest. That's what manifesting is all about. Economic consciousness pretty much comes down to seeing far ahead. Remember, the example I gave you was if you're in a car and versus being in an airplane. If I'm in an airplane, I can see 100 miles down the road, if I'm in the car, I only see the car right in front of me. A lot of us live in that two-dimensional space where all we can see is next weekend or next week or Drake and Kendrick Lamar or whatever's happening in the world right now. People that have consciousness are in the airplane. They can see what's happening 50 miles ahead. Get ready, be prepared. So that's in case you ever want to know why we meet every morning at 10 a.m. That's the goal. I want you to be conscious and aware of the economics and understand it and have that vision. If you have the vision, then you're going to succeed. All right. So anyway, before I go, just a reminder, I'm going to do a Q&A for beginners in our Prime program. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. That's where we generate income by selling stock options. If you'd like to join, it's not too late to join us for the Q&A. It's going to be for beginners only. We're gonna do this in an hour. Actually, what is it? It's 11 a.m. Eastern, so we're gonna do this at noon Eastern. So if you'd like to join us, just go to drboyceprime.com. It's a great program. It's a money back guarantee if you're not happy, but everyone's happy. It's a great program. Everyone loves it. What else? Also, if you'd like to get some of our Black Wealth apparel, or I don't know, buy a copy of my book or Dr. Anderson's book or our flashcards for children, you can go to drboycebooks.com. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And thirdly, I want to remind everybody I'm going to do my last live appearance for a while at the Get Money Fest hosted by Jay Ortiz in Philadelphia. And that's going to be on May 18th. And the URL is getmoneyfest.com. And you can actually come for free. So if you live near the Philadelphia area and you want to come and hang out, feel free. They're doing a big financial literacy component with about 20 different speakers on various aspects of business and money and marketing and funding your business, things like that. And then also they're doing art and music and everything else a little bit later. I'll probably head out after that part because I'm not, it's more so for people a little bit younger than me, and I'm not into that type of thing per se. But I will be there for the financial literacy component because I think that the more I see young people embracing this as opposed to embracing the old stuff, the happier I am because I don't believe the old stuff really works. And I think that that's been proven through years of failed policy and everything else. So anyway, if you go to if you go to drboyceprime.com, you can join Prime and then you can come into the Q&A. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. Have a great day, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you're not on the text list for Money in the Morning, and you'd like to get notified periodically, then just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you guys a notification tomorrow and a reminder. So have a good night or good day, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye bye. Better and all these other good things. All right. So, how's everybody doing? Let me see. So, in general, one of the things I wanted to share with you all right now is that you really want to be mindful about what you're seeing in the stock market. Let's just start with that in terms of just a stream of consciousness. There is some belief that the stock market could could be headed towards some problems in the near future. I saw somebody that mentioned that the market hasn't been this overvalued since the Great Depression, and that was pretty. That kind of stuff stuck out to me. It was right before the Great Depression, actually, the Roaring Twenties, when there was a lot of exuberance. They call it irrational exuberance. That's the technical term, where literally right before the big crashes, that's when you have the big parties. Just it's just like the market's just like dope or something where, where the higher you get, the harder you fall, and so investors actually get financially high, and when they hit these financial highs, it can cause significant problems in terms of what happens when you finally sober up. And so sometimes the sobering process becomes something that is very brutal, very painful. They call these market corrections. A lot of people call them crashes. And that's what some people believe we could be in for in the near future. Also, I was thinking about the another piece of it too. Real estate, commercial real estate, is showing some little chinks related to the interest rate. Interest rates being higher for longer, and that also could cause problems with banks. Once your banks start to become unstable, you can run into problems with the rest of your economy. So just kind of keep that in mind.
and just don't get scared, but just sort of be smart about your investing and how you move in the future, in the near and distant future. I do believe that you should continue to invest. I don't think you should ever stop investing, and I don't think you should ever live in fear. But I think you should be aware of what's happening in terms of what's going to occur and what the opportunities are. Now, let me hit another button here to make sure. All right, so hey, Vet, how are you? Good to see you. And I want to say hello to a lot of you in here. Henry Irvin, give me a guess if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay, if I'm coming through all right. Cheryl, Diane, Christian, Tarika, Sean, I see you. Dave Joseph, Donna, let's see, who else is here? I see Garnell, Freddie Davis, Ernest Hill, Ranice. Low 04838. Good to see you too. All right, and Khalil and Harmony and everybody else. So great to see everybody, and I'm glad you guys can hear me okay. All right, so here's what I want to sort of start with today in terms of financial consciousness. So I got up this morning, and me and my wife get up early. We get up about I got up at 4:40 a.m. this morning, and I was very happy to do it. And that's because my habits have now shifted back. I mentioned to you guys a week and a half ago where I'd gotten used to not to sleeping in a little bit, right? I gotten used to not getting up super early. So getting up early was very painful, very uncomfortable. But now it's like, oh yeah, this is fun. Like I hopped out of bed at 4:40 and kind of just started thinking about the day and getting ready to go work out. So I did my little run, and I don't really run that fast. I kind of pretend to run. I am not really a runner. If you were to call me a runner, that would make you a liar. So don't say Boyce is a runner, because I don't want you to be a liar, because I am not a runner at all. I'm a guy who jogs a little bit, and then I stop and I walk, and then I jog and then I walk. Exercise should be fun for me. I don't want it to be traumatic. And anyway, during this process, I was going through and just scrolling on different things and just thinking about finances and economics and everything, and looking to see what was going on in the world. And I saw this video, and this video was a video of Bobby Brown. And in this video, Bobby Brown was reflecting on his financial choices. He was reflecting on his days where he was the young and thin and energetic Bobby Brown, my prerogative, Mr. Dance All Day, endless energy, extraordinary talent, everything else. I thought the video was interesting, and I want to be very respectful when I talk about any of this, because actually there's a member of New Edition who's actually in this class. I don't know if he comes to when he comes to class or not. I mean, he's off. He's on tour and everything. But I thought it was really funny when I found out that he was in the class, because I use New Edition analogies all the time, like never trust a big button to smile, and can you stand the rain? And some of y'all have heard me say stuff like that. And so to find out that, one of the members of the group was in the class was kind of like, oh gosh, I'm kind of embarrassed now. But anyway, in this video, and I'm gonna try to find it. I put it on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So feel free to follow me on Instagram if you like. If you like intelligent conversations, we have a lot of those every day. So it's Dr. Boyce Finance. And in this video, Bobby, and I'm gonna try to play this for you, and I'm gonna kind of move around and see if I can find it real quick. And in this video, Bobby basically is reflecting on the glory days of when he had lots of money, and it kind of reminded me of that show, that BET show, Blew the Bag. Anybody heard of that? Anybody remember that show? We talked about that. Where he was Blew the Bag was a show on BET where they just literally would have mostly black men talking about all the money that they wasted, like all the bad financial choices they made, and it was like so hilarious. It was the funniest thing in the world, and that, at least that's the way it was presented. But I don't think that blowing your children's generational wealth is very funny. I don't think that selling your children into slavery because they have no assets because daddy was getting high. I don't think that's funny. Maybe I take it personal because my daddy was getting high. That's why I didn't have a daddy. Like, because drugs are more interesting than raising a child. I'm sure heroin is a lot more fun than dealing with a little big head crying, screaming baby, right? So I don't find it funny, but some people do. Some people find black men and they're in our in some of the parts of our culture that's a little bit ignorant. Some people find that to be absolutely hilarious, which is why people like Dr. Claude Anderson and Malcolm X, who are both behind me, and Marcus Garvey. You can see him also behind my head if you're watching on video. These were men that were very serious men, and Dr. Anderson's still here. He's not a past tense. He's present. He's here. I talked to him yesterday. He sends his regards, by the way. These are all men that I can relate to, because they're the ones who say, "Hey, wait a minute, you're not supposed to be a joke, black man. You're not supposed to be somebody's punchline. You're not supposed to be the guy who ends up looking like the clown. Who taught you to be goofy? Who taught you to be ignorant? Who taught you that it was cool to be ridiculous?" And so I'm gonna play this video, and then I'm gonna kind of give an honest yet respectful commentary of what I see here, and kind of help you understand this from a financial consciousness standpoint, and what and the dangers of a lack of financial consciousness and a lack of economic maturity, and what this can do to generations. So let me play this video with Bobby. I'm gonna see if I can turn it up. Hopefully you guys can hear it. Give me a yes if you can hear this video as I play it. And if you can't hear it, I'll play it again. Here we go. Money was ginormous. I was bringing in so much money at such a young age. My dad didn't have to work anymore. My mom didn't have to work anymore. You know, I'd be driving down the street on the tour bus, see somebody in a car and like the car and pull the car over and buy the car and ride it throughout that city that day and just leave the car at the airport or at the hotel. Pay 50 something thousand dollars for a car and just leave it. Wish I had those cars now. One time, we're in a mall, and this black lady went into one of those little whatnot shops to show little glass figurines, and the guy treated her like Bob ended up buying the store and giving it to the lady. And went back the next day, told the guy he was fired. They go, "You fired, you work for her now." I never thought in my life that I would be able to not only make millions of dollars, but to spend $1 million in one day. I was like, what? I'm going to do it. I spent $1 million in one day. I bought 3 watches, I bought a house, and I bought a car. And I wish I didn't. Money was giant. Okay, now give me a yes if you were able to hear that video. Was everybody able to hear it? Okay, let me know. Give me a quick yes. I want to make sure everybody heard it so we can analyze this and assess this. Okay, and really, as I mentioned, sometimes I tell you guys this is the platform for intelligent black people, but it's really also the platform for serious black people. It doesn't mean we can't laugh. You guys know I make jokes all the time. I think there's a lot of things in life that are very funny, but at the same time, there's also a point where you have to be serious, because if you're never serious, then you'll never be taken seriously, right? So at some point we want to be taken seriously, and Malcolm X used to talk about this. He actually used to make reference to the fact that that a lot of black entertainers were chosen as black leaders. And what Malcolm used to say is, he said, we should not be following behind clowns. These are clowns. These are people that make money by entertaining people, mostly white people. They're not serious. They're not people that are going to actually lead you to any serious place. They're just going to lead you to the next joke. And Dr. Claude Anderson also has tremendous insight in his book, which, by the way, his books are all at powernomics.com. You may want to take a visit there and buy books for kids in the neighborhood. My wife and I gave copies of Powernomics away at our wedding. Basically, he says that there's a history since slavery of the black man kind of being loud, outlandish, and buffoonish in order to make money. And so what happens is that we look up to people that have the most money. People aren't financially conscious to understand that the idea of a person simply having money makes him more attractive to women, and it makes men look up to him. It makes little boys look up to him. So effectively, when you have buffoonish, loud, clownish entertainers who engage in outlandish behavior, and they get economic rewards for this behavior, children look up to that. Children want to emulate that. Children say, why would I want to go be a carpenter or an accountant or a school teacher when I can go and I can be a professional clown and make lots of money by being a clown? Well, the problem is that there's consequences to being a clown, in that the clown is not rewarded to be mature. The clown is only rewarded to be simple-minded and loud and ridiculous, right? So I want you to assess. And again, I'm not saying Bobby's a clown. I'm not trying to be mean here. Let's be. I want to be clear about that. And if I sound mean, just chalk it up to the fact that I don't always have. Sometimes I misspeak. Sometimes I say things in a way that isn't intended for it to come out. Some people, because people meet me, they think I'm much meaner than I am. I'm a very nice person, but I'm very serious about this topic. And I want you to pay attention to a few things in this video. First thing I noticed was he mentioned that
His mother and father didn't have to go to work anymore, which to me is admirable, right? That's very admirable because that shows love for family. And also, he said something also that I found very admirable when he mentioned when the guy mentioned that he bought the store for the lady that was being mistreated. So he kind of felt like he wanted to use his money. This is that word money. This is financial consciousness. He either consciously or unconsciously said, now that I'm making all this money, I want to come through for certain people, right? And I think that that's okay. I think that that's actually a good thing. You'd be amazed how many athletes and entertainers go broke because they're trying to be so generous, right? They're not all running to the club throwing their money in stripper thongs. They're not all doing that. Some of them actually go broke because they're taking care of cousin Willie and paying rent for Aunt Sally and sending money to the deadbeat the best friend that they had, who's on dope, right? Give me a yes if you've seen this. A lot of us have seen this, and this survivor's guilt is very real. Some of you are living through this. How many? Anybody living through this right now? Let me know if you're living through this, where you have a little bit of money and you want to take care of the people that are around you, people that are in your family. You don't want to forget about that. And I think that is a good thing. I think that is a wonderful thing. I think that's what makes you a good person. And I can relate because that's who I am too. I can't tell you how many people I save. I get asked for money about 8 times, at least 8 times a week, and I say no about 5 to 6 of those times. But then I say yes a lot, right? And so ultimately, though, the downside of that survivor's guilt extreme generosity piece is that it can deplete you. It's not a healthy economic system. It's not a healthy economic system where one person is giving and the other person's taking. That's not how economies work. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about that in Powernomics. He calls that the doctrine of unequal exchange. And the doctrine of unequal exchange will make you go broke. That's why black people go broke, is because we have a doctrine of unequal exchange. We give white people everything, they give us nothing, right? We serve them, they don't serve us. We hook them up with our money, they don't give us none of that money back, right? So they're living off two incomes, as Dr. Anderson says. They're living off their income and they're living off your income. So that's an example of the doctrine of unequal exchange. So the same way that we serve each other and serve our families, we also serve white America. We have been the ultimate givers when it comes to this so-called integration that exists in America. With that said, though, let's jump into another thing that he mentioned here that I thought was really interesting. He talked about seeing a car on the street and said, I if I liked the car, I would just buy the car, and then I would drive the car all day, and then just leave the car behind. That is not the first time I've heard a celebrity say that. That is not the first time I've heard somebody say that. Anybody heard of the name of Money Mayweather? How many of y'all know about Floyd Mayweather? And the guy who's flashy, outlandish, very clownish, very talented, very skilled. No doubt about it. Skilled boxer, absolutely perfect technician when it comes to boxing. But but then there's the clownish side. There's the I'm gonna go in the store and buy every piece of jewelry in the store. I think he's in Dubai right now, and there's like this whole conversation about the fact that they're claiming that he can't even leave Dubai because he owes money or something. I don't know anything about that. I'm not gonna speculate on that. But the interesting thing though is that this sort of impulsive financial behavior, as well as this need to just show your wealth by wasting it, that is kind of unique to specific cultures. That is real heavy in the black entertainer, black athlete culture. That I'm going to show you how well I'm doing by how much money I waste. And this actually, I talk about this extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. And I refer to that as economic immaturity. Economic immaturity. I've never seen this in any textbook anywhere, but professors, that's what we do. We conceptualize things and develop theories. So my layout of economic immaturity is basically a mindset of money that is reflective of that of a child. If I go to a 7 year old and I give a 7 year old $100 and I say, "What are you going to do with that $100?" What is the 7 year old going to say? We've done this exercise before, right? Put it in the chat if you want to. Feel free to do that. He's going to say, "I'm going to buy me some candy. I'm going to get me a new pair of Jordans. I'm going to buy me, and then I'm going to buy me a video game." That's what a 7 year old would say. because the 7 year old, he's not going to say, well, I'm going to put money in my 401k and I'm going to put some aside for a rainy day and I'm going to make sure that I pay the bills. I mean, we got a lot of bills around here, and then I got to put money in the college fund for the kids. The 7 year olds don't think that way. They're thinking like children. You know, it's candy, toys, shoes, games, stuff like that. Well, what it's supposed to occur, I'm not really sure. I don't know enough about Jewish culture to know if the bar mitzvah is kind of when they do this. But what's supposed to happen is there's supposed to be a rite of passage where the little boy grows into a man or the little girl becomes a grown woman. And they learn that, look, when you get your money, you can still buy toys and shoes and games, because that, it's okay. When you get older, just the toys change, the shoes change, the games change, but you can still buy these things. But before you do those things, there are more important priorities that have to occur, because particularly as a man or a head of a household or something like that, you are a steward of a space. You are a leader of a community. You are responsible for the well-being of other people. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about, if you get what I'm saying and where I'm going with this. That you preserving your resources isn't just important for you. It doesn't just matter for you. It matters for those babies that are depending on you. It matters for that woman that's next to you or that man that's next to you. It matters for the people that you represent, that you love, and that you care about. And here's the thing, these ideas are not inconsistent with who I believe Bobby Brown wanted to be. I believe if Bobby Brown had received proper mentorship, he could have been that man. Because what I would have said, if I could build a time machine and go back to 1991, when Bobby Brown's at the peak of his career, dancing and singing and running the streets, let's say that he listened to me, I would say, you love your mother and father, right? And you want to make sure that they never have to work again. Yeah, of course, absolutely. And you care about people because I saw you buy up the store to help that little old lady. Yeah, yeah, because I have a heart for single moms and okay, great. Well, what you got to also understand is that part of manhood isn't just taking care of people in the here and now. Part of manhood is taking care of people in the future. Because you got this little beautiful child named Bobby Christina, whose whole entire future is going to be heavily contingent on the choices that you make as a man. And I'm not going to even go into how Bobby Christina's story ended. And I'm not even going to touch that, but y'all know how it ended. Y'all know what happened to Whitney and Bobby. Y'all know what happened there, Bobby Christina. But can we at least agree that different choices by the father could have had some impact on the outcome? I'm not saying that it's his fault. I'm not saying that it was a good thing. I'm not rubbing it in anybody's face, because this is tragic. This is painful to watch. But the choices of a young man affect his children forever. You're 21, 22, 24, you getting it in, living your life, shaking it on stage, hip gyrating, getting into the drugs and running, and doing all the things that Clive Davis is telling you to do to become a bigger star. Right? Clive Davis don't care nothing about Bobby Christina. Clive Davis don't care nothing about your future. He don't care nothing about your family. He don't care nothing about your legacy. All he wants you to do is be more of a clown and a buffoon and a loud guy, so you can sell more records and make everybody more money. That's what he want. That's what he wanted from Bobby and Whitney. I'm a skeptic on that. I don't think that any of those people cared anything about any of these individuals. But then again, the point that I also want to make is I don't think it's even their job. It's not somebody else's job to care about you. It's a horribly bad assumption to do business with people that are not from your own family and assume that they're going to care about you more than you care about your damn self. I don't even think that's realistic at all. So while I will be very clear and say I don't think Clive Davis cared about, I mean, for God's sake, he still had the Grammy party after Whitney died. He literally still had the party. He did not even cancel the party, right? So he dies in the bathtub. I'm thinking, okay, party's off. We gotta we gotta deal with this. No, he still had the party. And it really made me think about E40, the rapper E40, who's a brilliant guy. He 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 had a song. It uses the N word, but I'm not gonna say it. Let's say Igga, and the chorus was like, "They'll find a new Igga next year." And basically, he's saying that you think you're important because you're the man and you're famous and all that, but they're gonna find somebody. They're gonna find a new Igga next year. They're going to replace you and find somebody else. And so really with Bobby, um, what I think that could be learned from this, and this is not me preaching to Bobby Brown. He's an old man now. Now all that's over. I'm really sort of saying, I think that when we have an opportunity that dies, remember the word poor. What does the word poor stand for? Poor stands for what? Passing over opportunities repeatedly. POOR. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So when you pass over an opportunity and you've watched some person that people admire just destroy their future and destroy their family in broad daylight, and you're looking over the corpse, the dead body, the corpse of everything that Bobby Brown's life could have been, everything that his family could have been, his legacy could have, he could have been a billionaire now, right? And you're looking over the corpse. I think you have to do an autopsy. I think you have to do an autopsy. We don't do enough autopsies on dead, broken dreams in the black community. We don't do enough autopsies when somebody destroys their own future through drugs or bad choices. I didn't even talk about Bobby and the drugs, but we know what drugs has done to the black community, and I found it really fascinating that Bobby, dealt with his drug problem. Whitney died from drugs. There are other famous people. DMX dies from drugs. All these people die from drugs. And when people are memorializing these individuals, I find it so fascinating that all they can talk about is how great their music was. Sure, their music was great, but aren't you going to do the autopsy? Aren't you going to sit and say, man, every time we get $1 billion asset in our community, every time we get somebody that's got a chance to bust us out of this thing, we blow it. Something happens. And what's the pattern here? Oh, it's the drugs. Maybe as a community, we got to say no to drugs. Maybe we got to deal with that because that's costing us trillions of dollars. Because Bobby could have been a billionaire. Whitney could have been a billionaire. DMX could have been a billionaire. Mike Tyson could have been a billionaire. I could keep going with all the Suge Knight and Death Row Records could have been billionaires. There are so many $1 billion opportunities that are being flushed down the toilet. And when we flush it down the toilet, all we do is we say, man, it's really hard to be black. Ain't no money around. Of course, there's no money around. Every time God hands you a blessing, you throw it right back in his face. Every time a $1 billion gift gets handed to you, the culture takes that $1 billion gift and flushes it down the toilet. Literally throws it out with the garbage. And then we say, well, gosh, black people ain't got no wealth. We don't got no money. It's racism. Yeah, it's racism, but it's also youism. It's also usism. It's also culture. It's who says that that is supposed to be our culture? When you have a culture that is destroying trillions of dollars of wealth in your community, you should not be embracing that culture. You should not be celebrating that culture. You should be running away from the things that destroy you, not running toward them. But I get it though. We do that. We just like we run toward the fried chicken, even though we know it got grandma's foot cut off and Uncle Rerun gonna have a heart attack next year. We'll still run when grandma says there's fried chicken. We run. I get it. This is why, yet another reminder why I said we need to do a financial consciousness class because all consciousness is slapping ourselves and waking up and being aware and saying, man, I didn't know that I was doing that. I didn't know I had that habit. I didn't know that was my pattern. So part of awareness is not just analyzing who you are and where you're going, but it's also looking at where you've been. It's looking at doing the autopsy. Every time a dream dies in the community, we have to do the autopsy and say, damn, what happened here? We really had something good here. What's going on? Why is it that Bobby Brown, this guy who should be a billionaire right now, whose daughter should be running a $1 billion company started by her father in 1991, is a tired old man. I mean, he's on that stage. He ain't looking good. I ain't gonna lie. Bobby looks. I worry about him when I see him on stage trying to sing. The other new edition guys, they've been in shape. They're all doing all the little dances like it's 1983 again. Bobby, though, Bobby, they need to get him a wheelchair or something. 'Cause that poor guy's struggling. But Bobby, his life is not, I think, what it should be. And I'm not saying this to ridicule or to attack this man. I'm simply saying that maybe there's something we can learn from this. Maybe there's something about culture and what's incentivized, because it all comes back to the money. It all comes back to the money. In case, so it's just, and I have to bring it back for those who don't understand why we would discuss Bobby Brown in a finance class. It comes back to the money, because if it wasn't for the money, half this stuff wouldn't have happened. Most of these things wouldn't have went down this way if it wasn't for the money. Whitney was hanging out with Clive Davis because of the money. Bobby was the man because of the money. Bobby's whole story is about the money, right? So what else did he talk about? Well, he was talking about his regrets. And if you notice, he was like, but I bought a car and I drove it for a day and then I just gave the car away and threw it away. And he said, I wish I could have those cars now. He's like, run, run, run. Like it's a joke, like it's funny. And I'm like, and again, I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's not funny, dude, because now your grandkids are working at Arby's because because you blew their generational wealth. God handed you $1 billion opportunity and you flushed it down the toilet because you didn't even understand that when all those millions of dollars that you received, that was not your pocket change, bro. That was not money you were supposed to just blow at the club. That was your grandchildren's generational wealth. That was your big come up. That was your opportunity to transform a whole generation. I mean, really, I want you to really think about this for a minute. I need us to process this in terms of culture. If you go to if you look around at what influences young black males the most, among the top 3 or 4 influencers that you see out here, when you're talking about young black boys, is you see a lot of hip hop artists, individuals that could be described, unfortunately, as degenerates. A lot of drinking, a lot of smoking, a lot of womanizing, a lot of things that can easily get them sent to prison. I think I saw a group of athletes that all went to prison this past week, and that's not healthy, right? In terms of influence. Also, in addition to that, many of them have been incentivized for many, many years to behave like clowns, right? To sort of be outlandish and loud and immature. And that's where you get a lot of these 45-year-old teenagers. That's what I call them, 45-year-old teenagers that are still trying to be kids, but you're like grandpa age, and it's kind of embarrassing. So that's our influence. That's one of our great influences for our young boys, and this becomes the culture. Now, I want you to look on the other side and look at some of the influential stories that young white males receive. Now, sure, they have clowns too. They have lots of people on that side of the fence that do things that are just silly and embarrassing and goofy. But a lot of their most influential stories also consist of people like Mark Zuckerberg or Bill Gates or Elon Musk, who were also in their 20s, who could have been running around getting high, having, sleeping with lots of women, rapping about killing people or whatever. But no, they were building these billion-dollar companies. Mark Zuckerberg, at the age of 19, was starting Facebook. He was building his legacy of generational wealth. So his rock star status that led to him being admired by millions of people was not driven by silly economic immaturity, like I'm gonna go just buy a car and throw the car away, or I'm gonna go and just spend all my money on drugs, or I'm just gonna go just flush my opportunities down the toilet. It was built on his legacy is built on this idea that he sacrificed and grinded and used all of his youthful energy building a company that's worth $500 billion or more. I don't know what the market value of Facebook is, but I know that it's probably somewhere about 500 billion or a little bit more than that. So my point is to say, what if we had a segment of black culture where the black men that we looked up to the most were not the loud, outlandish entertainers or the athletes, but let's say we had a big segment of black culture, male and female, where you had people that became known because when they were 21 years old, they took all their extra money and they built a multi-billion-dollar company that employed 300,000 people. I don't really see a lot of examples like that in the black male community that get the same amount of respect and admiration that we give rappers and athletes. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to put down rappers and athletes, but what I am trying to say though is that there's a process here. There's a belief that others have about you, which translates into a belief about how you see yourself, which causes us to end up saying, well, if you talk to a black boy, like, who do you admire the most? A lot of black boys will point out a football or basketball player, and then they'll point out a rapper. They'll say, I admire 50 Cent because 50 Cent has a studio and all that, right? Which is fine. I think that that's fine. But he also has done a lot of things that were very destructive and incredibly immature, and we've talked about that too. So this economic immaturity piece that I'm really saying is something that is very costly for black people. And when I saw this thing with Dr. Anderson, and I think about what I saw with Bobby Brown back in the day, was I saw a guy who really, really, really went out of his way to be as outlandish as he could be, to be as loud and crazy and wild, and the wilder and crazy he was, the more money he made. So if you're getting financially rewarded for being loud, crazy, and irresponsible, why wouldn't you continue to do that? I mean, when you're 21, 22 years old, you think you're invincible. You think bad things can't happen to you. You think you're going to be young forever. And so you just kind of get caught up in the moment. And so this is also why mentorship is really important to combat these various forms of economic immaturity that can be very costly. I was really curious to think to my, I remember asking myself, I wonder who Bobby's mentors were. He had a father. What was his father doing? Was his father sitting him down and saying, look, son, you got an opportunity of a lifetime here. And I want you to have fun. I want you to live your life, but I also don't want you to destroy yourself or to destroy the people that you love. One day that little girl is going to grow up and she's going to need a responsible father. She's going to need a man in her life who made good choices when he was young, because that's going to give him the ability to come through for her when he gets older. You got to slow down a little bit. This is what fathers do, right? And this is why the breakdown of the black family and the loss of the father as a primary a primary definer of a black household, the loss of the father was also a multi-trillion dollar loss in the black community, because the reason a lot of young black boys are still boys even when they become men is because they never had a man to really slap them upside the head and tell them what a man is supposed to do. They didn't have that. I remember my father correcting me on multiple occasions, and I remember referencing my father's behavior to understand how I was supposed to behave at each stage in my life. If I had not had that as a guidepost, if I had not had that as a blueprint, I probably would have looked to maybe somebody on TV and said, oh, that must be what a man does, and then next thing you know, I'd be doing something completely different, right? So really, I think overall these things all connect to your economics. These things relate to the decline in black wealth in the black community. If you got billion-dollar entities like the Bobby Browns or the DMXs literally throwing away billion-dollar opportunities in broad daylight, you should not be surprised when somebody turns around and tells you that black wealth is dropping. Why would it not be dropping? If you literally are, if it, I mean, think about just how backward it is to have a culture where you show how much money you have by wasting money. Like I'm going to prove to you that I'm rich by taking a bunch of money and throwing it, flushing it down the toilet, or by going to the club and buying up 80 bottles of liquor, or whatever it is that I do with my money, or buying a car and just leaving the car and throwing the car away. See, what you got to understand, and this is true in economics and really in life in general, just like they say you are what you eat. You know, they say you are what you eat, like, right? If you're eating, if even if you're healthy, if you're eating really bad food, then you're eventually going to become a sick person. Well, the same thing is true when it comes to choices. You are what you do. You are what you do. What you do every day economically ultimately defines what you ultimately become. It's not about where you are. I don't care where you are. I don't care if you're rich or poor. I don't care if you where you come from, all that. I'm not looking at where you are. I'm looking at where you're going. If I'm looking at a car and the car is in Ohio, but the car is driving 100 miles an hour toward California, that's not an Ohio car for very long. I don't look at that as an Ohio car because the car is not stationary. It's moving toward something. It's moving toward California. So I'm going to go ahead and anticipate that this car is going to be in California. This is actually how the stock market works. The stock market does the same thing. A lot of people ask that question. They say, well, how can a company that hasn't made any money have a $10 billion valuation? Well, that's because the market is anticipatory. The market is forward looking, investor thinking, the mathematics and everything and the psychology behind stock market slash investor thinking is they're not looking at where you're at. They're looking at where you're going. Every asset on the entire stock market is valued with pretty much a variant of the exact same equation. It is called the present value of future cash flows model. And all that means is that we're going to look at everything you're going to do in the future and we're going to discount it back to the present and we're going to value value you based on what you're doing and how well we think it's going to go and how fast we think you're going to grow, right? So I can look at a 20-year-old and who had got a nickel in his pocket, and I would look at his behavior and say, "Ooh, this boy's going somewhere," because I watch what he does on a daily basis. What you do determines what you're becoming. All of you, everybody in here, all of us, including me, we are all becoming something. We are all becoming something. So the question I believe we should ask ourselves right now is say, based on this behavior right here, what am I becoming when I act like this? What am I becoming? I mentioned to you all that we're sponsoring a NASCAR driver, LeVar Scott. I talked about him yesterday. I'm super proud of this kid. He's 20 years old. He's one of the few black NASCAR drivers out there, and I just love him. And I just told him, I said, man, I wanna get behind you because I see what kind of person you are. I see how hard you work. I see how serious you are. I see that you're a warrior. I see that you're a winner. I see you got the right mindset. So I'm not investing in you based on what you are. I know you a broke 20-year-old. I get it. That's cool. I'm looking at what you're going to become. I think you're going to be great. You're going to be a superstar. You're going to get on top of the world one day. So that's literally how you think as an investor. You think about the future. So again, because your number one investment in your life that you'll ever make is pretty much going to be you, and then the other investments you're going to make are going to be people in your family. I want you to really look at everything. Look at culture and habits. Culture, habits, and choices, they're all connected. Culture drives our habits, which drives our choices, right? And based on the culture, habits, and day-to-day choices we have, the question becomes, what are you becoming? Based on what you eat every day and what you're eating for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, what are you becoming? Are you becoming a healthy person? Are you becoming a sick person? Based on how you handle your relationships with other people, what are you becoming? Are you becoming a person who's going to be surrounded by love, or a person who's going to be surrounded by hate and negativity and envy and all kinds of other negative emotions? Based on your finances, are you investing consistently in your future? That means you're becoming a rich person. If you're not investing, if you don't invest this week, and because you just want to get to it later, or you think it's going to happen tomorrow, well, unfortunately, you're not becoming a wealthy person when you do that, right? It takes time for sure, but at some point, the habits have to change because the habits shape everything. And what I see with Bobby Brown was, I see a guy that was really trapped by culture, habits, and choices. The culture of, I'm going to get rich by being loud and flashy and obnoxious and crazy and wild and everything else, and the world will reward me for that. That's the bad culture. And then you've got the habits, right? Drugs are the worst kind of habit to form because that's not a habit anymore. It's actually an addiction. And then you've got choices that come out of that. When I am high on dope, when I am high on money, and when I am high on fame, which Bobby Brown was affected by all three of those drugs: cocaine, money, and fame. All three of those drugs had him in a constant state of this weird euphoria that affected all of his choices. And all those choices, I bet you that if you were to sit down and do a deep therapy session with Bobby Brown and ask him to tell the story of his life, you would probably run across a regret every 10 seconds. I would be willing to bet you that everything that he thought was his wildest dream poured into what became his worst nightmare. I mean, Whitney dead in a bathtub had to be a nightmare for him. Bobby Christina dying early had to be a nightmare for him. The financial devastation that came with that had to be a nightmare for him. Drug addiction had to be a nightmare for him. Going to the doctor and having health effects from poor choices when you're young had to be a nightmare for him. So the interesting thing about life that's fascinating to me is that if you are not able to either have the discipline or have someone to force you to have the discipline to have a longer term view of your life, a different perspective, a higher level of consciousness, like in that airplane. Remember the analogy that I was explaining, being in the car versus being in the airplane? The airplane pilot can see what's ahead. Do you understand? The airplane pilot has a higher level of consciousness. They're in the third dimension. They can see what's going on. If they were in the fourth dimension, they can see even more. If they were in the fifth dimension, they can see more. This is where consciousness comes into play. So a more conscious version of a Bobby Brown would have been able to say, okay, this is 19, I'm looking down at 1991, but guess what? I got 1992, 93, 99, 2009, 2019, 2029. I got to think about all that too. So I can't just pour so much into 1991 that I end up bankrupting myself in 2019 and 2020. Do you understand? That to me is awareness. That is what consciousness is. And this is why also mentorship is extremely important, because when you have a mentor, the mentor has a level of consciousness you don't have. If Bobby's 21 and he's getting it in and living his best life, but he's sitting next to a man he trusts or a woman he trusts or somebody he trusts that's 50 years old, who is able to have a higher level of insight and consciousness and tell him what's down the road. Like, yeah, it's really great right now. The girls love you and stuff. But when you hit about 30, man, you start getting tired and blah, blah, blah. You can't dance no more. You start to pull a hamstring on the stage. And you got that kind of mentorship. Then that helps you prepare for the next stage. And this is why you can contrast, say, a Bobby Brown with someone like, say, a LeBron James. A LeBron James is a guy who he's always been a great athlete. He's always been the king of everything. He's just as famous as Bobby Brown was. He's just as talented. And LeBron could have been acting a damn fool. He could have just been a complete mess his whole entire life, but he wasn't. He had a wife and children because somebody poured that into him to be conscious and aware of the fact that, yeah, you could go have a bunch of babies, mamas, but that's not going to look very good for you when you're 40 years old. And when you're 40, you want to have that structured family that people can respect a little more than a guy who's just sort of splattered his seed all over the city because he was having so much sex, right? Or just other choices that he made. Now, I bet you, like another prediction that I have for LeBron is that LeBron is going to be similar to Michael Jordan in that LeBron is going to make more money 10 years from now than he ever made in the NBA. He's going to make more money when he's 50. LeBron's going to make more money in 1 year than he's made his entire NBA career. This guy is on track to make several $100 million a year, and that's because he spent time preparing for the next stage of life. Why? Well, because either God or a mentor gave him a level of consciousness to be able to see more than just the moment. Do you understand? That consciousness is what separates you from an animal. And what makes me resent America so much is that I really believe that they look at black people as animals. I really believe that they want the black man to live like an animal. Like I really do. I really think that they I really think that they want the black man to just, just go from woman to woman and blow all his money and eat the worst foods and make all the horrible choices, abandon his family and just act like a buffoon. And then they can say, see, this is what those look at how those Negroes act. Look at that, look at how those people are. They think about it. Do you know how many white men? I bet if you got them like secretly away from other people and made them really be honest. Do you know how many of them, if you said, would you want your daughter to marry a black man? Do you know how many of them would say, "Oh hell no"? And a lot of the reason they say hell no is they say, "Well, these guys they have babies and they don't take care of their kids." All these stereotypes, right? And what sucks though, what sucks to me, what makes me mad is when we embrace the stereotype. Because we know all of us know somebody who fits that description, and that sucks. And what also happens is that society, because they have such a low impression of us, they will take those men who fulfill the stereotype and elevate them and make them the heroes of your community. You'll have a civil rights march, and the guy speaking at the damn march will be a guy who fulfills every negative stereotype about black men that there is. And so this is the challenge that we have. This is what we're up against, and this is why I'm so vocal about this stuff. I don't care if I lose friends over. I lost a lot of friends because people think I'm being mean and I'm not going with the trend. I'm not trying to be cool. Well, I ain't trying to be cool. But you know where I learned that from? I learned it from my daddy. My daddy's like, I'm not trying to be your friend. I'm trying to tell you the truth. That's it. My dad, one day I went on ESPN one time and my father chewed me out after I got off ESPN. I was like, so did you see it? And he was like, that was stupid. Like what was he's like, why are you agreeing with ignorant people? That doesn't make any sense. He did because he did not care about being cool and fitting in, right? And I really think that's the best type of freedom that you can have. When you get to the point where you're okay with who you are and what you're doing, and you don't need other people to always agree and always like it, then that's a really great type of liberation because I think we have a society where, due to low self esteem that's implanted in us as children, we're trained to go through life wanting people to like us. And that's very dangerous because sometimes people will like you only if you do the wrong things. It's no different from high school. Like, remember in high school you had the cool kids and everybody wanted to be down with the cool kids, but some of those cool kids are in prison right now. Some of those cool kids are unemployed, hooked on drugs, in all these bad situations. And so why would you want to emulate people that are losing, that are failing? And that's what I really want us to kind of process is, what culture do you want to be a part of? What life do you want to live? And when it comes, if you circle it back to the economics, The choice, the culture you choose will have a direct impact on your health, on your wealth, and your relationships. Period. Your wealth will be directly affected by whether you choose a wealth building culture or a wealth destroying culture. And unfortunately for poor Bobby, he'd embraced a wealth destruction culture. And as a result of that, Bobby's got grandkids that probably have to get up and go to work every day because granddaddy didn't manage the family resources and the family opportunity. And it's not just Bobby though. I mean, you have a lot of just speaking on celebrity spending. Um, I remember, like I love Michael Jackson though. By the way, my wife's from Gary, and he's I can't saying something negative about Michael would be sacrilegious. And I thought Michael was cool. I really do. I love the family, but has anybody ever seen how Michael Jackson used to spend money? It was so crazy. Don't get me wrong, Michael made some good investments through the years, right? So no doubt about that. But the spending was so funny. Remember they did that show where he went in that store in Vegas and stuff in the store was like two, three, $4 million. And he's like, I want one of those, two of those, three of those, four of those. And so he's just spending like crazy. And so what was unfortunate for Michael is that this poor guy was in his 50s and he was going on tour again because his only major source of income was going on tour. He had to make the money. And that's almost like the older boxers. When you see older boxers that are boxing when they're 40, 50 years old, stuff like that, just doing unhealthy stuff. And with Michael, what's interesting is Michael's wealth went up after Michael died because Michael wasn't there spending the money anymore. Michael's estate was taken over by people who didn't have to spend $10 million a month just to maintain a lifestyle. So what has occurred is that the wealth in Michael's estate has gone way up. So that's another fascinating thing about economics is that sometimes sometimes the family business does better when the founder of the family business is no longer involved. It's almost like when Steve Jobs got pushed out of Apple. That was a bad decision, by the way. But there have been other scenarios where pushing out the founder was made the company better because the founder's preferences and choices were not always healthy for the company. So with Michael, and I love Michael, I do, I always will. With Michael, it's like because he's out of the way and he's not spending like a crazy man anymore, the family wealth is enormous, and I don't know how much that estate makes, but they make millions of dollars every year. And Michael poured into his legacy in a really appropriate way, and now kids 100 years from now are going to have a better life because Michael was here. So in that particular case, it was a scenario, in my view, where everything wasn't done perfectly. Etc. Because I do again, I believe fame and money are addictions, and those things can really. And then if you compound that with something with drugs, it just becomes a complete mess. But and most people can't relate to it because that lifestyle is so different. I'm not super famous. I'm only internet famous. But even with a little bit of internet fame, you'd be amazed at how people spoil you. Everyone says yes to you. So many things are easier for you than they are for regular people. But then also, I've been around mega celebrities. Like again, remember I told you talking to Kanye West was almost impossible because he just lives in this world where everything's so different. The amounts of money are just enormous, and the amount of access is out of control. So if you're not grounded, if you're not spiritually tethered to something, if your consciousness is not where it needs to be, it's easy to get kind of caught up in that to the point where it distorts everything about you that's human. Will Smith is to me one of the smartest entertainers out here, and he wrote a book and he reflected on that and what fame did to him in terms of it literally made him depressed because he said it's very depressing to be able to have everything you want and there's nothing that's hard to get anymore. And so like sex, like men have to work to have sex with women. He didn't have to work for that, and he said he got to the point where even sexual pleasure would make him vomit. He would vomit after that because it was like too much. It was like too much. So just count your blessings, right? Even when something is harder to get, even that's a little bit of a blessing in my opinion. So always know there's a blessing in everything, and I want you to see that so that you'll be happy with the life that you have. Okay. So anyway, I'm done talking. I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. This is in case you want to know how this links back to the economics. Basically, it's sort of this sort of general awareness idea that says that if we're aware of how our economics ties into other parts of our lives, then we're going to be better off financially. We're going to have better economic outcomes, and that's why we're here, and that's why you got up this morning to come hang out with me. So anyway, a couple quick things. Don't forget to get on the text list if you're not on the text list. If you want to get a notification periodically when we meet for Money in the Morning, just text the word morning, MORING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, my wife is going to join the ladies of Fly Nubian Queen this afternoon at 1 o'clock. We wanted to create spaces for intelligent Black women to share their voice. So if you'd like to participate or be notified, then just text the word Queens with an S, Queens to 87948, and I will notify you all when the Fly Nubian Queens get together and do their thing. Thirdly, tomorrow at 1 o'clock or tomorrow at noon, I'm going to do an introductory Q&A for how to make money selling stock options. And this is what we call Prime 101. And so if you want to join us in the Prime program, you can get access. You can come on in to that. So just text or actually, you know what? Don't text. Go to drboyceprime.com. You can take a look at the program to decide if it's for you. It does work. It's really good stuff. It's how I make my money. So if you're looking to make extra money, I think this is the best. This is literally the best way to make money I've ever seen in my life, to be honest with you. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if that interests you. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. Have a great day. It was great talking to you, and thanks for putting up with me again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care now. Bye bye. You know what's funny? I always have to make sure I hit the right button because sometimes I've done this before where I've actually gone into the wrong Zoom room and started talking, and there was nobody inside the room, and I was like, "Wait, where'd everybody go? No, nobody wants to listen to me today." And so anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope that your life is what you want it to be. And I hope you're feeling good today. I got up this morning a little bit later than usual. Usually I get up at that ungodly hour of 5 a.m. to go to the gym with my wife. And today we didn't do that because the power went out. I woke up to run to the bathroom and literally literally I'm literally I'm literally in the act of standing up and doing what men do in the bathroom. And right as I'm standing there, the lights just go out. And so I was like, okay, I don't know if we can even leave the house because we need the electricity to pull the garage up to drive the car out to go to the gym. So that was my excuse to say, okay, let's just go back to sleep. So that's what we did. But anyway, I hope everybody's doing well today. Good morning, Leonard and Darlene Bramble, Jonathan McLennan. I see you, George B. Let's see, everybody's in here. Rosa, Shirley, good to see you. Let me know if you can hear me. Give me a yes if you can hear me. Okay. Let me know if my audio is coming through good. Give me a quick yes so I can make sure I'm heard today. Okay, great, 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 great. All right, so yeah, so what's happening in the world? One interesting thing is I wanted to make sure everybody's aware. I don't know if you guys know that the Black Business School is sponsoring a black NASCAR driver by the name of LeVar Scott. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but we are one of LeVar's sponsors. He's literally gonna have like this Black Business School Panther. He's gonna have that on his racing suit and on his car. I'm super proud of that, and I'm super proud of the partnership. I'm proud of him. This young brother is just amazing. He's a smart young guy. He's a hustler. He's a hardworking guy. I introduced him to our son. He's going to he races on Fox Sports One a lot, and the last race that he was in, he was I think he finished fourth place or something. And I know that but I know that there was a crash at the end. Like race car driving is kind of crazy, and he's got this big old car, and he's like flying around the track, and he's super ambitious, and I love that. Like I love a young guy that just wants to win, that's hungry. He's hungry. He's also B1, 100% pro-black. And let me just tell you this: this brother's going to be a superstar one day. And his last name is Scott. I mean, that's a great last name to have. Wendell Scott, as you know, was well, I think the first black NASCAR driver or something like that. And so we have a history of excellence in so many areas that people don't even know about. Like a lot of people don't even know. You watched the Kentucky Derby this week, but how many of y'all knew? Give me a yes or no if you knew that black jockeys used to dominate the Kentucky Derby. Anybody know that? That black jockeys dominated so much that they changed the rules so that the white boys would have a chance. They changed the rules to get us out of the game so they can have a chance to dominate the game and get all the money. But black jockeys used to just win every single time. And so the same thing is true with race car driving. So I spent time in Philadelphia Philadelphia is actually where the Get Money Fest is taking place on May 18th. So if you live near the area, you want to fly in. Jay Ortiz is a hip hop artist out of there, and they're hosting the event. And they're going to have a big financial literacy component. It's an arts and music festival, but they're doing a lot of financial literacy, which I respect so much. Madam President will be there. A lot of great people. But anyway, I took a visit to this place, and if you live in Philly, you should check them out. Called the Urban Youth Racing School, and it's run by Michelle Martin, her husband Anthony, and they literally have been responsible for producing just so many young people that from our community that they're introducing to racing, right? But also because they're very pro-black, at the Urban Youth Racing School. In fact, they introduced me to LeVar Scott, by the way. I met him at the Daytona 500. They actually told me about something that every black person needs to know this story. Does anybody know about the Golden Glory sweepstakes? Give me a guess if you know about the Golden Glory sweepstakes. If you don't know about the Golden Glory sweepstakes, let me just tell you, this was a time where black people basically had our own version of NASCAR. Like this wasn't a time where we were trying to get one or two drivers out there. Like we owned all the cars, all the drivers, all the stadiums, all the crowds, all the businesses. We had black ownership of the entire freaking league. We weren't trying to get a seat at the table. We own the damn table. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, and this when I heard this story, and I remember Anthony telling me the story, and I was super impressed. I was like shocked. I was amazed. I didn't learn this. I don't know. Did anybody else? Did anybody learn this in school? Did they ever teach you any of this in school? What about your school? Did they teach you any of that? So this is the stuff that they don't tell us about. They don't tell us that there's a floor above the floor that we're trying to get to. Right? We're trying to get to the top, but they don't. But it's almost like you go in a hotel and you say, I want to be on the top floor, and they say we're going to put you on the 12th floor, but they don't tell you there's a 13th, 14th, and 15th floor. Do you understand? They don't tell you about that. They don't tell you about the penthouse at the top. They only want you to be as high as they expect black people to be. Right? Well, the highest floor is the Jackie Robinson floor. The Jackie Robinson floor means that we will allow, because of diversity, equity, and inclusion, we will allow one Negro to come into the league, and that Negro will represent all black people everywhere, and he'll have that one opportunity, and the other 99.9% of them are going to be flushed out. That's what they tell you. But what people don't understand is that beyond the high ranking Negro floor, beyond the black faces in high places floor, beyond the high paid token floor, there's another floor. There's a floor called ownership. There's the power floor. There's the all the stuff above that. There's something above that ceiling that they tell you about. And I personally think we should focus on that. I don't want to start in the basement of a building and work my way up. I don't want to start from the bottom. Now we here. I'm tired of that. I ain't trying to have that conversation. I want our kids to be landing on the roof of the penthouse in a helicopter. I want them starting at the top and then making a decision if they want to have what it takes to stay at the top. I want them starting at the top, and ownership is the top. Ownership is the penthouse floor. Ownership is the floor that they're never going to tell you about it. They're never going to teach you about it. They're never going to try to they're not never going to push a campaign for black ownership. No one is ever going to. No one that is benefiting from your labor, benefiting from your culture, benefiting from the economic exploitation of your community. No one in that group is ever going to introduce you to these higher levels of power. That's just not going to occur. So you have to introduce yourself, and you have to introduce your children, and we have to thank our stars for people like the Marcus Garveys, the Dr. Claude Andersons, the Urban Youth Racing School, and the people that just introduced us to things that we never knew about. So that's what I'm on today. That's what I'm really thinking about, is just sort of just just this whole annoying conversation about jobs, and literally whenever they talk about black economics, whenever politicians talk about black wealth and black economics, first thing they always talk about are jobs. Jobs, jobs, jobs. We need black people to get more jobs. We're going to get more jobs for black people. And that's just that's so unimpressive. That should bore you. If you are super talented, there's more out there for you. And so ownership, and the thing about ownership is that you can teach ownership the same way you teach how to get a job. Think about it. When you went to school, anybody go through this in school where they would show you how to apply for a job or how to fill out a job application, how to do a job interview, how to make sure that you impress your boss. They'll teach kids that. That's what they do in Chicago public schools. I saw that they were like, well, we want to make sure our children are prepared for the future, so we're going to show them how to do a job interview, so that when they go into McDonald's, they'll be able to impress their boss enough that they can get that $14 an hour job because we want them to have a bright future, and that's what they do. And and then maybe there's like tiers to it, right? And then maybe the next level is like you're a college graduate who's like getting a job, but it's still the same thing. They will take you through a whole process. They'll teach you how to do that, right? And so the same way there is a process to teach you how to get a job and to keep a job and fill out a job application and update your resume so you can put it on LinkedIn. All these so-called skills they give you, the same way you can get those skills, there are another set of skills, a higher set of specialized skills that will train you to be an economic beast, that will prepare your child to be just the bossiest boss that there is. And actually it's funny now that I'm even thinking about it, because I'm thinking about the Urban Youth Racing School, and I know the family that runs it and stuff, and the Michelle Martin, who runs the school, her daughter is in college, and her daughter as a college freshman has already run businesses. She already knows how to make money. And when we talked about it, I said the challenge that your daughter's going to have is that when you know what's at the top, when you've seen what it's like to make money, whether you working or not, make money while you sleep. When you see what it's like to be able to decide if you're going to give yourself a pay raise or not, that when you see what it feels like to be truly free in this economic system, it's very hard to go back to being a college freshman. It's really hard. It's really hard to go back to, like, okay, I'm just gonna be a dumb little kid who doesn't know what's going on, and people are gonna teach me how to fit into the system. Some people get to the point where they just kind of they don't play that position anymore. They can't do they can't do the whole like grateful Negro role anymore. They're like, no, I know what it feels like to be at the highest heights. So ultimately, what I really encourage you to do is to rethink the whole educational process. That's my point. I think that we should really think about this and say, there's something in mathematics I'm gonna share with you. It's not a complex concept, but I think it's worthy of understanding. It's called dynamic optimization. So type that in the chat if you can spell it. Dynamic optimization. Dynamic optimization does this. This is when I taught math at the University of Kentucky and I was working on my master's and stuff. This is I learned this technique, and the way the technique works is it says that if you want to make a plan, what you do is you start at the finish line and you work your way backward, right? You start at the 3,000th step and you say, where do I want to be after 3,000 steps? And then you go to 2,999, 2,998, 2,997, and then you keep working backwards until you get to step one, two, and three. And that's basically a way of playing chess instead of checkers. That is literally you tethering yourself to your objective, right? You look at the goal and you attach yourself to it, like you're latching yourself on, like you're climbing a mountain. You're tethering yourself to the goal, and then you're letting the goal pull you forward to the point where you're going to reach that objective. You see, so dynamic optimization is much more effective than the way some people go through life. Some people go through life not thinking about the long-term goal. They're thinking about the short-term goal. How am I going to get some ass tonight? Where are the women at? How can I make money so I can go out with my friends on Saturday night? How can I get enough money to pay my bills? Right, and that's where a lot of us are stuck. We're stuck on these short term goals as opposed to tethering to something long term that's going to sort of guide you and drive you like a guided missile. So here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm getting at. When we do that dynamic optimization in terms of a life optimizing strategy for ourselves and for our kids, pick the big goal. Pick the big goal is the power of ownership. The big goal is owning property. The big goal is running a business. The big goal is investing. And grab the big goal, and then you shape the educational process to fit into the bigger goal. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. Give me a guess if this is making sense. Education should only apply if it is connected to the big goal. The big goal is I want my son to be the best damn husband and father he can possibly be, which means that there are a set of specific and specialized skills that the public school system will never give him that he needs to learn in order to be an adequate husband and father. If he does not learn these skills, he will not be able to succeed at these things. So I know you want to take him to school and teach him that there's 147 different genders. I know you want him to go to school and learn how wonderful white people are, and I know you want him to go to school and learn all these concepts in biology and chemistry that he'll never use for the rest of his life, and that's fine. Maybe we'll get around to that. But I kind of need him to learn specific skills that are going to reach the goal, that are going to optimize in a way that makes sense for us, for his family, for himself, for the people from which he came, for the things that are going to matter to him when he's 35 years old. Because when he's 35 years old, he probably won't care much about the periodic table in chemistry. Doesn't mean it's not important, doesn't mean it's not worthy to learn, doesn't mean it's not impressive, but that's not going to help him feed his kids. So when he's 35 years old, he's not going to really care if there are two genders or 12 genders. You can teach him that after you finish teaching him the things that he needs to know in order to be a successful black man in a society that's designed for him to fail around every corner. Do you understand? So really, I believe they want black people to fail in general, and also I believe that many black people want black people to fail because we refuse to do the hard work required to rethink how we do everything. We're refusing it. We don't want to do it. We just don't. We want to stick with the status quo and keep doing. Remember, Einstein said, what did he say? The definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. So we hold on to these old Negro traditions that have done nothing but lead us down the pits of slavery, have done nothing but create more misery and trauma in our lives, have done nothing but create more poverty and economic despair and financial insecurity. But we will hold on to that shit like it's an abusive boyfriend. We will hold on to that like a bad relationship. We will. And I apologize for cussing. It's too early for me to be doing all that cussing. So let me stop doing that. Some of y'all got brought your kids. So I apologize on my behalf. Please apologize to the children for me. Just say, you know, he forgive him for he knows not what he do. Okay. So what I'm saying though is that I think in order for us to really grow, we're gonna have to evolve. We're gonna have to evolve. And when the reality is that some of us will evolve and some of us won't. Some of us are going to move ahead, some of us are going to sit still or even go backward. Some of us are going to get off the ship and get a lifeboat. Some of us are going to stay on the Titanic and just sink to the bottom of the ocean. And that's really sad. And I hate that. It makes me feel terrible. But there's a point where you got to save yourself and you got to save your kids. So one thing I will say to you, because I'm just thinking this morning about what we're doing with LeVar and racing and just the history and all this other stuff, is we got to understand that power of ownership and just realize that while there's certainly no shame in having a job, I've talked to you about that. I've explained to you how a person can be very financially secure and still be an employee. The only thing I ask you to consider is this: I ask you to consider the fact that there's a difference between working for someone because you have to versus working for someone because you want to. Let me know if you understand that there's a difference between me working with you because I have nowhere to go versus me working with you because you're the best place for me to be. Do you understand? That's what I want for you. I don't. It's not to me saying so. Never go out. And I need everybody. This is a point of clarity I have to make because people think, well, Dr. Boyce is saying everybody should quit their jobs and start a business. I've never said that. I don't say that. I don't say stuff like that. Or Dr. Boyce tells people not to vote. I never told people not to vote. I don't do that. Stop that. Stop that. What I'm saying to you is put yourself in a position where you have options. Options are everything. I can make the exact same choice with options that I might have made even if I had no options, but those are two very different choices. It's one thing for me, if I pick my wife to marry my wife, it's different from me picking her because she's the best I can get and there's nobody else that wants me versus me picking her because I have choices and options and I chose you. So ultimately what I'm saying is when you're choosing your life, you're choosing the life for your kids, the best thing you could do for them is to figure out what's the best way I can give them as many options as I possibly can. Because a person that has options can breathe easier. A person that has options can sleep better at night. A person that has options does not feel the same magnitude of pressure and stress as somebody who's got nowhere to go. In fact, if you look at we often talk about things like pimping to understand capitalism, because capitalism in its worst form really is a type of pimping. It does become a type of slavery. And if you think about this, think about how a pimp thinks. A pimp does not want options, because it's hard to pimp somebody that has options, but it's very easy to pimp somebody that has no options. So I want you to go back and circle back, and I want you to think about how our kids get raised through the educational system, where they end up at 18, 19, or 20. And do we see millions of black children that get to be 18, 19, or 20 that have lots of options? Or do we see a lot of kids that have nowhere to go and will take the best thing that the world offers to them? And I think that the fundamental question to ask, this is what we're asking in our think tank. When the Black Business School is a think tank. We have scholars and therapists and professors and attorneys. There's no institution out there like that. Sure, there's people teaching you little things like how to buy stock or whatever. No, no, no. But we go deeper than that. We go to the psychology. We talk to the experts. We have researchers that work on our team. So the $1 million question, the $1 trillion question is what's going on? Why are our kids getting to the age of 18 and feeling like they have no options? Because a person with no options is going to behave differently than a person who has choices. A person with no options is going to be desperate. A desperate person will degrade themselves in order to just get an opportunity. And when you look around and you see all throughout our economy, you see all throughout our society, black people degrading themselves sometimes in front of millions of people, embarrassing their whole family, embarrassing their culture, just looking ridiculous. Well, why are they doing that? Well, because they don't have any options, because if they had options, they could have dignity and integrity. See, so putting yourself in a position where you have options, it protects and defends your integrity, which ultimately protects and defends your freedom. A free man cannot go through life with no options. Options and freedom are connected. They're like cousins. They're related to each other. So just process that. And I'm gonna tell you, when you're the boss, you got a lot of options. When you own assets, you have a lot of options. When you own real estate, when you're the landlord, you got options. When you're the producer, you have options. When you're the consumer, your options are defined by the producer for the most part. When in fact, I tell you this. This is an interesting example. Since we're doing financial consciousness, I'm gonna share this with you because this came to me. I was on Twitter. I say a lot of stuff on Twitter, and so people will fight, argue with me, and beef with me on Twitter and stuff. I don't beef back. I don't beef with anybody. I beef with white supremacy. I beef with the racial wealth gap. I don't beef with other black people. That's not interesting to me. Um, and so this guy gets in here, and I think I said something like, "Are you teaching wealth to your children?" And he mentioned that he had his children in a class called I think it was called like consumer mathematics or consumer finance or something like that. And I didn't tell him he was wrong. I didn't say that's stupid. Why would you do that? I wouldn't do that. I kind of just said the word consumer. Um, there's not a lot of power in being a consumer in the United States. The consumer is kind of like the Kentucky Derby. It's like you have the jockey and then the horse. The consumer is the horse. The horse does all the work but doesn't get any of the credit or any of the money. So the consumer is a very important part of the economy without a doubt. But the consumer doesn't benefit from their contribution to the economy. There's no wealth that you build by being a constant consumer. When they were training black people how to be a savvy consumer, no, if you a consumer all the time, then you ain't savvy. Ain't no the word savvy and consumer should not be in the same sentence. I'm not saying that you shouldn't consume. We all consume. All of us buy stuff. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but I am saying that that if you're full time consumer and you're not producing anything and you're not investing in anything and you're not benefiting from the economy, then that's like a person eating dinner and all they eat is sugar. Imagine if every time we sat down for dinner, all I ate was ice cream and chocolate cake and sugar cubes or whatever. Think about it. It wouldn't take me very long before I was literally dead. Like I would literally gain like 500 pounds and then I get diabetes and then I just be dead, right? And so consumption is a little bit like sugar, right? I think a little bit of sugar intake is not going to be bad for you. It's not going to harm you, but there's a recommended daily allowance of sugar. And just to speak on that, which is really interesting, which speaks to the power of money and how money drives politics. The World Health Organization came out with a recommendation that they said, look, we only want people to take in this much sugar because sugar is linked to a lot of problems. It's linked to obesity and diabetes and cancer and strokes and dementia and all this other stuff. I mean, sugar is terrible, right? In case y'all don't know, how many of y'all knows? Has anybody been following? Give me a guess if you've been following all the research on sugar. Right? Like by the time I got finished reading all that, my whole view on sugar has shifted. I said, man, this stuff is worse than cocaine. Good lord. And actually they did that study where they gave the mice, the rats that were cocaine addicted, they gave them a choice between cocaine and sugar water, and they passed the cocaine up to get the sugar water. So it's really bad, right? And then processed sugar. Thank you. Okay, yeah, but modest amounts of sugar are not so bad. Natural sugar versus processed sugar. Thank you for making that point. I'm not a health expert, so if I say something wrong, just please forgive me for doing that. However, I'm doing my best, right? So here's the thing. So a little bit of sugar is okay, and what happened was the health organization made a recommendation of a certain amount of sugar that you should take in each day. And they wanted to reduce the amount because they said people are eating too much sugar. And do you know what happened? The I forgot what the documentary was that did this, but they basically said that the U.S. the food industry, food I don't know if it was food and drug or just the food industry, they went to Capitol Hill and lobbied and the got the U.S. government to tell the World Health Organization that if you don't change back the recommended amount of sugar to the higher amount, we're not going to give you the money that we owe you. They owed them like $50 million or something, or 100 million or something. They said we're not going to give you that money if you keep that, if you drop that recommended daily allowance. We need you to keep that high because we've got so much sugar in our economy. That's so this is what money kind of does. This is how money distorts so many things, right? So money is good, but money is powerful, and power can be used for good or it can be used for evil. And all throughout a capitalist society, you're going to see a little bit of both. So long story short, um, consumption is a little bit like sugar in the sense that a little bit of sugar, it can be okay, but you don't want your whole meal to be sugar, and you want the healthy food to outweigh the unhealthy food. So one thing that I wanted to propose is I mentioned to you all the $5 a day plan, and I was trying to think. I was like, it reminds me of like fast food, and I was like, what would it take to get people to consider a very basic idea that it is similar to what I actually explained to the 17-year-old. I don't know if I told you all. I talked to one of my daughter's friends who's 17, and she was asking me about investing, which of course that got me going. So I was telling her what I knew, and one thing I told her was, I said, with investing, I don't want you to overthink it, but I need you to do it. I need you to do it consistently. I said, so in fact, let me just show you really quickly how to buy a share of stock. And I said, you can do this while you're in the drive-through. I said, what company do you want to own? She said, I don't know, Chipotle. I said, okay, let's buy some Chipotle. So I showed her how to look it up, and I said, here, you just type it in, and then the ticker symbol comes up, this three-letter symbol that represents the company, and then let me just show you, we're going to buy $200 worth of Chipotle. The price of the stock is $3,100, but we don't need 3,100. We only need $200. So let's buy. They call those fractional shares. So let's buy, and we bought the Chipotle stock in about a minute and a half. And when we got done, she was like, that is so cool. And I got it. I was like, yeah, it is, right? It's very cool. Look at us. I said, now our family owns Chipotle. How cool is that? Right? So the point was to say, I said, the way I want you to kind of think about it is, I don't want you to think about it too much. A lot of times when it comes to investing or wealth building, people get stuck. They get paralysis of analysis because they just overthink it. They're too worried. Like, well, what do I do? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to buy. I don't know how to do it. I said, don't overthink it. I said, here's what you do. I said, give yourself, I said, so here's what I want most people to understand. If you were to take the same amount of money that we spend on fast food and put that same amount of money into your stock portfolio consistently, nearly every single person in this room would be rich. Especially if you did this for say 20 years, if you were to take the amount of money you spent on fast food or going out to eat and put that same amount of money in the S&P 500, or if you had some sort of matching program. That's what I told her. I said, give yourself like a little matching program. I said, you can go buy the Air Jordans, but when you buy the Air Jordans, buy you some Nike stock to go with it. Same dollar amount. You can buy the new iPhone, get the new iPhone. I want you to be cool. But then when you buy the new iPhone, just promise yourself, I'm going to put the same amount of money into Apple stock. Right? When you go to Chipotle, eat what you want. But then get on your little app and then say, I spent $25 at Chipotle. Let me buy $25 worth of Chipotle stock so I can make money on both ends. Right? I'm consuming on one side and then I'm a producer on the other. Right? So actually what I was thinking was I was thinking like our $5 a day plan. It really came from fast food. It really came from me saying, $5 a day, you can't even buy a McDonald's value meal for that. Um, what if we invested that same amount in addition to buying the food? So I was thinking like something cool to call it might be like the financial value meal or something, or maybe like I was thinking like maybe a cool slogan would be to go from fast food to financial freedom, or the pocket change portfolio or something like that, right? So I want you to think about investing in that same way. I want you to think about wealth building in the same way. That literally the amount of money in your pocket change is enough to change your life and change the lives of your children, especially if you do this consistently over a long period of time. And what that does is that opens doors, that creates that powerful word options. Now, typically you hear me talk about options in terms of stock options. No, I'm talking about options. You've always known what options are. You may not know what a stock option is, but you know what an option is. You know what it feels like to have options and to not have options, right? So just that little financial value meal, pocket change portfolio, whatever you want to call it, I want you to think about it that same way. And I want you to give yourself and your children a chance to have a great future by simply just saying to yourself that as much as I'm going to give them, I'm going to give myself. As much as I'm investing in him, I'm going to invest in these kids. As much as I'm investing in the present, I'm going to invest in the future. And if you do that, if you make that one little pivot in your life, that one little transition, I guarantee you it will change everything. Don't overthink it. Don't get scared. Don't get caught up in all the mumbo jumbo. A lot of people that they'll talk to you about investing, they'll use fancy long words because they're trying to impress you with how smart they are and how much they know. Because some of them don't know jack. I know more than Jack. I know Jack to the 12th power, so I don't have to impress you with long words. In fact, I'd rather impress you with simplistic ways of looking at complex concepts. I think the strength is in the simplicity. So I've gone through the complex stuff so I can lay it out to you in a very simple way. And all I'm telling you is that investing is nothing for you to be afraid of. It's so simple that your 4-year-old could do it. And the reason your 4-year-old could probably do it better than some of us is because the 4-year-old is not going to overthink it. Do you understand? Stick with the S&P 500. Pick a new S&P 500 stock every week. That's it. You do that. If you do that, the hard part is being consistent. The hard part is patience. The hard part is letting time do what it's going to do. It's like planting a seed. If I plant, my wife showed me how to plant stuff in the garden, and I was really shocked by how easy it was. I was like, I don't know how to plant stuff in the garden. I don't know nothing about no gardening woman. I don't know nothing about how to plant and be planting no seeds, right? So she's like, no, Boyce, it's easy. Let me show you. So she got some stuff from, I think it was Home Depot, right? She bought this stuff, and I was like, oh, I didn't know you could just buy the little seeds. And she bought it. She said, let me show you. And so we sat there, and I was like, oh, I can do it. I know how to, I plant. So I planted something, and you know what I did? I put it in the dirt, covered it up, and then I didn't do anything else. I waited. I waited. And after I waited, a few months later, she comes in and she says, Boyce, look at the tomatoes you grew. And I'm like, yes, I did that. I grew tomatoes, but I don't know anything about gardening. Well, so she taught me how to not overthink it. So what I'm saying to you is that building wealth really is like being a financial gardener. That's really what it is. It's about doing the little task and then letting time do what it's supposed to do and understanding a basic simple idea. Simple idea. And I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. The simple idea is that the more seeds you plant, the more of a harvest you're going to have. How about that? How about that for a mind-blowingly complex concept that most people don't understand? The more seeds you plant, the more of a harvest you will have. And then the more time you allow to pass, the more time your harvest will have to grow. So it's planting seeds and allowing time to do what it's supposed to do. Planting seeds and giving it time. So planting and patience, double P, PP. Planting and patience. That's it. And it's you'll be amazed when I explain it this way, how many people don't get that? You'd be amazed how many people literally will go out in their garden and be like, damn, ain't no harvest out here. Ain't no food out in this garden. Ain't no, they're talking about their financial garden. There's no food out here in the garden, but they didn't plant anything. So why would you expect something to grow if you didn't plant anything? You know, and you ask them, well, did you plant? And you know that the more seeds you plant, the bigger your harvest will be. And they're like, what? Oh, I did it. What did you what you oh I know what it is. I know what it is. You were trained to believe that the white man's going to show up and magically deliver food to you in your garden. That's what you thought was going to happen. You thought that this magical Harry Potter type of crap is going to happen where they're going to just show up and say, "Here's a basket full of food. You know, good luck." And that is what we are trained to do when it comes to economics. We don't. I don't think we understand that basic idea. Plant your seeds, plant them often. The more you plant, the bigger your harvest will be, and then let time do what it's supposed to do. So the same way my wife taught me how to plant tomatoes, and they were good. They were juicy. They were in the salad. I was so proud. I mean, I really felt good eating tomatoes I planted. I felt like I really had done something. And here's the thing: I wasn't any better or any smarter that day than I was the week before I learned how to plant tomatoes. It's just I had somebody that guided me to take action. Do you understand? I had somebody that simply said to me, "Look, Boyce, you have everything that you need. You just need confidence." Do you understand? That she said, "You can do this." And I'm like, "I can't do this. I don't know what to do." No, you can. You just have to try. So maybe maybe that's part of my role in your life is to guide you and to say, "You can do this. You just gotta try. Stop being scared. It's not hard." And when you do it, you probably won't be a whole lot smarter than you are right now. You got everything you need already inside of you. You just got to pull it out. You know, because sometimes and you'd be amazed at how much confidence plays a part in us really truly manifesting who we're supposed to be. Confidence is really everything. And if I had a choice between being a mediocre person with a lot of confidence versus being an extraordinary person who is unconfident, I would much rather be the mediocre person with a lot of confidence because really confident people can take their little mediocrity and really milk that damn thing. They can get the most out of their mediocrity. They'll have you thinking their mediocrity is something extraordinary. Look at how many artists you hear on the radio who are mediocre performers. Can't sing a lick, can't keep a note, can't even dance, but will literally be the biggest artist in the world because they took their mediocrity and mass marketed that mediocrity and put a lot of confidence on top of it, and people bought into it. But then you have a lot of people that have extraordinary ability that are amazing that could do anything, but nobody ever helped them to see what they actually had. So they spend their lives looking for what they think is excellence coming from other people when really the whole time the gold was buried in your backyard. And for most of you, and I know a lot of you, I know how you think, I know there's a reason why you're here. Most of you have already done some things in your life that are pretty extraordinary. Most of you have went to school. A lot of you have raised kids. A lot of you have overcome obstacles. A lot of you have broken generational curses. Most of you are leaders in your family because most black people don't think this way. They're not in that Garvey, Marcus Garvey, Dr. Claude Anderson frequency. So you're a leader. You're already the talented 10th. Like you're already in that special space. So what maybe my job is to be that cheerleader to kind of say, come on now, we got this. Let's just put some confidence on top of it and go out here and just do the damn thing. And you're not gonna be perfect. You're gonna get some stuff wrong. You're gonna make some mistakes. You're gonna have things that you don't know, but just go hard. What? Do you want to wait for these mediocre bastards out here to take the lead? Why would I let you drive the bus when you can't even drive? And I'm mad because I got a 99 out of 100 on my driver's test thinking that I'm not qualified, but you got a zero, but I'm letting you drive because the idiots are the ones who have the most confidence sometimes. Sometimes the dumbest person in the room thinks that they're the smartest. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes the person who knows the least walks around like they know the most because the person who knows the most knows enough to know that they don't know everything. You understand? The smart person knows how little they know. The dumb person thinks they know everything. So the dumb person takes the lead. And next thing you know, you're being led by a bunch of dumbass people. And that explains black entertainers in a nutshell. Our community is led in many cases by the people who are the least qualified to lead. So what I'm saying is that in my view, the real leaders need to jump to the front, push them out the seat, and take over the damn bus before they drive the thing off a damn cliff. That's what has to occur. That's what has to happen. I don't have anything else to say today. I've been talking for 40 minutes, and my goal is to do 30 to 45 minutes each morning so I don't overwhelm you. I want to give you something to think about. I hope that this was helpful to you. If you allow me, I want to mention a couple things we have going on in the Black Business School. Number one, don't forget the Get Money Fest is in Philadelphia on May 18th. So if you live in the Philly area, you want to fly in, you can go to getmoneyfest.com. I'll actually put the link in the chat. Number two, I hope that you will support something that we're doing. We really want, speaking of supporting smart people in the community, we have a YouTube channel called Fly Nubian Queen, and it has 500,000 subscribers, 581,000 to be exact. It's got a billion views, and it features intelligent black women that are doing great things. And so, what they actually started to do, Tiara KJ Williams is doing this project where they're bringing smart black women on every day at 1 p.m. Eastern. Every day at 1 p.m. Eastern, these intelligent black women, they're going to talk about money, but they're also going to talk about all the other things happening in the community. So I hope that you'll join and support the sisters because sometimes the internet can be mean to black women. And I want some people in there that love black women that want to support them and encourage them along. So if you want to be notified when they go live, and they're going to do this every single day at 1 p.m., just text the word Queens to 87948. So if you could do that for me, just pull out your phone, text the word Queens, Queens with an S, to 87948, and you'll get notified when they go live. And I hope you'll come in and kind of cheer them on, make some comments, hit the like and share, and just kind of give them something to be proud of. Because I really think that we live in this world where, unfortunately, for whatever reason, somebody decided that black women are most interesting when they're twerking, and I don't agree with that. I think black women are most interesting when they're thinking, when they're leading, when they're being the great mothers and providers and whatever else that they are in our community. All the things that black women do, I want to celebrate that, right? So this is what we do. So feel free to join them later on today. All right. So the other quick thing to mention is tonight at 7 p.m. Speaking of options, we are going to do a meeting of the Prime program, the passive recurring income machine, where I show my portfolio in terms of how I generate income selling stock options. So if stock options are of interest to you and you want to join us tonight, you can go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com, and you can sign up and join us. A lot of you are Prime members already, so shout out to you, those of you that are here. But we will be meeting tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. You'll get a text tonight from me. And also on Saturday, I'm going to do a Q&A for the beginners. So if you're a beginner to this and you're not sure what to do, the Q&A on Saturday will be for beginners. So anyway, guys, have a wonderful day. God bless you. Make sure you get on the text list to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to be on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And I will see you guys soon. Have a great day. God bless you. And thank you for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Peace.
And they intend on you being the wide receiver, and you say, but I thought I would play the quarterback, then you're going to be confused. You're going to come in and expect to play a position that's really not your position. They're going to say, no, 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 no. We have somebody else that's going to play the quarterback. They're going to throw the ball. Your job is to catch it. So in the economy, in black economics and in really white economics too, there are different roles that people play, different positions. And this is on my mind because I was actually explaining some of this to my daughter's friend. One of, not only do our kids work for us, but if any of the neighborhood kids want a job, if they work hard and do a good job, I will hire them. So I've hired a few of the kids and they work for me and do things for me. I'm really strict. I will fire you in a minute, and I set very clear standards of what my expectations are. But if you meet the expectations, I tell them, look, if you meet the expectation, I'm going to make you rich. I'm gonna pay you very well for your time, but I ain't got no time for BS. Successful people, which I want to be, I like to believe that I'm trying to be. Successful people just don't have time for silliness and nonsense and things that are gonna throw off the agenda. So anyway, one of the young ladies that works for us I was explaining to her something that I heard one of the Rockefellers say. And John D. Rockefeller, there was one point where Rockefeller literally said something really fascinating, where he said that he said, if you spend all your time at work, how do you have time to make any money? And that was literally a confusing statement for a lot of people, because if you think about it, why do people go to work? Why do people get up and go to work every day? It's not because they enjoy it usually. It's because they're making money, right? They say, okay, this is my financial play. This is my economic move. So how in the heck would that be the case? And I so I just explained to her. I said, in this economy, you've got the horses and you have the jockeys. You have the people that the jockeys get all the credit, the horses do all the work. I said, in America, unfortunately, the hardest working people in America are the ones who pay most of the taxes, then fund the government. The hardest working people in America are the ones who stimulate the economy. The hardest working people in America are the ones who pay rent to the landlords. The hardest working people in America are the people who pretty much make this country go. Those are the workers. And unfortunately, what is really true is that the people that make lots of money, and because we were talking about investing, and I love it. You know me, I'm an old dad, so when I get excited when a kid comes and asks me about opening an investment account or whatever. So I had to explain to her. I said, the people that really make a lot of money in America are the people that work the least. Actually, you have to sure you got to work maybe to run your business and stuff like that, but you're doing work that you enjoy, or you're doing work where you did a lot of work in the past, and you get paid in the future for work that you did in the past. So, for example, I make money from a lot of the work that I did in the 1990s, because in the 1990s, I was in school studying 7 or 8 hours a day trying to get my PhD. So now, 20 something years later, I still am able to generate income from things that I did in 1991, right? That's crazy, right? That's absolutely, some of y'all weren't even born in 1991. So, anyway, so the point of the matter was to say that I was explaining to her just how the economy works, and that there are different people that are put into different positions. And I said, do not let them position you inappropriately. Do not let them put you in a position where you're going to be doing all the work and getting fewer of the rewards. I said also, it's smart that you're investing now. I said, I'm really, really proud of you for investing right now, because when you invest, not only will you be secured long term, not only will you have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in your retirement account by the time you retire, but between now and then, you're going to be able to buy the things that money can't buy. You see, money isn't just a be all end all. Money buys you things that the money can't buy, like peace of mind and security and happiness, and you can sleep at night. And I told her, I said, and I like having real candid conversations with kids. And I said, a lot of people don't feel that way. A lot of people are very unhappy with their lives. They're very stressed out and they're very overwhelmed. I said, as you get older and you go to college, you're going to start reading articles about how everybody in your generation, I said, you're Gen Z, right? Because, I got to keep up, because it's a new generation coming out every 5 seconds, it seems like. And so I said, you're Gen Z, right? She said, yeah, I'm Gen Z. I said, yeah, well, there's articles you're going to see everywhere about how Gen Zers can't afford to do anything. You can't afford to pay rent. You can't afford to go to the bathroom. You can't afford to buy a house. You can't afford to do nothing. And I said, I don't want you in that position. I said, because we've adopted you as our daughter. I call her daughter, right? Because you got the daughter and then the daughter. So I said, since we've adopted you, I want to see you do well. I want to see you happy in life. So this is the secret. So here's the other part that was really crazy. Since we're talking about this, and I hope it's okay if I share this story. So I was talking to her about buying stock, right? Because she was like, "Well, how do I buy stock? Like, what do I do?" I was thinking about this and thinking about that, and I said, "Look, here's the first mistake a lot of people make. The big mistake a lot of people make is they overthink it, because it can be very complicated." And I said I could probably say a lot of words about investing that will make your head spin, that will make you really feel like it's super complicated, and that only elite people who really have specialized knowledge can actually do it. I said, but I asked her that simple question I've asked a lot of you. I said, "Are you smarter than a monkey?" And she did what I expected. She kind of laughed. She kind of laughed, said, "Yeah." And I said, "Okay." And then I explained to her the Burton Malkiel monkey experiment in 1971, where he taught monkeys how to invest by throwing darts at a wall. And I said the monkeys made money. The monkeys made more money than a lot of people who get up and go to work every day. The monkeys made more money than a lot of people who've been working 30, 40 years since the 90s, since the 80s. I said the monkeys made more money than a lot of people that have very high IQs. I said the reason the monkeys made money is because they didn't overthink it. They just did the basics, and that made a difference, right? So if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, I've told you guys about that URL. I like to recite that to you because I want you to just go there. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. And blackwealthmasterplan.com is the $5 a day plan. The $5 a day plan is literally how you build wealth like the monkeys. And so anyway, I then said, I said, you know what? Come in my office. Let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick. So I pulled out my phone and I said, here's what I want. Here's what I'm saying when I don't want you to overthink it. So I pulled out my phone And I said, let's buy stock in a company. And she said, okay. I said, what company do you want to buy stock in? She said, Chipotle. I said, okay, let's find Chipotle. So I found it and I said, this is what you call it. This is the ticker symbol. And then I said, okay, so this is how you buy. You tell her how many shares you want. I said, but you don't have to buy a whole share. You can just buy $200 worth. So we bought $200 worth. And I said, okay, so I hit the button. I said, okay, now as of tomorrow morning, when the market opens, our family will be owners of Chipotle. Now I think I already own Chipotle, but now we own a little bit more. Now when Chipotle's money goes up, our money goes up. And she gave the greatest reaction. She goes, "That was so cool." And I liked it because when you're 50 something years old, you ain't never cool. I'm like so not the cool guy. I wasn't even cool when I was like 25 years old. So how am I gonna be cool at 52? I don't know. I gave up trying to be cool, but I thought it was really cool to be cool for a minute. So really what I want to encourage you to do, here's what I want to encourage you to do today. Before we jump into the reading, we're going to read Dr. Claude Anderson's book. It's the Black History Reader. We've been reading this book for years. We've been reading Dr. Anderson's books for years. Before we jump into the book, I want to encourage you have those quick conversations with your kids. Have those quick conversations. I'm serious because those little conversations will change everything for them. That will open just a beautiful Pandora's box of possibility that is far greater than anything that white supremacy is ever going to give them. It's greater than anything that that employer is ever going to give them, better than anything that that college is going to give them. You know, we got to do this. These are our kids. These are our responsibilities. Nobody else's responsibility. If we don't do it, who's going to do it? If we don't take care of our young, who's going to do it for us? Give me a yes if you understand. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you are going to consciously get out here and do something a little bit different with your kids, somebody else's kids. I'm one of these simping black men who believes that all children are our children. I believe in the village. I believe in all of us taking care of each other's kids because some of these parents out here are raggedy. Some of them are stuck. Some of them are stuck in child in juvenile behavior. You know, you got a lot of 50-year-old teenagers walking around here. So I actually am a person that believes that all these kids, any kid that comes in my path, that's my child. I'm going to talk to you as if you're my own, and I'm going to do whatever I can to help make your life a little bit better because that's the best thing I can do as a black man. So if you can understand where I'm coming from on that, then I hope that you will just scoop up those damn little kids and tell them what you know and make sure you give them just a little bit of information that's going to make their life better. Because just understand when you're hanging out with me every single day, some of y'all come in every day for financial consciousness training. You're in here all the time in the Black Business School. You're not just getting a standard education. You are on cutting edge in terms of economic understanding. There's no institution that covers Black wealth the way we do. No place that understands it better. We have more PhDs, more therapists, more attorneys, more business people that are connected with what we're doing here. And we are a think tank. We're killing it. We are right on the edge. All these things that other people won't solve for another 60 years, we solved them 10 years ago. So what I want you to understand is how valuable the knowledge inside your head is. I want you to understand how it doesn't have to be complicated for it to be powerful. Just give them the little lessons, set them on a different trajectory. You have to do this because if you don't, they're going to get stuck. And when they get stuck, they're going to become slaves. And when they become slaves, that's going to affect their mental health. They're going to be stuck in debt. They're going to be stuck in a job that they hate. They're going to be stuck in bad relationships where your daughter's sleeping with some old fat stinky ass man because she's trying to get $500 to pay the rent. We don't want our kids in those situations because that affects so many other aspects of their mental and physical health. So get them financially free so they can find themselves, find their purpose, and be the best that they can be. All right. So anyway, do me a favor. By the way, if you want to join us for financial consciousness training tomorrow, it's free. We do it every morning at 10 a.m. Just text the word morning, MORNING to 87948. Text morning to the number 87948. Also, just a reminder, we have a lot of new apparel. I hope you don't mind me mentioning this. We have new apparel and everything, Black Wealth apparel in the Black Wealth store, where we've got flashcards and workbooks and study guides and even stuff on love and money, kids and money, all kinds of stuff that you can take a look at. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. We have a bunch of copies of Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics. We are one of the main benefactors of the Harvest Institute, which is his think tank. Unfortunately, these celebrities, they don't give any money to what Dr. Anderson's been doing in the Harvest Institute, but we do. The Black Business School has donated probably, I'm going to guess, close to $1 million at this point. We do, maybe 10, 20, 30, 40, $50,000 worth of business at a time. So one of the things that we do is we just bought a bunch of books from the Anderson family, and we didn't pay wholesale price. As I said, I don't want a discount. We paid retail price. We paid full price for this. So we're not really making a profit from selling the books. but the books are in the bookstore. So if you go to drboycebooks.com and you haven't got copies of the books, you can go in there and grab a few and give them away to your relatives as Christmas gifts, stuff like that. And remember, summertime's coming, so that's your chance to really educate the kids. Okay, so give me 1 second. I'm going to shoot out a text to let others know that we are here. Let me see here. All right, so we're going to start reading from the Black History Reader, which now that book we don't have. And you can get that at powernomics.com. Powernomics.com is Dr. Anderson's website. So feel free to go to powernomics.com to get a copy of that. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start here, and he's talking today about the slave codes. And he asks this question, which is really powerful, on page 122, question number 39. He says, did the slave codes of 1705 intentionally inflict psychological damage on Black people? Okay, so first off, let's just do a straw poll. Give me a yes or no. Do you think the slave codes, do you think the something called the slave codes inflicted psychological damage on Black people? What do y'all think? You think maybe the slave codes might have actually done a number on Black folks? Do you think that that was the goal? Do you think that was that intentional or accidental? You think that they were trying to help us with the slave codes? What y'all think? All you got to do is just watch like little stuff that's happening right now. Like I can point out probably 10 things about the beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar that is a result of the slave codes, right? Just even the way we handle disputes is a result of the slave codes. But anyway, he says here that the slave codes were laws that severely restricted slave behavior and were intended to prevent slave uprisings and rebellion. So their number one problem was, how do we control these Black people? And so they created these slave codes in order to manage you and to keep you in your position. Remember, play your position. The slave codes imposed harsh physical punishment on slaves. The Black man was a particular target. Black men were the natural guardians of the race and the family. See, remember in the beginning when I was telling you that I believe as a Black man, it's my job to look after the babies, and anytime I see a Black child, that's my child, even if it's only for 10 minutes. Well, that's me reclaiming and clearly claiming my manhood. That to me was a statement I felt compelled to make out of masculinity. You can see a lot of that masculinity has been drained when you see how many people in our community care nothing about the children. They care nothing about what happens to the community. They care nothing about the trash on the street. They care nothing about children being abandoned. They care nothing about the community falling apart, not having businesses. That's a reflection on us. That's really a reflection on us. And if you, to the extent that you believe that the Black man has sort of a natural masculine right, ability, and opportunity slash obligation to be a defender and a protector of something, that is really a reflection on us. I think that makes us look bad when we're walking around here blind, deaf, dumb, ignorant, crazy, drug addicted, not caring about the kids, just disrespecting the women and all that. That makes us look sloppy. And I say that without any regard to what the women are doing. Don't get me wrong. I think some of the women have neglected their responsibility as well. But I personally feel that accountability has to start at home. So I can't talk about what the women are doing without first talking about how I'm showing up as a man. And a lot of men will criticize women before they criticize themselves. That right there tells me that you got off on the wrong foot. That tells me that you're not prepared to be accountable for anything. So long story short, so here's what he says here. He says the Black man was a particular target. Black men were the natural guardians of the race and the family. But the success of slavery depended on the ability of the slaveholders to crush and control the Black man. So in order for them to control you, in order for them to maintain their power, they had to find the most masculine men in the community and crush them, destroy them, rip their souls out of their body, take away all power that they have. And in fact, actually, you see this happen all over the place. Hip hop is one of the most hyper masculine spaces that there are. All you see is a bunch of chest thumping and loud, just I'm the best, I'm this, F you, I'm blah 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 blah. You see a lot of that sort of gorilla like alpha male behavior, but it's not really alpha male behavior. It's more beta male behavior because I noticed, for example, if you look in hip hop, first of all, hip hop is not a Black owned business. Hip hop is not a Black owned business. Hip hop is a white owned business with Black employees. That's what it is. It's a white owned business with Black mascots. It's like if I go to McDonald's, Ronald McDonald does not run McDonald's. Ronald McDonald is not the CEO of McDonald's. Ronald McDonald is the mascot of McDonald's. But you see Ronald when you go to McDonald's. You see Ronald, and you see the employees wearing the little McDonald's hats, but they're not the people who actually make the decisions in that institution. Do you understand? So effectively in hip hop, we are the Ronald McDonald's of hip hop. We are the clowns. We're the loud ones. We're the ones who get out here and say a whole lot of stuff. And what's interesting too is that you'll see rappers that will beef incessantly with each other. They'll shoot each other up, just kill each other in the street. But you've never seen, how many times have you ever seen a rapper beef with, I don't know, the Jewish community and their control of hip hop? Have you ever seen a rapper beef with the Jewish community and survive that? Kanye West kind of did. I mean, I think honestly, I think he kind of went a little bit too far, but still though, and we did talk about that. But at the same time though, and you saw what happened with him. I remember being on the phone with Kanye when JP Morgan Chase that day was reaching out to say, if you don't take your $140 million out of the bank by Tuesday, we're going to send you a cashier's check and give you your money back. That was literally what was happening at that moment. So effectively, you saw kind of what happened with him. And so effectively, so here's my point though. I think it's really interesting though, right? Like you are big and bad and tough when it comes to fighting other black people, but you won't take on white supremacy. You won't take on the school system. You won't take on the Democrat or Republican parties. You won't take on the people who actually own the record labels. You've never heard a rapper beef with Universal Records or whatever. Maybe Prince did that. Prince did that, and that was very hard for him. So effectively, that desire and ability to control the black man kind of says that we see the black man as this powerful masculine specimen, and he's great as long as he's on the basketball court or the football field. As long as he's doing damage to other black people, then that's great. That's all entertainment for us. We like that. We want to see a boxing match where you beat each other's brains out. We want to see a football game where you're giving each other CTE. We want to see basketball games where you're dunking over each other and talking crazy to each other. We want to see a hip hop battle where you threaten to murder each other in the street. But you better not ever, you bet not ever point that gun at us. Because if you point it at us, then you become like the zoo animal who eats a member of the audience. You're like the bear. See, the big bear is cute when the bear is riding a tricycle and following orders. But when the bear goes out in the crowd and mauls somebody in the audience, they're gonna put that bear to death. They're gonna shoot that bear. If you anybody remember Ron Artest? Anybody remember when Ron Artest got hit by an object from the stands and he went up in the stands and he beat the crap out of the guy that hit him with something? And remember that they gave him one of the biggest punishments in NBA history. That was a statement. They were making a statement. They were like, no, 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 you don't you can hit each other, but you better not hit us. Or if you remember some of y'all might be old enough to remember Latrell Sprewell, who was this basketball player who got into a fight with his coach, PJ Carlesimo, and he choked the coach. He too, at the time, got the biggest, longest suspension in NBA history. And that was racial. That was both of those incidents were very racial because it's saying like, no, who do you think you are? No, you're supposed to you beat up on each other, then we're going to give you a slap on the wrist. But if you beat up on one of us, then that's a problem. So this effort to consistently control the black man has it's nothing new. I think that intellectually controlling black men is extremely important. I think it's okay to be strong, athletic, and smart as long as you're contained, as long as they can sort of figure you out, as long as you fit into a system, right? So anyway, so guys like me, I don't fit into anybody's system. No, I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm not doing that nonsense. I'm not going to go along with whatever you tell me to go along with. I'm going to come up with my own conclusions on who I want to be, and that they're inherently, makes you dangerous, right? That's why my Instagram page miraculously gets taken down, and I don't even know why. Oh, it's because you're dangerous. What do? I didn't beat anybody up. I'm not hurting anybody. Oh, my brain, it threatens you, and that's why you're seeking to control this. So anyway, let's keep going. Let me keep reading. All right, so here on page 122 in the book The Black History Reader, he says slavery was successful. Slaveholders developed effective techniques to control the behavior of the male slave, techniques that would cripple his children and their children for generations to come. The slave codes formalized many control techniques but left room for creativity. The black man was totally helpless before his white master, who used the psychology of harsh physical punishment to encourage the black man to submit to slavery, to break his independent will, and to shape the attitudes of the black boys in the slave pipeline. So the goal was not just to control the male slave, it was to control his seed. Right? I need to break you and break your children because your children are looking up to you. So this is the danger of these horrific images of black men that they put in media. The problem with putting up images of black men as irresponsible, sloppy, ignorant, gun-toting thugs is that that's what little boys emulate. Little boys look up and they say, "Oh, I want to be like him because he's got money and he's got fame." And there's not a thought to sort of what this is really doing to the culture. Is this man emulating someone who's going to be a great asset to the black community, or is he making himself into a great asset for the white community or white supremacy, if you want to call it that, right? Because I don't think anybody who imitates rapper culture or even athlete culture is becoming, say, a great husband and father, or becoming the kind of man who says, I'm black first and I'm going to represent my community and I'm going to create jobs for black people. How often do you hear entertainers even talk like that? Even to say, we got to be independent. We got to go create jobs for our own. We got to take care of our own. There was a Boston Celtics player, Jaylen Brown, who said he wanted to use his money to build a black Wall Street. And that was revolutionary. That was like such a big deal. And I just thought that's so fascinating because everybody should be saying that. Everybody should be saying that. You know, why isn't why is that rare? Why is it incredible? Why is it like some sort of Juneteenth celebration whenever a celebrity acknowledges his own community? You're supposed to acknowledge. Do you think that Jewish athletes and entertainers are not supposed to be loyal to Israel? Look at what's happening right now. Look at how they're literally in a war right now. They're literally shaping any criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism, which is just unbelievable. But if you follow the money, you understand how all that works. I'm not even going to talk about it too much because I know who owns YouTube and all that stuff. So I'm trying not to get banned myself. So I got to be careful in terms of how deep I go with this conversation. But it's a nonsensical argument. It makes absolutely no sense. So at the end of the day, you should be defending your own. Why can't you rep your own? Why can't you talk about being black? Why does the fact that we have a convention called the All Black National Convention, why does that scare people? Well, this all comes from history. You got to read the history and you'll understand why. They trained you to be afraid of yourself and afraid of each other. So it says here, slaveholders developed, okay, let's see, let me go in. The slave codes formalized many control techniques, but left room for creativity. Let's see here. The black man was totally helpless before his white master, who used the psychology of harsh physical punishment to encourage the black man to submit to slavery, to break his independent will, and to shape the attitudes of black boys in the slave pipeline. The slave owners did this by demeaning the man in front of his family so that it was clear that the black man could not protect them. So not only do they demean you and break your son, they're breaking everybody who's watching. Do you understand? People are just devastated when they see their hero destroyed right in front of them. Have you ever heard anybody really talk about, like, for example, watching their father get old and sick? Has anybody ever gone through that? Where you were lucky, maybe you were lucky enough to have a father that you admired and looked up to. My father was one of the strongest men I ever knew. My father would kill for his family, and he's killed people too. He's protected people. He's a strong man. So to watch him get old and to break down, it's very hard. It makes you feel like, gosh, whoa, somebody's got to step in. What's going on? So for the black woman to watch the black man walk around on his knees, that is devastating for her. That makes her feel like, God, I'm scared now. I either have to realign myself with a white man who can really protect me, or I got to learn how to become a man myself. And none of these things are natural, in my opinion. None of these things actually work. But that's why I think everyone was so excited when Meghan Markle married the slave master from across the sea from England because he had all this money. They didn't even spend 1 second saying, well, how did this man get all this money? Did they even consider the fact that the reason the royal family has all this money is because they've gone around the world killing black people and taking all their stuff? No, it's so romantic. It's a beautiful royal wedding. She's as wealthy as can be, and that's as far as people will go. So ultimately, I think that for black men, I think black boys have to be educated separately from everyone else. I really do. I think that black boys have to be educated by black men, real men, not these 45-year-old teenagers. I'm talking about real men. And I think that it has to be completely detached from all the systems that exist in society because men have to build systems of their own. If you want to succeed, you're going to have to build your own stuff. You'll never be invited into another man's house and have that man make you the king of that house. You'll never be the king of another man's house. In order to be a king, you must learn how to build a castle. In order to be a king, you must learn how to build a castle. If you cannot build a castle, you will never be a king. And so ultimately, these young boys who have all the ability in the world. They can do so many amazing things. We try to squeeze them in this stupid little system, and it does not work. You cannot squeeze a little Boyce Watkins into this bullshit. I'm literally the guy who would get fired on his day off. I got in trouble every day at school because that white lady from the suburbs didn't understand me and I didn't like her. I did not fit in college. I was really seen as extreme in college, and I was because if something didn't make sense, I wasn't gonna pretend like it did. I was the same guy when I was 24. I was just a less mature version of what I am now, but I was still pretty smart. I was teaching college students at 24 years old, and I was like, this is stupid. How come this department in this university has zero black professors in it? And I'm giving you all my money and you can't even get a black person to teach me. That ain't right. That ain't fair. So little things like this, it's going to infuriate an intelligent person. So if you are smart, if you are built to be a leader, if your son is built to be his own man, he's going to have a space that allows him to do that. And you got to give him tools that allow him to develop that. You can't teach a lion to become a sheep. He's gonna be very frustrated. He's gonna have to shave off all his lion mane and put on sheep wool and just and I mean, what the hell? He's a sheep that's going. Every now and he's going to want to roar, and the other sheep are going to tell him, "No, you're not supposed to roar. You're supposed to go bah. You're not supposed to lead. You're supposed to follow." And some of y'all got little lions, and you dress them up like sheep. You take these big, strong boys and you put a dress on them, and you say fit into the system. And then when they stand up for what is right, some black person is standing right over top of them, telling them to sit down. Every time it's time for you to stand up, somebody tells you to sit your black ass right back down. And that's terrible. That is absolutely terrible. But you gotta prepare them for battle. If they are not prepared, they cannot fight. Because this game is not an easy game. It is ruthless. Your adversaries will kill you. They will all throughout history, thousands of years, when one group conquers another group, the men are brutal, especially to the other men. They will kill you, they will rape your woman, and they will enslave your children. That's what they did thousands of years ago. Now, the modernized version of that is that the black men have been eliminated. They've been put in prison and killed, or left unemployed or marginalized, different ways of killing, or maybe aborted before they're even born. And then the women grow up feeling that they don't have anybody to protect them. So some of them end up dating white men and talking about how wonderful white men are, or maybe some of them become masculine in order to compensate because they have to do that, right? And then your children pretty much become slaves, just like the old days. Your children become slaves to corporate America, or they will look up to and admire anybody who comes through and gives them the resources they need. So I personally think that black men have to be taught to be providers of resources. I really do. So let me keep reading here. Let me back up off that tangent. So thank you for letting me share that. So Dr. Anderson says that the slave owners pretty much controlled the black male by demeaning him in front of his family. So it's very clear that to make sure others saw him being demeaned. The slave owners, let's see here. Okay, and then he says it has long been the role of males in most cultures. See, this is him reinforcing what I was just saying here. He says it has long been the role of males in most cultures to provide for and protect the family and to provide leadership and training to the children. So men are supposed to provide, protect, and provide leadership and training. And what's interesting to me is I think about how many guys I know who can't provide for anybody, can't even provide for themselves, don't want to protect anything, can't protect anything, are not equipped for leadership. You haven't been psychologically healed. Your trauma has messed you up so much that literally you're an inadequate leader because you'd never learned leadership skill. And then training. If you're not educated, then no one, not only can you not train anybody else, but people aren't going to listen to you. Black women are highly educated. They are super educated. They're super smart. Like, most of them, not everybody, right? And there's exceptions to everything. But generally speaking, black women are the most educated group of people on the planet. So if you bring training and leadership that is highly inadequate and incompetent, she's gonna naturally say, I don't understand. This does not make sense to me. I don't want to follow stupid rules. So anyway, so the point is that the men have to be built up. I did something years ago, and let me tell you on a true story. I did something years ago that I created. I should bring it back. It was called BOMB, and it stood for Building Outstanding Men and Boys. And it was my belief back in this was 2013 where I said We need to build better boys and better men in our community. We have to build them just like you manufacture a product on an assembly line. We need to override what my friend's speech from Arrested Development speech. He was in our movie, B1 the movie. He has a documentary called the N Word Factory, the IGA Factory. I'm going to say IGA Factory. So he says basically they manufacture IGAs the same way you manufacture Teslas on an assembly line, the same way you manufacture, auto parts or household goods. And so we need to have a manufacturing process that builds men that are prepared to lead. And I remember, here's what happened. So I went and talked to some people. Back then, I talked to a lot of different civil rights leaders and stuff. The URL is b1themovie.com, b1themovie.com. So anyway, I went and talked to certain civil rights leaders about this because I was still trying to learn certain things and understand things. So what happened was I talked to these leaders, and I kid you not, I remember the first response I got was like this resistance. And I was like, why would you resist to the idea of us raising our boys to be stronger? Because they got a big battle ahead of them. Maybe we should systematically develop the kinds of men that we want to see. Just like India said, we need more engineers. And so they started mass producing engineers. I think, or is it China? I'm sorry, China. China said, we need more engineers. So as a result, China produces more engineers in a year than India, Japan, and the United States combined. That's what China does, and they're better equipped. They're able to go on the job on day one and start getting patents and developing products. Our engineers take 2 years on the job to even just learn the basics. That's how far ahead of us China is because they don't play. So anyway, I remember that I got resistance, and the resistance came from this idea that we are responsible for our own fate and our own plight. The resistance was they said, well, we don't need to build better boys. What we need is we need to create more jobs, and we need to change the system and or something. It was something about the economy, and they need to create more jobs and opportunities in black neighborhoods. And I said, yeah, we do. Maybe we do need more opportunities, 100%. But what does that have to do with us being committed to building stronger boys and stronger men? And that was when I became uh, more aware. I was learning just how anti-black some of the liberalism actually is, how that paternalism creates a scenario where you take intelligent, fully capable young black boys and you start treating them like they are disabled. You start treating them like they're little wimpy little little rag dolls that just get slapped around by society and have no say in their outcomes in life. They call this, psychologists refer to this as learned helplessness. Learned helplessness is when you are fully trained to believe that you can't do nothing to fix your situation, that you have no say in your outcome. And what people don't understand is that this is one of the most insidious, most horrific forms of white supremacy that there is. It is. Because how am I, as a grown ass man, going to get respect from that woman in the other room if I go to her and I say, baby, we can't eat because I'm waiting on the white man to bring us some food. And, baby, we can't do nothing with the kid. We can't train the kids because we don't got no white folks around to make sure that they learn and everything. We got to they gonna learn them how to read, baby. So I can't do that because they I mean, if she's intelligent, which she is, if I'm hearing my man talk like that, you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna be like, well, if you can't do nothing without the white man's permission, why am I messing with you? I'm gonna cut out the middleman. I'm gonna go date him instead. I'm gonna go just get me a white man because apparently they have all the resources, all the know-how, all the institutions. They have everything that we need. So why don't I just get with him? Why am I wasting time with you? Because you sounded kind of like a little punk right now. So what I'm saying is that I just believe, generally speaking, since Dr. Anderson's talking extensively about how the black male is controlled by society and how this is a tradition, I kind of feel like it's important to start with just the very basics of just saying, what happens if we create a community where we at least train our boys to do their best? Sure, there are other variables. Sure, there are laws and there's police and there's the economic system and there's all these variables. 100%. I agree with you, but you can at least do your best. Get up off the couch, put down the weed, put down the liquor bottle, and go out and do it and try. Just try. Just do your best. Pick up a book. Don't I don't play we can play the video games after we finish reading the book. I don't see anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. And I remember just being kind of taken aback when I had black people. These are prominent, nationally recognized civil rights leaders who were saying these things to me, who were literally resistant to the idea of black people taking any accountability for our own plight in life. That's when I started to realize that was my own awakening. When I started realizing, man, I ain't sitting up in here because I am not a disabled Negro. I'm not, no, I wasn't raised like that. I wasn't raised to be no liability, no punk, no, sitting here waiting on other people to take care of me and waiting on my woman to do stuff I can do myself. No, 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 no. So some of us aren't built like that. And I know a lot of you are like veterans and soldiers, and I think that's why you come here because I think you get that. You understand what it means to fight. And fighting is something that doesn't guarantee you're going to win. See, to me, the best fighters are not the people who fight because they know that they're going to win. The best fighters are the people who fight when they know that they're probably going to lose. Right? To me, those are the real fighters. It's easy to fight when you think you're going to win, but what if you're going to lose? And there was a really great black man that really I just owe him everything. His name was W.C. Benton, and W.C. Benton was the only black professor on the entire faculty at Ohio State University because they were very racist. That was where I got my PhD. And they started messing with me because I didn't know I've never known how to keep my mouth shut. And in my PhD program, I probably should have stayed quiet till I graduated. But I got into it with those white folks, and they were just being white. You know how that goes. And WC went in there and he fought for me, and I owed him everything. He literally helped me get across the finish line with my PhD because it's very political. And I remember talking to WC. Let me tell you about WC Benton. You should go Google him. He's one of the greatest on earth in his field. His field is like something related to logistics or something, but he's like one of the top three in the world in this. That's how great you had to be black and to get a job at Ohio State because they didn't really hire black people. That's how racist these people can be. So anyway, WC was a Marine. He was a veteran. And I remember one time I was eating with him and eating lunch, and I was talking about what they were putting me through and how hard everything was. And he said, Boyce, he said, when I was in the Marines, they taught us that you fire your gun until every single bullet is out of that gun. Even if you're surrounded, even if you know you're gonna die, you shoot until every single bullet is out of that gun. And I never forgot that. And I carry that with me, right? And I really think that generally speaking, I think that's a great life philosophy to carry through life. Just look, you might not win all the time. You might not be ready. You might not have anything that you need. You might not know what the hell you're doing. You starting that business, you feeling sloppy, raggedy. You don't have all the resources you need. But every single day, I think one philosophy you can carry in your back pocket that'll help you get through the day is just say, look, I'm going to fire every bullet until every bullet is out of the gun. I'm going to give everything I've got. I may not be able to do everything, but I can do my best. That's an asset I own. The asset I own is my best, and I can invest that much in whatever I'm trying to do. And I'm gonna tell you this: people who think that way typically are people that are successful. I do, and I also think people who think that way get more respect from other people because what I've noticed is that in general, not all situations are the same, but I think that when I've talked to women that are annoyed with men who give up, is it's not so much that you don't have a lot of money, it's that you just aren't even trying, right? I know a lot of women that will respect a man who gets up and works hard every day. Even if he's not making as much money as he wants, even if he's not as successful as he wants to be, it's just the act of getting up and knowing, okay, I got somebody who's really going to do his best on behalf of his family. So I think we should teach that to our sons. I think various core values should be instilled in our sons when they're young, so they know what they're up against and they're out here ready to fight. And it's a hard fight because you've got different variables working against you. You've got the racism of the world for sure, but then you've got other black males that will literally pull you down, that haven't healed, that are self-destructive. Like it wouldn't surprise me if Drake's black bodyguard got shot by a black man, right? Again, I don't know. I don't know who's black and who's not, so maybe I'm speculating here, but I do know that black people can really harm each other. And so ultimately your son's he's going to be fighting battles on two fronts. He's going to be fighting the white people and he's going to be fighting the Iggas. He got two fights. He got the racists and the racists on one side and the Iggas on the other. And both of them are various manifestations of racism, and it all comes from the slave codes. All right, so let me read a little more here. So Dr. Anderson says it has long been the role of males in most cultures to provide for and protect the family, to provide leadership and training to children. When African men were brought to these shores, slavery interfered and perverted their normal masculine behavior patterns. Commercial enslavement was primarily a gender specific industry. The slaveholder feared the black man more than he feared the black woman. Until the early 1800s, nearly 80% of the slaves brought into this country were black men. How many of y'all knew that? That 80% were black men. That's a big number. In the 1600s, in the Virginia colony, both white women and black women were outnumbered by their male counterparts 4-1. I didn't know that. White slave owners wanted the strongest slaves that they could find and worked them to death before they were 40 years old. African women became important as breeders when the Constitution outlawed importing slaves after 1808. So when they could not import slaves anymore, they needed the black woman's womb to reproduce the product, which was us. It was true that black women having a higher birth rate, greater longevity, less harsh lifestyle, and being in a protected class with less chance of being killed allowed the number of black women to catch up to and surpass the number of black men. The slave codes had a psychological basis. The purpose was to create a population of slaves that were docile, compliant, and would never rise up against the slaveholders. So that was the goal. They need to make you docile, compliant, follow orders, and never rise up against your master. Slavery had an effect on those who imposed the harsh treatment. They became dehumanized and conditioned to inflicting pain. Thus, the slave codes had psychological effects that lasted for generations on both the whites who imposed the treatment as well as the recipient blacks. So white people were affected by the slave codes too. Like I even think about during the O.J. Simpson trial, all that was lynch mob behavior. Like the fact that they were so angry at him, like madder at him that they could be at almost anybody else. You couldn't tell me that didn't have something to do with race. That was all about race. The black people supported him partly because of race. White people hated him largely because of race. It doesn't mean maybe he did it, maybe he didn't. It's up to you to make that decision. But race was everything in that case. If he had been a white man, it wouldn't have gotten the same reaction. Let's see here. Okay, so the slave codes had psychological effects that lasted for generations. Okay, we said that. That conditioning is on display. That conditioning is on display today in many ways. For instance, when white police officers use excessive violence and even kill unarmed black men, that's one example. The slave codes crippled 15 generations of people. They kept black men from fulfilling the role of responsible fathers and husbands, degraded black people, made them hopeless and non-productive for anything other than slave duties, and criminalized nearly every normal behavior. So this is part of what the slave codes did. He says here, it is unconscionable for society to look at black people today, criticize their behavior, and ignore the permanent harm that whites, the slave codes, and similar laws intentionally inflicted on an entire race of people. While the slave-holding ancestors designed the system of slavery and applied the pain and degradation, whites today enjoy the benefits. When the psychological damage is added to the fact that blacks could not benefit from the resources found in this country, in fact, were considered a resource. So not only did you not benefit from the resource, but you were a resource. They were considered a resource. It is a wonder. It is a wonder that any blacks have managed to rise above the legacy of slavery. Blacks will need resources from the dominant society to rehabilitate their race. The call for reparations should come from fair-minded people. It should not only come from blacks. So basically what he's saying is that any white person who claims to be your friend should be supporting reparations. If you can't support reparations, we can't be friends, at least not politically. You're not going to get anything from me unless you can support reparations. If you can't support reparations, then I'll just have to meet you in the next life, or you're going to have to go get it on your own or whatever. My support is not going to come easy. It's not going to come free. I need you to support what we believe in order for this to work. Now, one thing I want to mention to you guys really quick, if you allow me to, is that one thing that we've been really trying to do for a long time with the Black Business School is we wanted to support the voices of women in the community, particularly educated professional women, those of you that ain't twerking for a living and stuff like that. The smart women in the world, in the community. So one of the things we did is we actually have a YouTube channel. It's flynubianqueentv.com, and Fly Nubian Queen TV. It's been there for a while. It has about 500,000 subscribers, probably about 1 billion views by now. And so every single morning, every afternoon, about 1 o'clock, there is a show there called Fly Nubian Money. So it's a group of sisters that get together and they pretty much do their thing, and they're super smart. My wife Alicia is one of them. She comes in as the therapist, but we also have attorneys and CPAs and actresses and people that real estate investors and all kinds of people that come together and they talk about life and they talk about money as well. So they do this every single day at 1 p.m. So if you would like to be notified when they are live, when they're doing the show, pull out your phone and text the word Queens to that number 87948. So if you text Queens to 87948, I will send you a link to join tomorrow. They need your support. We got to support the women as much as we support the men. And if you come to the All Black National Convention, you'll see some of the great women that we've had there, and we have a lot of great men as well. And of course, the brothers get their props too. But like Shaleigh Camilo, yesterday, Shaleigh Camilo, who's a real estate expert, was here in the Black Business School doing Dr. Boyce real estate with a private session. And then also, I spoke today with a young lady named Asia Kirkendall. And I mention these names because I think that we need to know about these great people that are doing great things. I know a lot of people are proprietary and protective of their platform and stuff like that, and we want to share names and spaces and faces of people that can help you. So Asia Kirkendall is the creator of something called quantum wealth theory. I talked to Asia today. She's going to come to the All Black National Convention. Shaleigh is going to be there. Dr. Lene Javette is our Dean of Entrepreneurship. So we've got just amazing people. And so anyway, so if you pull out your phone, text the word Queens, Queens with an S, to 87948. And if you can come in and support the ladies, I would really appreciate it, because to be honest with you, the internet's kind of a mean, brutal place. And what happens is that sometimes when Black women are talking, you've got these little, I call them little bitchy boys out here that just can't stand Black women, that say things to just be mean, deliberately harmful, to hurt their feelings. And so I think that if we show up and we really support them, that will make sure we create a protective space where they can come in there and do their thing and be respected and be loved the way they love us. So again, text Queens to 87948. I'll send you guys the link tomorrow so you can join the ladies at Fly Nubian Queen. Did I say it right? Did I get it out okay? I hope that's okay. Thank you for letting me share that. All right. So here is so let's go to, we're reading The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. And we're on page 124. And this is really interesting, I think, in terms of information we should understand and put it into context in terms of what's happening in our community right now. So he asked this question: why was it a criminal offense to teach blacks to read and write? Like, what made it criminal? Like, why did they have a problem with people learning how to read? Now we try to get the kids to read, and some of them don't want to read, right? So here's why they did not want black people to read and write. He says here, the European colonists opposed educating black people because they knew that educated blacks, just like educated whites, would not tolerate being enslaved, brutalized, and exploited. So they knew that education was dangerous, right? But that's pimping 101. You'll never show me, you can never show me a pimp who wants to make sure all his hoes went to college. A pimp does not want his hoes to have master's degrees and critical thinking skill. He doesn't want his employees. Let's call them employees. The word "hoe" is kind of a harsh word. He doesn't want his employees to be sitting around and really philosophizing about the meaning of life and really thinking carefully about every decision. He doesn't want that. He wants them high and drunk. He wants them insecure. He wants them uneducated. If you have the insecure, uneducated, drug addicted, financially dependent, hooker, then that's a perfect employee. You can control that person, right? So basically, just like any other abuser, any other pimp, they wanted black people to be in that same situation. They wanted you to be, they wanted your self-esteem to be shot. They wanted you to have no economic resources of your own because when you're economically free, you start getting an attitude and you get to do what you want. They did not want you to be educated because education means exposure to ideas. And that just like that animal in the cage, if that animal starts to understand the cage and why he's in the cage and how the cage works, then not only is he going to question the cage, he's going to have an issue with the person who's running the cage, which means that you come in that cage, he's going to eat you. And then he's also going to figure out how to get out of the cage. So imagine if you took a lion that's in a cage and you gave that lion the IQ of an Einstein. So suddenly this lion is super, super smart. So he understands how the cage is built, why the cage is wrong, that you're responsible for his enslavement. So he's going to eat you, and then he's going to figure out how to break himself out of that cage. So then you got a lot of problems. He's not down for the cause anymore. He's not going to play his position anymore. So when black folks get educated, when we've been reading books and have exposure to ideas and stuff like that, this is why the Marcus Garveys and people like that are so dangerous. This is why the Dr. Claude Andersons are so dangerous, because they give you information and knowledge to understand how the cage was built, how to get out of the cage, and who's responsible for incarcerating you in the first place. That's very powerful information. All right, so let's see here. So he says, an educated person would fight back and revolt. Whites knew that the best way to protect their financial investment and their lives was to impose ignorance on blacks. They therefore instituted public policies that stipulated that any white person caught teaching a black person to read and write would be fined $100 and suffer 39 lashes with a whip. Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all never learned that in school? That a white person caught teaching a black person how to read and write would get fined $100 and get 39 lashes with a whip. So not only were they punishing black people for learning how to read and write, they were willing to even punish white people for teaching you to read and write. That's how much of a threat black education is. That's how much of a threat black knowledge is. That's how much of a threat intelligent black people are. So why? So what do you think they think about people like me? Because I'm not only smart, I'm smarter than they are. I'm smarter. I can educate their kids. So basically, and this is why every time I talk, I say this is the home for intelligent black people. Because what I'm doing is I'm gathering the smartest, baddest, strongest warriors and saying, let's go, let's ride on these fools. Let's go and let's make something happen. Let's get together, pull together our collective power, and remind them of why they should be scared of us. Intelligent black people are scary. They're more scary than any gangster. They're more scary than any thug. They're more scary than any rapper. They're more scary than any athlete. They're more scary than any entertainer, because educated black people, intelligent black people, when I say educated, I'm not talking about you going to school. I'm talking about being intelligent. I'm talking about being a thinker. I'm talking about seeking knowledge. People who are like that way, who think that way, who also have healed, so you're mentally balanced, so you can actually focus on an objective and accomplish it. Also, because you've healed, you are capable of things like collaboration and teamwork, which is something that they depend on black people not having the ability to do. They depend on you not being able to form teams. They've structured laws to ensure, and rules and cultural norms that ensure that you're not going to come together, because they knew that you are most dangerous. Pay attention now. You're most dangerous when you are informed and when you collaborate. Do you understand? When you are informed and you collaborate, that's very scary. That becomes, in their mind, they're seeing Planet of the Apes. Anybody remember how Planet of the Apes, when you had Caesar, the smart ape, who became really smart and helped all the other apes get smarter, and then he started collaborating with the apes? The apes dominated the humans. So let's just be real. The movie Planet of the Apes ain't nothing but a documentary of fear that the white man has of the black man rising up and coming together. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of seeing us smarter than they are and working together. That, I'm sure, scares the hell out of people. And it's definitely true in industries like hip hop, where they're like, look, we want y'all beefing with each other, but we never want you beefing with us. But if Kendrick Lamar and Drake got together and said, why don't we just get together and use our collective power to take down Leor Cohen and Clive Davis and expose them for the people that they are? Oh, that would be very nerve-wracking. One of them would have charges filed on them or something. They would be going to prison, because you can't do that. You can't fight your master. That's not appropriate. So this is evidence. This is the proof. This is all in Dr. Anderson's book. Right here in the Black History Reader, he says that black people, white people, were punished for teaching black people how to read. That's crazy. So let's keep reading here. He says later there were numerous records and instances where blacks were lynched for carrying a book or a newspaper. So if you were black and you got caught with a book or a newspaper, they might lynch you for that, especially in the South. Teaching people to read and write was a crime only when it applied to educating blacks. Schools were established and operated for immigrants and American Indians, making blacks the only people who, for centuries, were subjugated to imposed ignorance. You were the only group in American history where they literally made laws to make sure that you stayed as ignorant as possible. And if you don't believe that this happened, then just look all around you and look at how many people now are voluntarily ignorant. Don't want to learn nothing. Wouldn't pick up a book to save their life. He says here, the last thing white America, and especially in the South, needed were blacks. Let me say it again. The last thing white America, and especially the South, needed were black slaves capable of reading, writing, and challenging the nation's socioeconomic system. So the last thing they needed were people that were smart enough and intelligent enough to actually question and challenge the cage that was all around them. Whites in the North, these are your friends, by the way. These are your allies. So he's referring to whites in the North. Whites in the North harbored the same fears as their Southern counterparts. And education for the majority of blacks in the country was nearly non existent as a matter of practice. So even your allies, your friends, didn't want you to be educated either because you were going to compete. They don't, the thing is, it's all about competition. That's what Dr. Anderson is drilling into. I hope you all understand this. Powernomics is all about competition. Powernomics is all about all the rules that were put in place, all the processes and procedures that were designed to make sure that you are never able to truly compete. So even the people that claim to be your friends, they will be your friends as long as they can be your friends in a paternalistic way. They say, look, hey, we see how bad you're being treated. We're not going to leave you on the side of the road. You can get on the bus, but we got to drive the bus. We own the bus, and we're going to sit in the front seat of the bus. Those are the rules. But we need you on the bus because the more people we have on the bus, the more money we make. So we want black kids in our public schools, but we don't want black people running public schools. But we need the black kids there because we get paid for every head of every child that shows up every day. We want black people in the prisons, and so that these little towns can make billions of dollars from running these penitentiaries. But we don't want them actually voting or having any say in how things are being run in these prisons. So again, just like going to McDonald's, you have the employees, you have Ronald McDonald, the mascot, but Ronald McDonald does not run McDonald's, but the mascot is a very important part of the McDonald's brand. So you are the mascot, you are the employees, or you are the commodity that makes the institution valuable, but your presence is not one that is called upon for leadership and guidance of that institution. Do you understand? They want you on the bus, but they don't want you drive the bus. They don't want you on the bus. They don't want you in the front seat of the bus. I can keep going on and on and on. There's many, many examples of this. So they need you. They want you around. They want to integrate you, but they do not want to integrate you in a way that is going to lead you to be competitive to them. It's like the way people love the family dog. Like there are people that really love their dogs. Like white people love their dogs. Like, they really do. And some of y'all are black and y'all got dogs and you love your dogs too. But really, you know what I'm talking about. They just like kiss them in the mouth and everything. It's kind of weird. But anyway, they love their dogs. But never once do they ever presume that the dog is truly a member of the family. If the house is burning down and they have a choice between saving one of the kids and saving the dog, most families are not going to choose the dog. They're going to save the child first. And then maybe they'll go back and get Fluffy. They'll be sad if Fluffy dies. So they want Fluffy there, but they don't want Fluffy to think that Fluffy is the man of the house. Like the father doesn't adopt Fluffy saying, I want you to sleep with my wife, eat the big piece of chicken, and sleep in the master bedroom. That's not appropriate. Well, why is it not appropriate? Well, because he's a dog. Right? Why would you want a dog to be the husband and the father of the house? So the same thing is true, I think, when they look at black people. It's like, we love black people. They're great. They're great entertainers. They're great athletes. They have great culture. They make great music. So we want them around. We like them to be present. They're great commodities. We have them in the school system. We make more money. When they're buying products, we make more money. When they rent from us, we make more money, but we don't want them actually in a position of control and power in any of these institutions. So basically, you're fluffy. That's what you are. T. Jackson says, wow, I'm fluffy. That's true. You're fluffy. And the only way Fluffy is going to break out of his position is if he fights a little bit. He's going to have to increase his intelligence and maybe collaborate with the other Fluffies and say, wait, this ain't right. This ain't right. And then what's going to happen is that there's inherently going to be a conflict. See, competition comes with conflict. Some of y'all scared of conflict. We're scared to piss off people and to say things that are gonna ruffle feathers or whatever, make your boss mad or offend the Democrats or whatever. But no, I think that that conflict is necessary for you to move out of your position. You kind of just say, look, the way you have things structured now does not benefit me. I'm renegotiating this, and that's going to require you to have a certain level of self-esteem where you're truly prepared for that battle. I don't think we're prepared for the battle because we're not even financially secure. We're not even financially secure. If you're not financially secure, how the hell are you going to go to war with your boss when you don't even have enough money to pay your bills? You cannot go to war with an entity that you depend on for your existence. That's like our kids going to war with us in this house. What that look like? They can't tell us what to do in this house. I pay the mortgage in this house. Me and my wife run this house. The children don't own this, any of this. You're here because we allow you to stay here. You eat because we feed you. If we decide to starve you out, we gonna starve you out. So at the end of the day, you going to war with a group of people that control your economic fate and also control your access to your own self-esteem and validation is honestly almost like you trying to go to war with God. It's like you trying to go to war with your creator. Because a lot of black people were created by white people, meaning that they were created in the sense, think about it like this. When we talk about who we are and you say, well, who are you? And someone might say, well, I'm an Academy Award winning, Pulitzer Prize winning author with a degree from Yale University who is a vice president at Google. Well, all those stamps and labels that you put on yourself that validate you and make you feel important, like I'm in the NBA or whatever, all those were given to you by the oppressors who control these institutions that gave you those labels and validation that then make you feel like you are somebody. So that becomes your identity. And that's the problem. That's where your parents screwed you because you should have had your identity before they started slapping all these labels on your black ass, but you didn't have it. So you grabbed all these labels, and then sometimes we even do it when we shop for consumer items. Why is it so important for you to have Gucci on your body? Well, because that's another label that makes you feel like you're fly and you're better than other people because you got this European man's name on your body. Don't even know the man, but you're going to give him $3,000 to have Louis Vuitton on your purse, on your pants, on your shoes, and on your hat. And then you take a picture on Instagram and you're proud of that. But when I see that, somebody like me, I see that and I say, wow, that Negro has a lot of labels. But that labeling is what impacts his self-esteem. That self-esteem, pay attention now. I hope you're getting this. Let me know if you're getting this. That creates his whole identity. So for some people, when you take away their labels, they don't just lose, like for some people, when they lose their job, they're not just losing a job. They're losing their whole existence of who they define themselves as. That's a very dangerous place to be. Let me give you a real life example. There was a guy named Vince Carter, I believe, or not Vince Carter. He played football for the University of Texas. He won the Heisman Trophy. Vince Young in the like about 06, 05, he won the national championship. He was an extraordinary player. He was amazing. And so they put him on the cover of ESPN the magazine. And I remember I saw the cover of the magazine and he said something like, I was born to play quarterback at the University of Texas. And at that moment, when I read that, because this was years ago, about 15 years ago, and I was on the faculty of Syracuse at that time, and at that moment, I felt so sorry for him. I really felt sorry for him. I said, that's amazing that it sounds to me like he's shaping a big chunk of his personal identity on football and playing for the University of Texas. I said, so if that ever gets taken away from him, you're gonna have to he's gonna have to be on suicide watch because because that'll be like losing his whole identity. So years later, this is a true story. So years later, he goes to the NFL. It doesn't go the way he thinks it's going to go. I guess he thought he's going to be the next, whatever Tom Brady is now. He thought he'd be at that level, but he wasn't. And he ends up getting cut from the Tennessee Titans, I believe. And I remember reading another report where they said that he was so depressed and sad by getting cut from the team that he drove off and they were worried. They were worried that he was going to take his own life. And in my mind, again, maybe I'm speculating on this, but I've seen this happen in so many cases, is that by taking away his ability to play football, by taking away his all, this affiliation with the NFL and all these other things, you were stripping him of his identity. You were taking away who he was as a person. And so my feeling is that with our children, and in fact, this is why in our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program, we give like these little bachelor's degrees to the kids so they can identify themselves in a way that is more appropriate for what's going to actually benefit them long term. Also, in a way that other people can't just take it away from them, right? So my thought is if we really work with the kids when they're young and help them shape their identity in a way that is beneficial to themselves and beneficial to the community and under their own power and control, that's going to help them avoid the trappings of being caught in letting other people shape their identity in a way that others can simply take it away. You understand? Like, so for example, when an actor gets out of line in Hollywood, well, they take away his ability to win Oscars and Grammys and all these other awards, or these other sources of validation. Or if you get out of line on your job and you decide you want something better for your life, well, they can take away your job and take away that important position, which can also take away a piece of your identity. So you can't get attached to these things because it is very unhealthy and very much a security risk to become dependent on something that you personally do not control. Do you understand? This is something that the United States applies. The United States applies this policy when it comes to their economics. We don't allow ourselves as a country to become dependent on a commodity that is controlled by somebody else. There are laws that will limit the number of media outlets that are allowed to be owned by other people so they can't control American media. That's what the whole banning of TikTok is all about. There are laws that say that other countries can't own major airlines in the United States. They can't own things like utilities and electricity companies and stuff like that. And there are other areas where they say, no, this is critical to national defense. We're not going to sell everything to other people because we know that that's too dangerous. So the thing with us is the question is what are we what are the things that we own that money can't buy? You know, what are some things that we will protect in a way where we say, you know, this is bigger than just how much money I get. I have to maintain protection and security in this. Like even when it comes to income, we'll talk about how much money someone makes, but we never talk about the security, financial security of that income stream. Like you can make a lot of money, but are you vulnerable? What if somebody decided to take that away from you? Can they do that? And if the answer is yes, then you may be doing well, but your position is very fragile. So Black people in general are trained to be fragile. We're trained to be in a position where we're not sturdy and capable of making a recovery in case people who have an issue with us decide to punish us or take something away from us. Like the civil rights movement, affirmative action, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I agree with all those things. I think all those things were necessary and appropriate. The problem is that they were fragile because you saw that once we became dependent on these things, I can't tell you how many people I know who were DEI experts. They made their whole career around DEI. Their whole doctorate was DEI. They would go speak at universities and corporations about DEI. And these poor people were devastated when they just decided, we don't want to do DEI no more. We're done with that. We don't want to do that no more. So that tells me that you didn't necessarily think about how fragile your position is. You got to think about these things. You can't depend on other people for things that you're going to need because when the war comes down, first thing that the enemy does when you are in a battle is they say, what is it that I control that I can take away from this person to get their behavior back in line or to undermine their progress? But again, just think of it like the kids living in our house. They're dependent on me and my wife for definitely for food and a place to stay. So if they ever really tried to go to war with us, first thing we could do is take the money back. Like if I'm giving you allowance, oh, I'm keeping your allowance. Or you want a trip? Okay, cool. Well, you know what? If you don't like it here, you can go live somewhere else. Or I am the one that's feeding you. You do understand that, right? That you can't fight with me. They can't go to war with us. We run this. Like they're playing checkers, we're playing chess. They are on dimension. This is why financial consciousness is so important. Their consciousness goes up to, let's say, level 2. They're living in the institution. Our consciousness goes to level 3. We built the institution. Do you understand? The person who built the cage always has a level of consciousness that exceeds the person that's in the cage. So we live in the cage that they built. So the question is, can we commit And I think many of you are very intelligent people. That's why you're here. Not, this isn't for everybody. Everybody can't even, a lot of people can't even get this. But it's okay. You're going to get this. Can you elevate enough where you can create a scenario where whatever institution you're affiliated with, you are the master of that fate. You are the God that manifests that reality. You're working for your own business because you built that business. Sure, it would have been easier for you to go get a job working for somebody else, but because your consciousness is elevated, you want to see an institution built in your own image. You don't want to be forced to reflect an image that was created by somebody else. What the hell do you look like going into some pre-built institution dressing like a white man? It's not going to work. You ain't white. It'll never work. So my thought is, why don't we raise our children to have that level of economic manifestation and financial consciousness? One way that we do that is not just by training them, but also by equipping them. Money is power. Money is a weapon. Money is used for defense. Money is used to conquer. So if you have enough resources to defend yourself, at the very least, you can make sure that no one will come along and conquer you. It is much harder to conquer an educated black boy who has plenty of financial resources than it is to conquer an ignorant black boy who is struggling to get his next meal. So a black boy who is trained on powernomics, who is practicing powernomics, is gonna be much harder to pull into slavery than a boy who is playing strugglenomics. A lot of our kids are playing survivornomics. Their whole life is a game of survivor because nobody trained them and nobody equipped them. You didn't give them nothing to fight with, and they out in this battlefield butt ass naked, begging anybody who with $1 to put some food in their stomach. So no wonder they're making crazy choices. No wonder they're stuck. No wonder they have to submit to slavery. You can't win if you don't prepare. So how are you preparing your children? How are you getting them ready? You got to think about these things. All right. So if you want to know about that conversation I was having with our daughter's friend, I was preparing her. I was like, well, the best thing I can do for you because I care about you is prepare you for life. And I told her, I said, yeah, you could go work for other people if you want, but actually that's not even necessary. If you ever want to know how to go through life and not have to work for anybody, just talk to me and I can give you some strategies. Hey, oh, here's the skills you want to have. Because I have a higher level of consciousness. I see the world as a 52-year-old. I can look at her at 17 and count up all through the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s of her life and say, okay, here's the move that you should be making at 17. So that by the time you're 25 and 30, you'll be here, and then you'll be here, and then you'll be here. I see things in a different way. So my consciousness is higher. It's almost like when I'm in an airplane and I'm in the sky and she's on the ground in traffic, I can say, go left because there's a clearer path. You can't see it, but you got to go left. So this is what your consciousness does. This is why I want you to take this back to your family, because we operate on a high plane here. This is designed, these conversations. This is why every morning we do the financial consciousness thing. People don't even know what it means. I was like, how do I explain what financial consciousness is? It's just freaking awareness, man. It's awareness. It's like understanding how the game is built, not understanding just how to win, how to make your next move and how to win the game, but understanding who designed the damn game. Do I even have to play in this game? You understand? Like those are the questions you have to ask. Like I don't even like this. I don't even want to be here. Like this is a stupid game. I'm gonna go design my own game over here, and then I'll design it in a way where my team can win. So you got to elevate your consciousness. And what Dr. Anderson is saying here on page 124 of his book, The Black History Reader, which is at powernomics.com, I hope you'll support this brilliant man, is he's saying that you were trained to not play the game at all. You were trained to not even understand how the game works. And they deliberately made effort. They put it into law. They codified the idea of keeping black people as ignorant as they could possibly be so they will never understand how this whole thing works. But when we had those ancestors who came right out of slavery with fewer resources than you have, and they were building one-room schools and educating children at a level that's better than the entire damn Chicago public school system, that showed you the potential of what happens when we make a conscious choice to elevate our consciousness in our thinking and each one teach one and to form strategies of collaboration in the community. There's nothing we can't do when we put our mind to it, but you got to put your mind to it. So figure out what the hell you want, who you're supposed to be, where your kid's supposed to be at, and you go make that happen. Don't you be scared of nobody. I don't care if you win the fight. All I care about is that you choose to fight. So what is your battle? Fight. Let's fight that battle. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can. Okay. I'm done. I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down. I smell some good food. That means my wife cooked. And in case you don't know, my wife is a hell of a cook. And so with that said, a couple quick reminders, if you allow me to share. We do Monday in the morning, tomorrow morning. Every morning we do financial consciousness training. If you'd like to join, it's totally for free. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. I shared a stock that I like if you want help with investing, stuff like that. And that stock was CrowdStrike. I didn't mention this, but I did buy shares of CrowdStrike. The ticker symbol CRWD, CRWD. So that's something to look at. This is not investing advice. It's just me, telling you what I'm about to buy. I'm going to buy it tomorrow. Sorry about that. Also, a couple more things. The Get Money Fest, hosted by Jay Ortiz in Philadelphia, is going to be on May 18th. So I think the tickets are free, but I think that it's like standing room only. So if you want to have a seat and all that, I think that that's a VIP level ticket. But then also it gives you access to the VIP speakers and stuff like that. And it's great because it's like sort of an art and music festival with a big financial literacy component. There are experts on branding and developing business and getting funding and forex and everything else. And I'm going to be one of them. I'm going to do some speaking as well. So if you'd like to learn more, you can go to getmoneyfest.com. That's getmoneyfest.com. It's going to be in Philadelphia, May 18th. I will be there. What else? Also, don't forget that we have the All Black National Convention that's happening October 25th through the 27th. And I'm going to get that link to for speakers and panelists. We're not going to have that many panelist spots, so if you don't get selected, don't feel bad. But I know a lot of you are brilliant. A lot of you are doing amazing things. You just maybe need some help getting a bigger platform. So what I'm going to do is I told the team, I said, when we bring people to speak at the convention, I want us to get people out of our crew. I want us to get people that are right here in the family because you support me. And this stuff is not easy. It's very, very hard to be in a position of any sort of guidance or leadership with the Black community just because there's so much weirdness and dysfunction. So those of you who've been consistent with us, we're going to be consistent with you. So we're going to let you all apply first. And so every year we pick out a couple people and they become, pretty well known because we have a good platform. So we'd love to share that with you. So I will bring that to class and there'll be a link and you can apply. Having a video of yourself speaking or something would be helpful and sort of some evidence to show that you know what you're talking about and that you've been kind of doing it so that we can kind of know what sort of people to bring together to create a great convention. The convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago. You can go to allblacknationalconvention.com to get your tickets. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Now, the ticker symbol for that stock earlier is CrowdStrike, and the ticker is CRWD. That's California Redwood Wooden Donkey. So there we go. I did that totally wrong. You can tell I haven't been flying the airplanes that much lately because I totally messed up the phonetic alphabet. But I hope that helps. All right, again, not investing advice, just me sharing with you something that I'm actually going to invest in for my family. So I'll see you all tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training. I hope you guys have a great night. I hope this was beneficial. And also, don't forget next Wednesday at 8:30 every week we do our Powernomics trainings.